If you're not building AI-powered projects, trust me, your resume will be lost among thousands of others, like this full-stack AI interview platform called Prep. Imagine finishing a mock interview and instantly receiving an in-depth AI-generated feedback report, or being an interviewer and having an AI questions generator to get role-specific questions in real time during the call, with a smart onboarding flow where users join either as an interviewee or as an interviewer by setting up their profile with their current title, company, years of experience, and domains they specialize in. Interviewees can browse interviewers by categories, check their specialities, and book a one-on-one session directly from their available time slots, which costs 1 credit per session. Interviewees get credits based on their subscription, either free, starter, or pro plan. Each credit deducted from the interviewee is instantly added to the interviewer's account. Interviewers get a powerful dashboard with earnings, appointments, and availability tabs. From the earnings tab, they can see their credit balance, total earned, session done, and their full withdrawal history. Hitting request withdrawal opens a pop-up to enter PayPal, bank, or UPI details, which sends an email to the admin, which admin can pay and mark as processed. In the appointments tab, they can see their upcoming and past appointments, and from the availability tab, they can set their daily availability timings. The interview itself is a full real-time experience. High-definition video calls with screen sharing built in and real-time chat during the call, all powered by Stream. Interviewers also get an AI questions generator during the call that generates role-specific questions on the fly, so they never run out of things to ask. After the session ends, starter and pro users automatically receive an AI feedback report, a detailed post-interview analysis covering technical depth, communication, and more. Pro users get a recording and playback link automatically generated after each session, so you can revisit your performance anytime. We will be using Supabase as our database and Arcjet for API rate limiting, bot protection, and shielding the app from common attacks like DDoS, along with this fully responsive and beautiful user interface that we will be building using Next.js and Shadcn UI. Alright, so open VS Code over here, and let's go on and quickly initialize a brand new Next.js app. So I'm going to go to my terminal right here, and I'm going to say npx create -next-app at latest and press enter. Okay, to proceed, yes. What is your project name? I'm going to say prepped. But since I'm already inside of this prepped folder, I can just press dot right here and it will create my project inside this folder itself. It's saying use recommended settings. I'm going to click on no customize settings. Would you like to use TypeScript? No. ESLint? Yes. React compiler? No, because it's fairly newer. Tailwind CSS? Definitely. SRC directory? No. App router? Yes. Import alias? No. Would you like to include agents.md to guide coding agents? Nope. We're going to be writing every single code. So I'm going to say no. And then it will go on and install all of our dependencies right here inside of this folder. So let's wait. And actually, meanwhile that is happening, we can go on and check out Shadcn UI, which we will be using for creating the components and basically a UI library for this app. But Shadcn UI is not a UI library. It's more of collection of different components built on top of Tailwind CSS. Like if I click on view components, see, we have this button component, for example, and to import it, simply all we have to do is install it and then import the button just like this. And this is fully customizable, and I'll show you how we will go on and customize it as well. Like for example, we will create our own custom variant for this project, right? Like they have different variants as well. Like you can see the size, default variant, outline variant, secondary, ghost, etc. Right? Destructive. So yeah, this is super helpful, and Shadcn UI is super trending nowadays as well. So how do you go on and install it? So we have to use npx Shadcn at latest init. So I'll just copy it up, and you can see our project has been installed successfully, and I'm going to paste it right here, npx Shadcn at latest init. And I'm going to press enter, so it's going to say proceed, yes. Select a component library. I'm going to choose Radix. Which preset would you like to use? I'm going to keep it as default. All right, there we go. It is done. Let's quickly run our project first. So I'm going to say npm run dev, and there we go. If I take this URL and paste it right here, you will notice our app will start to look something like this. But we don't want this. Actually, we want our app in dark mode, right? So Shadcn UI also provides dark mode out of the box as well. But first, let me show you how you can install any component. Like for example, we were discussing this button component, right? So I'm going to just copy this up and pick Shadcn at latest add button. And let's open another terminal. I'm going to paste it right here and notice it has installed this. Great. If I go to page.js and I'll actually name it page.jsx. And inside of it, let me just remove everything. Inside of this return right here, I'll just simply keep a div. And inside this div, we're going to be using the button that we just now installed. So I'll say button, make sure to import from add component /UI. And inside of this, I'll say subscribe, save it, and let's check it out. There we go. We can see the subscribe button right here. We can change the variant. So I'll say variant equals destructive. And now you'll see a red subscribe button. Nice. So Next.js has these files like page.jsx and layout.js, which wraps whole of your app, right? And over here, you can see we have some metadata. We can call it prepped. And if you want, you can just add some description over here about your app. And see, it is wrapping whole of our app just like this HTML and this body tag over here. Now, we are going to be using a bunch of different Shadcn UI component inside of our app. Like, see, these are the buttons. This is the badge right here, right? This component and a bunch of different other components as well. So why don't we go on and install them one by one, right? All together. So later on, we don't have to install them again and again. So I'll go to my terminal. So I'll bring back this npx shadcn at latest add button. So we already installed the button. I'm going to install avatar, badge, and don't worry, I'll show you each and everything how you can use them as well. We're going to have the card component, dialog component for the modals and stuff, input, label, separator, sonar. This will be for the toasts, tabs, and the text area. And I will install if there's any more components later on. Let's press enter. There we go. It is installed. Now, as I told you that we have this button component over here, right? That we have used in page.jsx. If you click on it, control and click, it will take you to this file right here inside this components folder, which has been created by Shadcn UI over here. And this is something that is fully customizable, right? If you want to add your own custom variant over here, like if I show you, it has all of these variants, right? So inside of this variant, actually, I'm going to be adding, let's say, a gold variant for our project. And inside this, we can write our styles, like for example, background, amber, 400. We can add a certain text color. On hover, I'm going to say background amber 300 color. We can probably add some animations over here, like this will move upwards a little bit, like minus translate y 0.5. If you want, you can also show something like a shadow over here. So I've added this custom RGBA color for, goldish shadow. Like if you want, you can use some other color, whatever, right? I just asked ChatGPT and it gave me this color right here, right? So if I just take this gold variant and if I use it in place of this, now you'll notice over here, we have a button that's something like this, right? With all this animation and stuff as well. We can also add custom size over here as well. Like for example, I'm going to say a hero size, right? With some padding horizontal of 6. In the bigger screens, it will have padding horizontal of 8, padding vertical of 2, in bigger screens, padding vertical of 3.5, text base, rounded, Excel, right? So you'll notice if I make the screen smaller, oops, wait, I have not provided it. I'm going to say size to be hero, right? So see, now it is bigger. Let me just put it at 100%. If I make this screen smaller, you can see our classes are working absolutely fine. Great. Now similarly, inside this badge component as well, you can add custom variant. If you notice, we have this badge, right? In gold variant. So we can add a gold variant over here, like border amber 400 with 30 transparency, background amber 400 with 10% transparency, text amber 300, some vertical and horizontal pattern, right? So straightforward, simple enough. So why don't we go on and take a step back and create the layout of our app first, right? Like this layout wraps whole of our app. We can define the metadata and the basic structure of our app, right? So first of all, we can call it prepped, right? The title of our app. And for the description, you can provide whatever description that you like over here. If you notice, they have given us some default fonts over here. We don't want these, right? So I'm just going to get rid of that. And we want our own fonts. Like one of the font that I want over here is Laura, right? So it will look good. So I'm just going to import Laura just like this. And inside of this, first of all, we can define subsets, like this can be Latin. And we're going to define the font weight, like for example, 400, 500. We want style like normal and italic. And we're going to name it how we're going to be using it inside of Tailwind CSS. So variable can be font serif. Now we can also have a backup font over here like DM Sans. Let's import it. subsets, Latin, and we're going to define some weights, and what are we going to call it? Font sans, right? Let's go on and use them right here. So over here, LoRa and DM sans. Let's get rid of this. I'm going to use font sans over here as a default font. And actually, I'm just going to take this class name and I'm going to put it right here on the body. This looks good. Now, when it comes to our children over here, this is where our page will be rendered. Here, we want a few things. First of all, the header to wrap whole of our app, then children, and then the footer component. And for this children, I'm going to be wrapping it inside of a main tag, just like this. And we can provide this main tag some class name, like minimum height is going to be screen. Okay. For this HTML, make sure to give it suppress hydration warning so it does not give you unnecessary hydration warnings over here. All right, cool. Let's see how this looks. I think everything should be exactly the same. Yep, looks good. First of all, let's make our app in the dark mode, and it's very simple setup. In Shadcn UI, just go and click on theming over here, I believe. Or let's just search over here. I'll say dark. Yep, dark mode, Next.js, and we have to install next-themes. Right, just follow these steps. This is just one-time steps. Let's paste it right here. Meanwhile, it's installing. Let's see. It's just asking us to copy this theme provider.tsx. So I'll just copy it up and paste it inside of our components, new file, theme provider.tsx. Make sure this is outside of UI. And let's rename this to JSX actually. Let's copy this up and paste it right here. Let's get rid of these types since we are not using TypeScript over here. If you want, you guys can use TypeScript. It's completely fine. Then after this, it's telling us to wrap whole of our app with this theme provider. Okay, just copy it up and let's see if this makes our app in dark mode or not. So let's put this theme provider over here. Let's wrap whole of our app and let's import this theme provider from over here that we have pasted, right? So let's go on and have a look. Yes, now our app is in dark mode. Amazing. This is exactly what we wanted. See, this is also in the dark mode. That's why. And also one small change that I want you guys to do is go to your globals.css, and over here they have this @layer base, right? We want to just reset all of the styles, that the default styles that they've given over here. So I'm just going to say @layer base, and for everything I'm going to say margin padding to be 0, box sizing border box, scroll behavior to be smooth. Nothing much has changed, but this will make sure that we get full control over all of the margin padding and all everything that you want to add. All right, so click the link in the description down below and you will land on Clerk. And Clerk is a complete user management platform. It will provide us the authentication, the ability to add billing inside of our app as well, and much, much more. And as you guys might already know, I absolutely love using Clerk because it saves so much of our time by providing us these components built out of the box, like things like user profile, different billing components and stuff as well, right? So this is super helpful. So let's click on sign in right here and log in with Google, and we are successfully in. Let's add the name of our application. I'm going to say prepped. You can choose the different ways that user can log in, like email, Google. So I'm going to click on create application by choosing both of these, and it shows you how it will look. All right, there we go. We are in. Now, since we are using Next.js, I'm going to select Next.js right here. We already have created a new Next.js app. So let's go on and install Clerk inside of our app. So right here, I'm going to paste it, npm install Next.js. Then we're supposed to add our environment variables. So just copy it up and let's create the .env file. So I'm going to say .env. So basically environment variables are hidden from the outside user and can be run on server so that we don't leak our security or API keys or security keys, right? So there's that. Apart from that, we are also supposed to add the Clerk middleware. That is, this middleware will run before our app runs so that we can properly add the authentication inside of our application. So just copy this up. And right here, I'm going to be creating a middleware file right now after Next.js 16. I think it's called proxy.js, and paste it right here, right? Just like this. We are going to be coming back to this file again to add the private routes. There we go. This is installed. Now, what we want to do, we want to wrap whole of our app from Clerk provider, like with Clerk provider. So in this layout.js, if I go back to the docs, you can see they have given us, yes, this Clerk provider right here. So I'm going to say Clerk provider, and I'm going to move this closing tag right here, right? Make sure to import it from @clerk/next.js. And let's remove all of these things just like this, right? And also we want certain themes to our clerk components, specifically the dark theme, right? So if I show you in their docs over here, let's click on continue to Next.js guide. Over here, if I just search theme or dark theme, right? So inside of over here, you can see they have shown different types of components that you can add inside of your app. So we want dark. First of all, we have to install @clerk/themes package. So I'm going to say npm install @clerk/themes, press enter, and this will provide us with different themes, right? Which we can use over here in the clerk provider. So if you press control space, this will show you different things, and one of them is appearance. Inside this appearance, we have this theme which can be dark. So this will be imported from @clerk/themes, right? Just like this. Okay, so let me show you how we will be using it. So if I just go back to this overview right here, I think they've given an example. Yes, something like this. So let's go on and use it inside of our header actually. So let's create a new component over here called header.jsx, RAFCE header. So inside of our header, I'm going to put a simple nav tag over here. And inside this nav tag, let me show you how easy it is to create the authentication. First of all, let me just give this some very simple styles. Like I'm gonna fix it on the top. So I'll say fixed top to be 0 and set horizontal to be 0, z index to be 50, so that it remains on the top. Some display flex items to be center vertically, and justify is going to be between so that they are on the far ends. Padding horizontal is going to be 10, some padding vertical to be 3, some border bottom that I'll give, which can be border white, let's say with some opacity of 7. Backdrop blur is going to be with XL. Let's see, I'm just going to say header over here for now and check it out. Oh, by the way, we have to also import it, right? So inside of our layout.js, we left some space for it, just like this. Let's import it. And now you'll see, yep, it is right here. So see, our button is now hidden behind it. Let's actually go to our page.jsx. Inside of it, I'm going to be having, let's say, a section tag for our hero section. Let's put the button inside of the section tag. And here I can just say class name to be padding top to be 28. And in the bigger screens, padding top to be 32. So yeah, something like this. So now our header is right here. Okay, we'll worry about this later on, but let me show you first how our authentication will look like. So inside of it, first of all, we will leave some space for our logo. So I'll just say logo right here. After that, we're going to be having sign in buttons or auth, whatever you want to call it. Right. So I'll just have a div over here with class name, display flex, items to be center, and some gap of 3. Right. And inside of it, notice what I'm going to say. So over here in their docs as well, they've given it. So there's something called as show over here, right? We have to show it when the user is signed out. And we can also show it when the user is signed. Earlier, this was called signed out component. Now they have changed it to show. Like you can also use signed out. Wait, but I don't think it's supported now in the new version of Clerk. So let's just use show over here. So we're going to use show. And actually, let me just copy this whole thing up and paste it right here. So basically, it's saying when the user is signed out, show the sign in button and sign up button. And when the user is signed in, show the user button. So instead of these sign in button, I'm actually going to be using our own Shadcn UI buttons. So inside of it, and let's first import it from @clerk/next.js. Inside of this, I'm going to be using our button component from Shadcn UI. Inside this, I'm simply going to say sign in, and let's give this some variant of ghost, right? Similarly, I'm just going to be copying this button up and paste it inside of our sign up button. Let's import the sign up button from Clerk. Let's give this variant of gold. Let's call it get started, right? And also for this sign up and sign in button, I'm going to give mode over here, and I want it as a modal. So modal right here. If you want to create a separate sign up page, I'll show you how you can do that. And when the user is signed in, I'll simply be showing this user button, which also comes from Clerk. Now let me show you the magic. So I come back over here. So over here, okay. For logo, I'll just enter some random text over here called prepped. Yep, something like this. So if I click on sign in, you'll see that we get this modal right here. If I click on get started, yep, something like this. Let's quickly go on and continue with Google. Continue. And there we go. We are signed in. And if you click on it, you will see this inbuilt drop down right here. If you click on manage account, this gives us this user profile modal with security and stuff as well to change your password. Here you can update your name, something like this, right? Or your profile picture as well. So this is super cool and super convenient. Now, if you want to add your own sign-in page, so what you have to do, just go to your .env right here, and you have to add two environment variables. One will be for sign-in URL, another one for sign-up URL, right? So if I show you, if I go right here in header.jsx, and if I remove this modal from over here, now if I, let's say, log out, click on get started, notice this will take me to /signup route, but this does not exist, right? So what do you want to do? We're gonna go to our app, get a new folder, and I'll say auth over here. So basically this is not a route. So if you know how routes work in Next.js, basically when you create a new folder inside of app, it is considered as a new route, right? But if you want to ignore that particular folder, you have to wrap it in parentheses. That will be ignored, but things inside of it will not be ignored, right? So if I create a new folder called sign-in, or let's say sign-up over here, this is now a new folder. Sorry, a new route. And simply inside this, we have to create a new folder again with catch all routes. So basically this is something that Next.js provides us to catch additional params from the URL. I'll show you as we move forward in this video. I'll explain you routing later on in this video. So sign up, and inside this, finally, we're going to create a new file called page.jsx, which Next.js understands as a new page. And simply inside this, I'm going to be creating a new page with sign up component, which will be returned from over here, which will be imported from @clerk/Next.js. Now, if I go back and show you, see, now if I refresh this page, we have a pre-built sign up component over here, right? So how cool is this? Similarly, we can create a new folder for sign in as well. Let me just copy it up and actually paste it over here. So let's call it sign in. I have also renamed the internal route, and then instead of page.jsx, instead of this sign up, I'm going to say sign in, right? And this will create our sign in page as well. Now, I want to provide some common styles to both of these pages, right? So for that, we can add a layout file inside of over here. So I'll say layout.js, and notice how helpful this layout file is. So I'll say RAFCE, let's say auth layout. Let's take the children over here, and I'm going to be rendering it so that our component will be rendered right here. And I'll just give it the class name of displayFlex, justify center, and some padding top of 40. Let's see. Yes, something like this. If you want, you can reduce this padding as well. Like I can say 36. Yep, that's more like it. This looks nice, right? Let's go back to our homepage and continue to work on our header.jsx, right? So first thing that I want you guys to do now is, in the description, I've given the link to my Git repository for this AI interview platform, where I've provided you guys with some assets. So go inside this public folder over here, and you will find some images and stuff over here, right? So just download them one by one. Like for example, if I go to logo.png, click on this download raw file and just paste it inside of the public folder inside of your project, right? Something like this. So let me just download all of these files and I'll be back. All right, so I've downloaded it, and make sure to remove these unnecessary files. We will not be needing it, which were pre-built in there. So I'm going to get rid of it. So now let's go on and render our logo over here first. And obviously you guys are welcome to create your own logo and make this app unique to you. Make this name unique to you, logo unique to you, right? Something like this. So, okay, let's get rid of this prepped over here. And here I'm going to be adding a link tag. So link tag basically is like an A tag in Next.js. Make sure to import from next/link. And this takes a href, and you want it to take us to the home page. So slash. And inside of this, I'm going to be rendering an image tag from next/image. So basically next image provides us an optimized image and optimizes our images actually, so that it renders properly. So in the src, I'll just say /logo.png. Below this, I'm going to give this the alt, I'll say prepped logo. This also requires us to give some resolution, that is width and height. So I'll just keep it low, 100 by 100, and then some class name like height to be 11 and width is going to be auto. So let's see. Yep, there we go. It looks beautiful. below this, we are going to be adding some redirection logic after we have done the onboarding. So I'll just keep it on pending right here. Inside of this div over here as well, and actually inside of this, when user is signed in, we are going to be showing link specific to if the user is the interviewer or the interviewee, right? So I'll just say links over here for now. And again, we will keep it as pending. Below it, or next to it, we can show our credits. So I'll say credits, and we will show it after we have set up our payments and stuff. So let me show you actually in our deployed app. See, right now I'm logged in as an interviewer, so I can see the earned credits and the dashboard link over here, right? So again, we are going to be working on all of these things very soon. All right, now let's go on and set up our database. And for that, we are going to be using a PostgreSQL database. So click the link in the description down below and you will land on this page right here. And I'm pretty sure most of you would have already tried Supabase because it is super popular and it is so much helpful and saves so much of our time by providing so many things out of the box like storage, vector embeddings, a Postgres database out of the box, things like authentication, edge functions, etc. Right? And it also comes with pre-built data APIs or RESTful APIs ready to use, right? Or you can also use it with something like Prisma, which we are going to be doing in this video. I have used Supabase so many times in the past for so many of my projects, and I absolutely love it. So let's go on and log in. So I'm already logged in. So let's go to the dashboard, and you can see I've created a new organization over here. And first of all, you can create a new organization over here, go inside of the organization and create a new project, right? So let's call this project Prep. You can generate a password right here. You can, save it somewhere if you want. Region, I'm going to be selecting Mumbai over here. You can select according to your location and then click on create new project. And now you can see our project is being set up by Supabase. Now, if you want to see how you can connect it to your project, you can click on this connect button right here and you can select what you want to use to connect, right? It supports MCPs as well. If you're working with an agent. So we are going to be using an ORM. So we are going to be using Prisma ORM, right? Now, if you're using something like Cursor or some AI coding tool, they have provided a direct prompt to set it up. Otherwise, what you can use, you can just say npm install Prisma. So let's do that. That is exactly what we're going to be doing. So inside of our project, inside of the terminal, I'm going to say npm install Prisma. And actually, one more thing that we want to install right here is PG. That is for Postgres. Press enter. And then after that, we are going to be setting up our Prisma project. All right, there we go. This has been installed. And by the way, make sure that you have the very latest version of Node installed so that you don't have any issues installing Prisma. Right, now let's go on and initialize Prisma. So I'm going to say npx Prisma init and press enter. And you'll notice that it has created this Prisma folder over here. Inside of this, it has created this schema file, right? Now over here, you can see we have a provider, Prisma client, and where it's going to be putting the output. And also we have this prisma.config.ts file, inside of which you can define your environment variable. So in case of Supabase, so right here, you can see we have these two variables, right? So just copy it up and paste it in .env. So this will help us to connect with Supabase. So okay, over here, you can see it has added all of these things in our environment variable. So let me just remove all of that and just add both of these things right here and just take this direct URL and just paste it right here in the Prisma config because that is what we are going to be using, right? And that's all, I guess. Oh yeah, we're supposed to replace our password over here. So the password that you've copied earlier, right? So if you, forgot to copy it, just go to your project settings. Actually, you have to go inside of database right here. So it requires the database password. Go to settings and you can reset the database password from over here. So you can generate a random password, just copy it up, click on reset password and just paste that password here and over here as well, right? Cool. Now over here inside of schema.prisma is where we are going to be writing the models or defining the database tables, right? So we're going to be coming back to it very soon. Let's close this for now. And I want to set up a couple of more things over here. One of them being Arcjet, and Arcjet will help us to add the security inside of our application. What kind of security, you may ask? So basically things like protecting our app from DDoS attacks, adding rate limiting inside of our apps. And if I show you, if you scroll down, see, they've given all of these different features that Arcjet provides us. And you may already know I have used Arcjet in so many of my past projects as well. And it makes adding all of these features, all of these security features so much easier. So highly recommended to use all of this if you're building any app. So let me show you an example. Like for example, attack detection, right? Notice this is our middleware file that we have created, our proxy file. All we have to do, we just have to add Arcjet before our app runs, right? We have added this shield command over here, and this will block all of those common attack requests. Not just this, there's more. Like for example, this is quota management, that is adding rate limiting, right? So check this out. It has added all of these rate limits right here on how much interval it will get reset, right? I don't want to give a lot of spoilers over here, but soon in this project, we are going to be implementing some of these things, right? So I want you guys to be curious up until that point. For now, what I want you guys to do is just click on this get started button right here, and it is absolutely free to get started. Just sign in with Google, and there we go. We are in. Let's create a new site over here. Let's call it prepped, create, and there we go. It has been created. If you notice, we would have the option of Next.js over here, right? So we can install Arcjet. So first of all, we need to get the Arcjet key. Yes, we will get it very soon. But let's just install it first. I'm just going to copy this command right here. I'm going to paste it over here just like this. So it's getting installed. And we're going to get the environment variable. So .env. I'm going to paste it over here. Let's get our environment variable. So if I go back to our project here, yep, this is our environment variable. I'm just going to paste it right here just like this. And yeah, we're good to go. We have successfully set up Arcjet. Let's set up one more thing, and this is probably one of the most important things of this project, and that is Stream, right? Stream will enable us to add chat features, to add the video call feature, right? Transcription, recording our video calls, fetching the transcriptions through webhooks and analyzing them to give the AI feedback, and so much more. You can see if they've given a little example right here, and this is so much powerful. You may have seen I have used it in some of my past project tutorial as well on this channel, and I highly recommend you guys to use it whenever you are building a video call or a chat application for that matter, right? And they actually have a really nice documentation. Let me show you. So for example, this is the chat messaging docs, and if you go inside of their SDKs, you can see we have a proper React SDK for this thing as well. Inside of their documentation, they've given so many tutorials over here to get started. And we are also going to be using, as I mentioned, the video and audio feature from Stream as well, right? So you can see in their SDK, they have React SDK for this as well, right? So this makes building these types of applications super easy. Let's quickly go on and click on Start Coding Free. And again, this is also free to get started. So let's continue with Google. All right, there we go. We are in. Now over here, you can click on this plus create app, and you can create a new app right here. I'm going to say prepped. You can select a region right here. I'm going to select Mumbai and click on create app. There we go. It has been created. Now, if you click on right here, you'll be inside of our application, and you can see the API key and API secret. These are the two environment variables that we are going to be needing. So make sure to paste next public stream API key variable over here and stream secret key. And let's just copy both of these things first, the API key and the secret key, right? This will enable us to use both the chat SDK and the video and audio SDK as well. And you can see the live dashboard, all of the statistics you can check right here related to your app, right? In the video as well, you can see everything over here, all the recordings that are happening, what users that are connecting to our application, right? Everything. So I'll again show you each and everything in this video as well. And if I go to the documentation over here, the React SDK, if I click on this docs right here, you can see React documentation just like this. Here, we are going to be coming back to this, and we will be installing Stream and everything, right? We're going to do npm install at Stream IO video React SDK, every single thing, right? It will be a bit advanced at this point of this video, right? So we are going to be again coming back to this, but first, what I want to do is I want to go on and build our landing page for our application. This is such a beautiful landing page, and just like I always mention, creating a beautiful landing page will actually decide if you're going to be getting a callback from that interviewer or not, right? You can see I have already logged in. I'm already subscribed to a plan over here. That's why it's showing downgrade and everything, right? If I just log out for now, yep, you can see the states have been reset over here. And if I just refresh this page, you'll notice we have this live typing effect over here as well, right? How beautiful is this? You can see these bento grids, all of these modern design patterns that we see on our day-to-day lives have been implemented right here in this app so that it stands out from the crowd, right? Awesome. But before moving forward, if you're preparing for interviews, you can definitely go and check out my front-end interview preparation course. This is the only thing that you will ever need to prepare for your front-end interviews. And not only this, I've covered every single topic of React.js, like React Router DOM, Redux, all of the hooks, class-based component, function-based component React, even the performance optimization, which is asked from senior developers a lot, tons of machine coding questions as well, and obviously in-depth interview preparation course on JavaScript as well. And not just this, along with this course, you get an active Discord community where you can ask your doubts whenever you get stuck, and we will be there to help you. So click the link in the description down below, because right now we're having the biggest sale of the year for a very limited time. So don't forget to check it out. Or you can also scan this QR code on your screen to go directly to the course page. Now, first of all, what I want you to do is go to this page.jsx file. This is where we're going to be building our landing page. But there's some data that you are going to be needing. And I want you to go to my GitHub repository from the link in the description down below and just go inside this lib file. And we are going to be needing this data.js, right? So just copy it up and paste it inside of lib. And I'll show you what this is all about. So data.js, paste it right here. So you can see we have a bunch of datas over here that we are going to be rendering. Like for example, the logos, the avatars, the AI tags that we're going to be displaying, the slots. I'll show you all of these things. These are just the static data. All of the plans over here that we'll be adding to our app, the roles, etc. Right? And you can see we have this gray title, something over here, right? We are going to be creating that inside of this reusables file. So let's create this file actually first. So I'm going to be creating a new file, reusables.jsx. And actually this is something which will be very helpful for us. Let me show you. So basically inside of our app, you can see we have this gray title, this gold title. We are going to be using this again and again in many places, right? Along with this section label. So why don't we go on and create components for these so that we can use them again and again, right? So over here, we're going to be creating this reusables.jsx file. And let's say export const, let's say gray title first, right? It's going to be taking children over here. And inside of this, I'm going to be having a span tag where I'm going to be rendering the children. Similar to this, we're going to be having a gold title over here as well. And let me just replicate it. And this one's going to be section label. Awesome. So over here inside of our page.jsx, I'll actually, instead of this button, I'll just import the gray title. Let's import it, something like this. Let's just say, welcome to Prepped. Right, similar to this, I'm going to be importing the other things as well, like gold title and section label. All right, let's go on and style them one by one. So first of all, for the gray title, I'm going to give the class name background linear to bottom right. That is, it's going to start from top left and will go to bottom right. It will start from color stone 100 via stone 300 to stone 500. I'm going to be adding a background clip text over here and text transparent so that we can see it properly. There we go. We can see welcome to Prepped, something like this. Okay. Let's do the same for our gold title as well. So I'll just copy it up and paste it right here. Instead of these colors, I'll just say from amber 300 via amber 400 to amber 600. Right. And now you'll see, yes, this is more in the gold color. This looks nice. Now for the third one, this one will be for the section label, right? So this will actually be inside of a paragraph tag. We don't want anything around it. We will add a span tag before it. That is like, it's like a line symbol. Class name width 4, height to be pixel. That is 1 pixel. Background amber to be 400. Let's see. We cannot see it yet. Let's just give this some class name. Inline flex. Items to be center. Some gap of 2 between them. Text to be extra small. Font is going to be semi-bold. Text amber 400. Tracking, let's say, I'll just provide it with some custom tracking, like let's say 0.14 over here, M, and we'll keep it uppercase by default because it's going to be on the top. Margin bottom to be 4. Let's see how this looks. Yep, you can see something like this. Let's just do one thing. Over here inside of our page, I'm just going to give this display flex and flex column. Right now you'll see that they are one below each other, something like this. Now they're more prominently visible. This is nice. So let's get started. Let's start building our landing page from the beginning. So first of all, for this div right here, I'm just gonna give this some background black and overflow X to be hidden. Right? We don't want our page to scroll horizontally. Now this first section is going to be the hero section. And for the class names, I think this is correct. Padding top to be 28. In the bigger screen is 32. Let's give it some relative. And minimum height to be screen. We want the hero section to be in the whole screen. Let's give it the grid and grid columns to be 1. In the smaller screens, in the bigger screens, that is LG, I'll say grid columns to be 5, because if I show you over here inside of our deployed app, you can see this takes 3 columns, this takes 2 columns. That's why I'm giving it, like dividing it into 5 pieces. Then let's give it some horizontal padding of 4, in bigger screens horizontal padding of 8, some padding bottom to be 20 and overflow to be hidden. Yeah, something like this. Obviously this is broken right now. Let me get rid of all of these 3 things. And first of all, we want to add that starry background inside of it. This beautiful starry background, right? So how do we add it? I'm going to be using a library which is built on top of Shadcn UI. And actually that's not a library, it just uses Shadcn UI components and Tailwind CSS components and builds something, right? So it is called animate-ui.com, and there are so many such UI libraries out there that you guys can use. They just provide you with some pre-built components. Just click on this browse components right here, and you'll notice over here they have a bunch of different components. Like for example, what you want is just the background, right? So over here you can see they have a bunch of different backgrounds. I would highly recommend you guys to make your app unique by adding, different backgrounds. Just like this, I will be adding this stars background. So how do we install it? See, something like this: npx shadcn at latest add this thing right here. So we don't have to do actually anything. So we're just gonna be copying this up, and I'll just paste it, and it will do everything by itself. It will just install it. We're just going to be just copying the component and using it. That's all. So proceed, yes. And I think inside of the components, we have UI for Shadcn UI. For the animate UI component, it has created this new folder right here, something like this. Okay, nice. So over here, we're going to be importing this. So let's see. To use it, we can use it something like this: stars background component, and they've given a few examples over here as well. Let's click on the code right here and see how they have used it. Okay, something like this. Why don't we just go on and copy this component? Let me just create this file right here first. So here in the components, I'm going to create a new file, press enter, demo components background stars.jsx, and then let's just copy this code up and paste it right here. So it's called stars background demo. If you want, you can just call it stars background and just get rid of demo right here. But I think it will interfere with this one. So let's just keep it stars background demo. And I'll just take it, and over here inside of our section, I'm just going to be rendering it. Let's import it as well, just like this. And now let's see if it looks any better. And looks like we have some error. Use theme from server, but use theme is on the client. What's wrong? Let's go inside of right here. Okay, I guess it's using this hook right here, right? So I guess we have to say use client here. And I guess this is already installed. Yes, use theme is already there. So let's go back and check. Yep, there we go. How beautiful it looks. And you can see as I'm moving my cursor, it is moving these stars as well, left and right. Right, so super cool. Let's go and render more stuff on top of it, just like this. So below it, I'm going to be having a div which will contain all of that. This div, first of all, will have a badge component from Shadcn UI called, let's just say powered by AI. So now in beta, make sure to import badge from Shadcn UI. And if you remember, we created a variant for gold over here, right? So we should see something like this over here. Where is it? I think it is hidden behind this background. So we have to give this div some class name over here. First of all, I'll say column span full in the smaller screens, and the bigger screens, that is LG, I'll say column span to be 3. Display flex, flex column, items to be center. Oops, items to be center, justify center, text center, and in the larger screens, we're gonna tilt it a little bit. Yeah, you can see something like this. It's in the very middle. It will shift to the top as we go on and add more items over here. So below this badge, I'm going to be adding an H1 tag. So this will contain our gray title and gold title with our hero text. So something like this. Ace your next interview with this great title that we have created and the gold title with real experts. See, something like this. Let's make this a little bit bigger. So over here in the H1, I'll say class name to be font serif. So if you remember, we installed this font serif inside of our layout file, right? I'm going to say relative position text to be 5XL in the smaller screens, and in the bigger screens, so I'll say if it's bigger in smaller screens, I'll say text to be 6XL, and in the larger screens, I'll say text to be 7XL. So tracking tighter so that they are a little bit closer to each other, and max width to be 4XL. Oops, 4XL. Yeah, let's see. Yes, this is what we wanted. Now below this, similar to this, we are going to be adding a paragraph tag. So let me just quickly bring that in. So a paragraph tag with relative text small, with text base and text large, text on 400, some width, margin top to be 6, and some leading relaxed. So we have relaxed text over here, just like this. Okay, now below it, we can render our two buttons for getting started and browse the interviewers. So below this paragraph, I'll have a div with class name position relative, display flex, justify center, some gap of 2, and in the bigger screens gap of 4, some margin top, and width to be auto in the bigger screens. So firstly, I'm going to be rendering a button just like we have rendered in the header, right? I'm going to be rendering a link tag from next/link and a button from Shadcn UI with variant gold, size to be hero. Another button can be for going to the explore page. So link href explore. This one will take us to the onboarding page, by the way, you can see. And the button with variant outline with size hero, and I'm going to say browse interviewers. So something like this, right? Now you can see our app is starting to take shape. Below this section, we can render some faces like this of our real users, right? So for that, if you notice here in the data file, data.js, I have created this avatar. So I've used this random user API which generates some random photo of some person. You can, put men or women right here and put some random number over here, and you can see the random faces being generated. So we're going to be using this avatar array, and below this div over here, I'm going to be having another div with class name to be relative, display flex, items to be center, justify to be center, gap of 3, and the bigger screens gap of 4, some margin top to be 8, and in the bigger screens I'm going to say margin top of 16. And inside of this div, let's just have a div which will contain all of these avatars. And then after that, we will have a paragraph tag, something like this, which will say in bold, 2,400 plus engineers cracked FANG interviews via Prep. Right? You can customize this line according to whatever suits you and your project. See, I've written it something like this, so it looks good. Let's render all the avatars inside of over here in this div. So I'll take the curly braces. I'll say avatars dot map. Inside of it, I'll say each and every avatar and the index. And inside of this, I'll render a div over here, right? Inside of this div, I'll render an image tag over here from next/image. src is going to be avatar.src. Alt can be whatever, right? Let's say user avatar. We can add some width and height of 32. So width of 32, height of 32. And let's add some class name of width to be full, full, and height to be full with object cover. Right, and this is giving us error because we have not added the key over here in the div, right? So let's say key to be I, and I'm going to give the class name. I'm just going to say width and height to be 8, rounded full, border to be 2, some border color, overflow hidden, and if the item is more than 0, we're going to shift it by doing minus margin left by 2 so that they overlap each other, right? And I've given border so that we have some gap that we can see. So okay, we can see some error over here that we need to add random user.me inside of next config. So go to next config.mjs over here, and inside of this, first of all, let's do one thing. I'm going to say react strict mode to be false. This is going to be useful for us later on, so why don't we just add it over here. and I'm going to say images, and we need to tell Next.js from which domain we are going to be using the images, right? So I'll say remote patterns, and inside of this an array, I'm going to be having an object called protocol is going to be HTTPS, and host name is going to be the randomuser.me API, right? So I'll say randomuser.me. So now you'll notice, all right, there we go. We can see all of these images right here. Amazing. This part looks really nice. Now for the right part where we can see all of the code over here, again, we're going to go back to the animateui.com. And this provides really nice animations, by the way. So I think it was something like code. Yes, this is the one. Right, so let's install it and we will use it inside of our app. So I'll just install npx Shadcn at latest and add this right here. I'm just simply copying this command over here. And let's go to this code section over here and copy this code as well, demo code, animate code. So inside of over here, I'm going to create a new file and paste this right here with JSX, right? And I'm just going to copy the code. And I guess we need to make a few changes to this one according to us. So first of all, obviously, whatever code that you want to put, you can put it right between these, right? So I'm just going to be putting my use fetch code itself, right? So I'll just go back to my app and just take this whole code from over here and I'll just paste it. And again, whatever code that you want to put, you can put it right here. Let's get rid of these types since we're not using TypeScript. This thing over here. Okay, and let's see, for the code header, we can add some name over here. So let's just say use-fetch.jsx is what we will show. We can put some icon, probably something like, I don't know, code to icon from Lucid React. So Lucid React is already installed since we have installed Shadcn UI, right? Let's just say language to be JSX. Okay, I think that's fine. Let's just toggle some width and height over here. Let me just first actually import it inside of our page. So go to our page.jsx. Let me see if it has been installed successfully or not. Yep, I guess it is installed. Nice. So first of all, after this div, I'm going to be having another div right here with column span to be full, in the largest screens column span to be 2. So notice we are just giving it 2 sections of our grid. Display flex, item center, justify center. In the biggest screens, justify start. Some margin top. In larger screens, margin top is going to be 0. And rotate to be 3 on clockwise. Inside of this, I'm going to say code demo component that we created. We can provide it with the duration of, let's say, I don't know, 30 seconds, so 30,000. And I'll give it the effect of writing. Oops, outside of this, so writing. So if you notice, let me just remove this. Yes, so it's a Boolean actually. So if you go inside of this right here, see, we have multiple different things. Like if you want to add some delay, if you want to add some cursor, whatever, right? You can enable it over here. Let's see how this looks right now. Okay, so it looks pretty beautiful, I would say. And this size is also looking good. Let me just remove all of this border and stuff. So over here, instead of this, I'm going to say width to be full. In the bigger screens, width 110, some height 120, and border to be none. So it looks a little bit bigger, something like this, right? If you want, you can customize it according to you again, right? If you want, you can add probably some other thing. I would highly encourage you guys to go on and explore this Animate UI library and other such libraries as well, right? Okay, cool. What else? After this, we have to render all these company logos, features and stuff. Okay, so let's move forward. All right, so below this section, I'm going to be creating another section over here with class name relative, z-index to be 10, some border vertical will be border white with 10% opacity, and some padding y of 14. And inside of it, I'm going to have a paragraph tag which will say interviewees landed roles at, and over here we are going to be adding all the different logos for the companies, right? So again, I've added them right here in the data.js. So here it is, the logos array. So I'm going to be adding it. First of all, for this paragraph, let me just give it some class name, text center, text small, font medium, text stone 600, tracking wide-ish so that we have some, spacing right here. Uppercase and margin bottom of 8 right here. Let's see how this looks first. So, yep, just like this, looks good. And below this paragraph, I have our div, inside of which I have logos.map. I'll take each and every logo right here, and inside of it, I'm going to add the image over here. Let's import the image. I think it's already imported. And here, let's see. So we need src. We have alt as well. So I'll add the src, alt, some key. So using map over here. Width and height of 50. Class name, height to be 6, width to be auto, opacity to be 60, sorry, and grayscale. So it will look something like this. So obviously all of them are not visible over here. So let me just give this some class name of display flex, flex wrap when screen becomes smaller, item center, justify center, gap 24, and some horizontal padding of 6, like this. Yes, now it looks beautiful. Below it, we have the features section over here, where I'm going to say everything you need, nothing you don't, and I'm going to be adding a bento grid component right here. So again, below this section over here, I'm going to be having another section with all of the class names like relative, z to be 10, some vertical padding, max width to be 5xl, horizontal margin to be auto, and some padding horizontal of 6. And inside of this, it'll be very pretty simple. I'm going to be having a div right here, first of all, with text center and margin border to be 16. And for the titles, first of all, I'm going to be using our section label component that we had created earlier so that it looks something like, oops, over here, something like this. And you know what I was thinking? So basically, we are going to be using this dynamic in many places like gray and gold combined, right? So why don't we go on and create a separate component for this? So let's go to our reusables.jsx file, and over here, I'm going to create a new component called section heading, which takes gray and gold text, right? So inside of it, I'm going to say h2, and here I'll say gray title first. Inside of this, I'm going to render gray that we're supplying to it. And then after this, below it, I'm going to say break line, and I'll say gold title. Let's give this h2 some class name of font dash serif. Right, let's see. Go to my page.jsx, and I'm going to render it right below this with gray text to be everything you need, gold nothing you don't. So let's see. There you go, something like this, but it is a little bit smaller. So inside of our reusables here in the class name, I'm going to say text and clamp. Now, clamp takes multiple values. First of all, the minimum size, that is going to be 2 rem. That is the preferred size for fluid scaling. You know, it basically scales based on the viewport width and the maximum size that this can be. Then we can also provide it with leading, that is the height between it, and the tracking between the texts, right? So basically minus 0.025. So let's see. Yes, you can see they're a bit closer when it comes to vertically and between the letters as well. All right, after this div, after the title, I'm going to have a div with class name grid columns 12, and gap to be 4. And this is where we're going to be rendering our bento grid. So but first of all, let me just add another wrapper div with class name column span to be 12. In the smaller screens, you want it to have the complete width. In the bigger screens, that in the medium screens, I'll say column span to be 7. So this is, by the way, one single card. That is, for this card, I want it to have column span of 7, and the smaller screens, column span of 12. So, okay. So right here, actually, I'm going to be creating a separate component. If you want, you can create it right here in this file, or actually, I'll just create it outside in components right here. New file, bento card.jsx, RAFCE, bento card, inside of this div right here. So if you, let me just show you first. So see right here, this is how a bento card will look like. Now you could have also used a card component from Shadcn UI, but I just wanted to show you guys by creating a custom component over here. So we're gonna have 3 things. First, the span for this icon right here, the title, the description, and we're gonna provide a child component if you want to render anything below it. So inside this div, I'll have a span tag with icon, then an h3 tag with the title. So obviously we will be getting all of these things from the props, and a paragraph tag with description. Let's give these styles one by one. So first of all, for this div, I'll give the class name of relative. Actually, you know what? I'll just write it inside of curly braces with backtick, because I want to have a class name coming from the props as well, right? So first of all, I'll say relative, then I'll say background of this with border white with 10% opacity. I'll have hover. When we hover on it, I'll say border amber to be 20, rounded 2xl, some padding, height to be full, transition, duration 300, and overflow hidden. After that, I'm gonna have the class name that will be coming from the prop. So let me just take all of the props over here. So it'll be icon, title, description, children that we're going to be rendering below it. Actually, I haven't done it, and the class name. Let me just render the children over here as well. Okay. Now let me style like all of these one by one. So first of all, for this span tag, I'll say class name, width to be 11, height to be 11, some rounded XL for the icon, some background amber 400 with 10% opacity, border amber 400 with 20% opacity, display flex, item center, justify center, text XL, margin bottom to be 5. For the H3 tag, I'll have font serif, text XL, tracking tight, some margin bottom of 2. And then for the paragraph, I'll have text small, text tone 400, leading relaxed. Okay, I think that should do it. Let's go back to our page component. And here I'm going to be rendering my first bento grid. So I'll have something like this. First of all, I'll import bento card. And I'll first of all provide the icon. So bot icon. This one will be for AI questions generator. We are all discussing the features over here, right? Title is going to be gray title, AI question generator, and some description right here. Then whatever that you provide inside of it will act as the children, right? So over here, I've taken this data for AI tags, right? Like different types of categories that we will have inside of our app. So I can just map through it right here. So AI tags.map, and I'll use the badge component right here with key, variant, and the label as well. Okay, cool. After this div, and actually let me just have a look at this first. Okay, so AI tags is not defined. Let me just import it. So see, something like this. In the bigger screens, it's taking the 7 columns, and in the small screen, it will take the whole width. Let's work on the next card. It will be for the credit system. So something like this, we will create all of these different cards right here, right? And honestly, it's pretty straightforward. It's just normal rendering of all of these cards right here. So I would highly encourage you guys to try to build all of this on your own, this remaining section, then we can move to the next section over here. And if you're not able to do it, obviously, you can go to my Git repository to this page.jsx file right here. And you can see I have rendered all of these different bento cards right here. So, okay, so I've added this code right here. And let's check how this looks now. All right, so now below it, we are going to be rendering the roles, right? So basically, we're telling who our app is for, right? This one is for the interviewee, this one is for the interviewer, and what they can do inside of our platform. Obviously, after that, we're going to show the pricing, then the CTA. So let's work on all of these 3 sections. So first of all, for the roles, we are going to be using this roles array that we have added inside of our data.js file, right? Both for the interviewee and for the interviewer. We have label, title, description, and the perks, right? So over here in the page.jsx, below this section, I'm going to say a section with class name relatives, that index to be 10, just like usual. Padding bottom, some max width to be 5XL, MX auto set, everything is in the very middle, and some horizontal padding. Let's just add the title first, just like we did in the previous section, by adding the section label, who is it for, and the section heading component that we created, built for both sides of the table, right? Then after this, we are going to be rendering all of the roles. So I'll have the div with the class name of grid, medium screens, grid, columns to be 2, gap to be 6. Inside this div, I'll have the roles. Let's import it. Dot map. I'll have each and every role right here inside the parenthesis. I'll render the div with key to be role dot label, class name to be relative, along with our usual class names of some background color, border white, on hover, border amber, rounded 2XL, some padding of 12, height to be full, transition, duration 300, overflow. Inside this div, I'll first of all have a span tag with inline block, text to be extra small, font semi-bold, text amber 400, tracking widest, uppercase, some borders, so like basic stylings, right? Some background color, rounded full, some horizontal padding, vertical padding, and margin bottom to be 5 with role.label right here. Then we can render role.title, and actually all of these things are basically our bento card component, right? So I'll have the role.title, role.description, just we have this label over here, right? Styles and all are also very similar. Now below it, I'll have an unordered list inside of this where we can render all of the perks of the user, right? So if you go to the data.js, we have all of these list of perks. Before rendering it, let me just check how it's looking right now. Yes, something like this. It's looking pretty good. You can see in the data for the title, I've specifically used this gray title and gold title for each of them. Inside of this unordered list, I'll have role dot perks dot map. I'll take each and every perk over here, and inside of this, I'll render a list key to be that perk, class name, display flex, gap to be 3, text small, text tone to be 400. In the span tag, we're just rendering a tick mark and that particular perk. So basically, margin top to be 0.5, minimum width is going to be 4 for this tick mark, height to be 4, rounded full. Like you can provide styles according to you. You can, pick and choose what types of styles you want to add right here. I just wanted to add a circle here, right? So yeah, this looks pretty good. Let me just provide with some spacing over here. So in the UL, I'll just say class name space y to be 3. So now, yes, now it's looking much more prettier. Okay, now after this, let's do the pricing section. So after this section, I'll again render the same section tag with all the similar styles. Then I'll have the heading with section label pricing, section heading to be simple, transparent, credit based plans. And I'll add each credit equals 1 session, unused credits roll over. Let's see, yes, something like this. And now below it, I'm going to be having our pricing section over here. Now, what you can do over here, either you can render or build this whole pricing section from absolute scratch, just like I have done over here. But there's actually a much better way to render this, because we will be using clerk billing for adding the pricing, right? So let me show you. First of all, let me just go on and set up the pricing inside of our app. So I'll just go to this billing tab. I'll click on enable billing, enable user billing. I'll save it. There we go. It is done. I'll click on create plan. First of all, let's create the pro plan, right? It has added the key pro. Actually, let me just add the starter plan first. Pro will be after this. Then we can add different features over here. First of all, you can add the pricing here. Where is it? Yep, right here. $29 or whatever that you prefer, right? Then you can add features that users get with it. So first of all, we will have 5 mock interview sessions, since we're getting 5 credits per month. So I'll say 5 mock interview sessions. And actually in the description, we can add this 5 credits per month over here, right? Where did it go? Oops, it's gone. So let me just add all of these features one by one. So here in the name, create feature. Let's add another feature. This one will be for AI feedback report. This, create feature. Then next, HD video call via stream. If you want, you can remove via stream over here as well. Add feature, add it, create feature. Let me just do it quickly and I'll be back. All right, there we go. I've added all of these features right here. Let's save this up. Let's go back to the billing settings and let's click on manage plans. We have created one plan and you can see there's a free plan over here as well. Let's create another plan. So I'll call it Pro. This will be for $69 and provides us with 15 credits per month, right? So I'll just say 69 US dollars. You can also provide the annual fee as a separate fee if you want them to, have the annual plan. That's a pretty good option. And you can also provide them with the free trial, right? This is a really nice feature about clerk billing, right? Let's click on add feature and you can see we have multiple different options already added right here. For this one, I'll have 15 mock interview session. 15 mock interview session. From the pre-existing feature, I'll have the AI feedback report, HD video call via stream, persistent chat thread, credits roll over monthly, and a new feature, recording and playback link, right? So let's just add it over here as well. And I think it would be added. Oops, did it not add? Okay, let me just manually add it. Yep, there we go. All of these have been added right here. You can, rearrange it according to whatever suits you. Let's save this. There we go. Looks like this is done. Let's go to the plans. Yes, all of our 3 plans are right here. Now over here, let me show you. So basically what you can do, since we have enabled the clerk billing, right? So in the page.jsx, instead of creating a separate pricing section, you can just simply render the pricing table component, right? And now you'll notice if you go back inside of your app. So see, this is how it looks like. Currently, like it's going to the next line. So what we can do, to style this, let's just hover on it and you'll notice that right here, we have this class name of CL internal and some code right here, right? So you can copy it up and go to your globus.css and right here, you can just say dot, target that particular class name and just say grid template columns to be this. So now you'll notice that this will appear in one single line, right? So also I noticed in the free, we didn't have anything, like we we didn't add anything in clerk, right? So just go right here and in description, we can say 1 credit per month. So this will be, one-time credit that we provide to the free user. Click on add feature. Since they have 1 credit, they can just book 1 call, right? So 1 mock interview session. So let's see, 1 mock interview session. They will get persistent chat thread and a HD video call via stream. Okay, I think these 3 should be fine. So now if I just refresh this page, yep, we can see all of these details over here in the free as well. Now, if you want to customize it according to you, what you can do, again, you can target specific elements over here. You can make it golden, right? Like something like this, the way I have. Obviously, these are like completely made from absolute scratch, but that would be too much work, right? If you want, you can do this as well. Like, let me show you. See, I've created this pricing section over here where I've created this whole custom component. But that is too much work. Like I've added custom checkout button and stuff right here, right? If you want, you can do this. Otherwise, the simplest way is what I have done right here. Just import this pricing table over here. After this, let's create the CTA section as well. So I'll say section, class name, relative, z index to be 10, padding bottom to be 28, some max width, max margin horizontal to be auto, and some padding horizontal. Inside this section, I'll simply have our stars background demo that we added in the hero section. You might remember because we want it behind our CTA as well. So let's see. Yep, something like this. Let me just provide it with more more elements over here. First of all, some heading of your next interview starts here. After this, I'm simply going to be adding a paragraph tag. Join thousands of engineers already leveling up on prepped. Then after this, we can just simply have the 2 buttons that we added in the hero section, right? First one will be for get started. Other one will be for browse interviewers. So let's see how this looks. Okay, something like this. Let me just wrap this inside of a div. So over here in this section, I'll just add a div. I'll wrap the whole thing up until this point. And for this div, I'll give the class name of relative, border amber 400, rounded 3xl, padding horizontal 3, in bigger screens padding horizontal 16, and some padding vertical with background linear to bottom right from amber 400, text center, overflow hidden, right? So let's see how this looks. Yes, this is exactly how I wanted it to be. And by the way, I have not added the footer, I noticed, right? So here in the layout.js, for the footer, we can say something like footer tag made with love by roadside coder and some simple styles to align it in the very middle. Again, you can customize it according to you. So it will look something like this, right? Beautiful. All right, now let's first of all understand the structure of our database, and then we'll go on and create all of the models for it, right? So you can see we have all of these tables as such. So let's discuss one of the most important tables over here, which is users table, right? It contains ID, clerk user ID, user's email, name, image URL, role. Now this credits is the purchased credits basically that the interviewee have, or remaining credits in their account, right? By default, they will get 1 single credit in free plan. This will contain the current plan, when was the credits last allocated, so that we can check according to our subscription, the bio of the user, title, company. So all of these basically are for the interviewer. I'll show you when we go on and create the models for it, or basically the schema for it. Company, years experience, all of these details related to interview. The category related to the interviewer, credit rate, that is how many credits will be used per call, credit balance earned by the interviewer, and created at and updated at. Now notice, we have this availability table, which has a foreign key called interviewer ID, which connects it to that particular user's availability, right? Where we will define the start time and end time for that particular user daily, and what is the status. Similar to this, we have booking table over here as well, which contain the interviewee's ID and the interviewer ID, start time and end time for that particular call, status of that booking, how many credits have been charged, right? The call ID, where they are going to be joining the recording URL after the call, right? And when it comes to a particular booking, we will also be having the feedback after the call is done, right? The AI feedback. So it will contain all of these different things when it comes to the feedback. Like summary, technical, communication, problem solving, blah, blah, blah. We will, summarize the transcription to figure out all of these things. After that, we have credit transactions. That is, if interviewee books a call with the interviewer, right? we will keep track of all of these different transactions in a separate table. And of course, payouts table as well. When the interviewer triggers a payout, the admin will get the mail and they can approve the particular payout, right? It has different things like payment method, payment detail, net amount, platform fee, blah, 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 right? All of these things. Okay, cool. So why don't we go on and create this schema inside of our app, right? So I'll go back over here in the Prisma folder, schema.prisma file, and right here we can create all of these models one by one. So first of all, the user model, right? What are the things that will be inside of the user model? So first of all, let's add the fields for all of the common things that this user table will have between the interviewer and the interviewee, which can be ID, which is a string at ID, and we will generate a default UUID right here when we insert anything inside the user table. Clerk user ID obviously will come from clerk. Email, name, image URL, all of these are strings and email will be unique to one user. Again, all of these will come from clerk. Role, what is the role of that particular user? So for that, we will define an enum over here. So just like this. So user role can be unassigned, interviewee, or interviewer. By default, it is unassigned, created at and updated at as well. Right, now let's see for the interviewee. So interviewee only fields can be something like this, like the credits, current plan, credits last allocated, and this will be date time, right? For the interviewer, it can be bio, string. By the way, you can see we have question mark over here. That means these are optional fields. These no need to be added from the get-go, right? Title, which company they work in, years of experience, the categories, and let me define actually the categories over here as well. And you can change it according to you as you like. So over here, I'm keeping these many categories inside of our app. So it can be either of these interview category, credit rate, credit balance, right? This will be default to 1. This will be default to 0. After this, we will be adding all of our foreign keys over here. Let me show you. We will be creating the availabilities table, all of the bookings as the interviewee, all of the bookings as the interviewer. Obviously, these are separate for both interviewee and interviewers, transactions, and payout. So let's go and create all of these tables as well. So first of all, for availability, right? So ID, obviously again, interviewer ID, this will be a foreign key to this particular table, right? User table. So what I've done over here, I'm saying in this table right here, we have interviewer ID, which references the ID on the user table, right? And if the user is deleted, we will delete this availability as well. That's why I'm using on delete cascade over here. Okay, start time and end time for the availability. Again, type of date time. Status, what is the availability status over here? So basically this will be an enum. So it can be either available, booked, or blocked. Okay, this we will have the booking table, but one thing that I forgot to show you is this index. So basically index will pair different interviewer IDs with the start time, right? So that we can fetch these details quickly, right? This is a very important concept while creating databases, right? After this, we will have the booking table. Now this one is a little bit bigger. Let me just add a comment right here for bookings. Yes. So again, the ID, the interviewer ID, this is going to be a foreign key to the user table, just like we've done earlier. Sorry, this is interviewee ID and this is interviewer ID, depending on who is booking and depending on who the user is, right? Start time, end time of that particular booking or call. Status, this is also going to be an enum. So I'm going to say booking status can be scheduled, completed, or cancelled, right? So it can be either of these three values right here. By default, it's scheduled. It's charge, how many credits moved from here to there, right? So by default, it's 1. Stream call ID, that's self-explanatory. Recording URL after the call is done. What is the feedback related to that particular call? And this will be the feedback table, which we have not created, and the transaction related to that call as well, right? And created at and updated at. Now we will define 3 indexes on the bottom, and we will pair status and created at together, interviewer ID and status together, and interviewee ID and status together again, so that we can fetch it faster with respect to using these indexes. Now next, feedback table. So basically feedback table again is going to be having an ID, the booking ID, and this booking ID will relate to the booking table right here that we have created. So this thing right here, right? It's telling us that this booking ID in this table will refer to the ID in the booking table, and on delete is going to be cascade. We have different fields over here like summary, and I've added at db.text over here because this can be long as well. Technical, communication, problem solving, all of these different criteria that we will judge the candidate on and generate the AI generated summary. right? Recommendation is going to be a string. Strengths, this can be string, and improvements as well. Overall rating, we can include the feedback rating, which can be either of these: poor, average, good, or excellent. Session rating, session comment if there's any, and created at. Okay. After this, we will have a credit transactions table, which will keep the log of all of our transactions. So it will have the ID. User ID, again, is going to be a foreign key. Amount for that credit transaction. Transaction type, which can be either of these: credit purchase, booking deduction, booking earning, or if there's any manual admin adjustment that if you want to do, you can do it through your database and you can apply this transaction type to that one, right? This is optional. If you want, you can keep it or not. Booking ID, which booking it this particular transaction belongs to, and we're keeping it optional because just in case it's an admin adjustment, right? Or credit purchase as well. The booking details, that is a foreign key to the booking, and created at. Okay, after this, our final table will be for the payout. So I'm going to say payout, ID string, interviewer ID, again foreign key to the interviewer, number of credits that we are requesting to the payout, how much platform fee will be applied, and final net amount with payment method, payment detail, status of the payment, which can either be processing or processed, right? By default, it's processing. Admin note, if admin wants to add any note over here, right? Created at, updated at, processed at, and processed by as well, which is optional, right? And again, a few indexes so that this works properly and quickly. Okay, awesome. So we have added all of these tables right here. And if I show you, as of now, our table in Supabase will be empty. So if I go to table editor right here, see, it is empty, right? So we want to push all of these schema inside of it. So I'll go to my terminal and new terminal, and I'm going to say npx prisma migrate dev. Press enter, and you can see it is trying to connect our database that we have added right here for Supabase, our PostgreSQL database. And every time you add changes to your database, it will ask you to enter the details. Like for example, I'll say create models and press enter, so that it keeps the logs of whatever changes that you made to your database. There we go, it is done. And now you can see we have all of these tables, different tables created right here in Supabase. Right now, all you have to do, you have to say npx prisma generate, so that it generates our Prisma client. So if you go right here, client.ds, it has generated the internal files for Prisma right here. Right, okay. Now inside of lib, I'm going to be creating a new file called prisma.js. Now we will make use of this generated client to create a new Prisma client and connect to our database so that we can query our database and upload data or fetch data, etc. So let's make sure that we have already installed Prisma. Yes, we have Postgres and Prisma both. Okay, nice. So first of all, we are going to be creating a variable called global for Prisma equals global this. So I'll tell you why I've done this. It's because Next.js has hot reloading, and whenever you reload your app, it will create multiple instances for Prisma, right? So I want to keep it persistent. So I'll say function create Prisma client. Inside of this, first of all, you need to create a new pool. So you need to import it from this Postgres right here that we installed. And this is not how we want to import it. Make sure to use import pool from PG. We're going to create a new adapter right here for our Postgres. And by the way, you can see in the connection string, I have given our database URL over here. Creating a new adapter right here. And then we can create a new Prisma client. So I'll say return new Prisma client over here. Great. Now, after this, I'm going to say export const db, and this is what will enable us to query our database. And I'm going to say if global for Prisma has anything inside of it, then use that. Otherwise, create Prisma client right here, right? For the very first time. And I'm going to check if we are on production, then we are not going to be using it, right? I mean, see, in this case, it says not equals to production. So we are going to be saying global for Prisma.Prisma, and we will store this DB instances inside of it. If it's production, then this line will not run. Okay, cool. So finally, we are done setting up our Prisma as well. Now what I want to do, as soon as user logs inside of their app, we want to sync the user inside of our database and add their details inside of the user table right here. Okay, so let's see how we can do that. So here inside of our app, inside of lib, I'm going to be creating a new file called checkuser.js. And we will write a function inside of this, which will run every single time we land on inside of our app, right? It will check multiple different things, like for example, the current user's plan and allocate them credits if not already allocated. It will check their role and perform, actions accordingly, right? And also add users to our database. Okay, let's see how we can do that. So I'll say export const check user. This will be an async function. Inside of this, I'll first of all take our current user from clerk. So there's this function called current user, and this will be imported from @clerk/nextjs/server. Okay. I'll say const user equals await, since it returns a promise. Now, if the user does not exist, I'm going to return null right here. Okay, cool. Now we can perform our action since a user exists. So inside of the try catch block, I'll first of all create the function for getting the current plan. So I'll say await get current plan. So this function obviously does not exist. We are going to be creating it. So how do you get a plan using clerk? We will be using this auth that we have imported right here. So I'm going to create a function called get current plan. Again, async function. And I'll say const. And I'll take out something from this auth right here. And that something is this has function right here. Okay. After this, I'll check. So if you want to check if user has a pro plan or starter plan, you do something like this. You say has, and I'm going to say plan to be pro, then return. Otherwise, if starter, then return starters. Otherwise, we will return free right here, right? That's all. So we got the current plan. Okay, cool. Now let's decide what are the credits that we need to add to them, right? So for that, we will be creating an object called plan credits where we can keep all of the credits. So let's create it right here. If you want, you can create it in the data folder as well. So I'll say plan credits. Pro will get 15, starter will get 5, and free user will get 1 credit per month, right? So according to the current plan, we will fetch the credits. Cool. Now let's first check if user is already added inside of our database. So what I'll do, I'll say await DB. So if you remember, we created it, this DB inside of the Prisma file. So I'll import it from that file itself. So you can see just like this, right? So db.user, and we want to query the users table inside of our database. So I'll say db.user.findUnique. That means find the item which has the unique clerk user ID, because this is a unique field, right? So I'll say where clerk user ID is this user ID that we're getting from clerk right here. And this will give us our user if we have already added it inside of our database. Okay. So after this, I'll check if logged in user exists, then we will do something over here. That something will be allocating them credits. Now, first of all, we need to check if the user is interviewer, because if they are interviewer, we don't need to give them any credits, right? So I'll say if logged in user dot role is equals to interviewer, then return logged in user. Now, what you can do is you can also not have this check right here, because anyways, we are keeping the balance separately and the credits separately, right? So if you want, you can remove this over here as well. This is completely optional. It's not like interviewer will be able to, withdraw the credits that they are getting for free, right? So then after this, I'm going to create a function called should allocate credits, and I will check if they should get the credits or not. I'll provide it with the logged in user and their current plan, right? Again, this function does not exist. So let's create this function. Right below this, I'll say const should allocate credits. And this will be a straightforward function. Let me show you. So this will take the current DB user and the current plan as I showed you. And inside of this, we will allocate them credits first of all if their plan has changed, like they have gone from starter to pro plan, right? So we will add the condition over here. If db.user.current plan is not equals to the current plan, then return true. Okay. We will also allocate them if they have never been allocated before, that they have just purchased the plan. Or maybe they have just logged into our platform and they have to get the free credits, the 1 free credit, right? So in that case as well, if credits last allocated field is empty, then we will return true. Okay. Now the third case can be, let's say they have subscribed to a plan, but a new month has come, right? So we need to allocate them new credits. And for that, we have credits last allocated at field where we will keep the date, right? So first of all, I'll take the current date, and then I'll take the last date, that is db.user.credit last allocated at, and then I'll check if it's a new month or the previous month. So is new month now.get full year. I'm going to compare the year if it's more than the last year, or month is more than the last month. then we will return is new month right here. Okay, cool. Simple enough. Let's continue this. Instead of it, if it returns us true, then we will query our database and allocate the credits accordingly, according to our current plan, of course, that we have taken right here. So I'll say return await db.user.update this time. I'll say where clerk user ID is this, and data is going to be the credits, the current plan accordingly, and the current date, because right now they were allocated. Okay, cool. Now these are all were the case when user was logged in. So I'll just simply return logged in user. Let's cover the case where user was not found, right? They were not logged in. So for the new user, first of all, let's get their name from clerk. So I'll say const name equals user.first name, user.last name. Then we will create the user simply inside of our database. So I'll say return await db.user.create. We will create this new field inside of our database. Inside our data, I'll provide clerk user ID, name, image URL from clerk, email, credits, current plan, and credits last allocated at. Awesome. And that's pretty much it actually. Instead of catch, I'll add this console.error if anything goes wrong. Right, and I think that's about it. Let's take this check user and we will call it inside of our header file, because that is something that is common throughout our app, right? So inside of components, inside of header.jsx, right here, first of all, let's make this an async. And now we can provide this user await check user. Let's see if this works or not. So I'll go back to my app. Let's refresh it up. Okay, so we're getting this error, Prisma PG is not defined. Okay, I have not imported it. And the Prisma client as well. Okay, so let's import all of these two things. So Prisma client and Prisma Postgres. Okay, I think it should not be a problem now. Let's go and refresh the page. And now it's giving error at Prisma/adapter-pg not installed. It should have installed when I did init, but okay, it's not. So I'll just say npm install, npm install at Prisma/adapter, and let's install at Prisma/client as well. Okay, I guess everything is done, but now we have a new issue. So it says has is not a function. Let's go and check. We've imported has. I think, oh yeah, this is a function, right? So now it will return us has over here. Let's see if it works. And I think it did. Let's go to Supabase and refresh this. And there we go. We have the user inside of our database. Let's see. We have one credit. Current plan is free. Okay, nice. This looks awesome. Let's go on and actually subscribe to a plan, So I'll click on subscribe right here. Oh, and this is breaking. Wow. Okay, so let's just fix this first. So inside of the page.jsx file, we have pricing table over here, right? And I think something called as, yes, it has appearance. Inside of this, we have, I'm not sure, elements, I believe. Elements, actually, it is checkout props. And then inside of it, we want appearance to, customize the drawer. And then we have elements. Inside of that, we need to customize the drawer root. And again, you can find all of these things in their documentation. So I just checked it, so I got it. So Z index is going to be 2000, let's say. We'll keep it higher. Now let's see. And now if I click on subscribe, yes, this is on the top. Let's subscribe to it. I'll pay with test card since we are in the development mode. And payment was successful. Okay, nice. Continue. And it should have updated our database. And you can see over here, it shows that this is the active plan. By the way, you can customize these buttons over here to be golden, just like our theme, right? So it will look good. Let's check our Supabase. There we go. Credits is 5 and current plan is starter. Amazing, right? So all of these things are working flawlessly. We can switch to a higher plan if we like. You can see something like this. It will reduce the price of starter and adjust it in this. Cool. All right. So now that is done. What I want to do, I want to create my onboarding page now. But before creating that, let's just add these links on the top, right? According to if user is the interviewer or the interviewee. So what I'll do, I'll go right here and there must be something called as role, right? You can see it can be either of these three things. Let's put it as interviewee first, and then we will add those buttons on our header. Obviously, we will be adding an onboarding screen so that user can choose their role over there. But for now, we are just manually adding the value. So let's do one thing. We need to go to header, right? So inside of component, header.jsx. And right here, this is where we are going to be adding both of those things. So we're getting the role from this user over here. So first of all, inside of this, when user is signed in, actually, That is over here. So I think I have added it in the wrong place. It should be right here. Okay. So first of all, when user is signed in and if their role is interviewer, I'm going to show a button component from Shadcn UI and a link component from Next.js, which will take us to /dashboard. So dashboard right here. So since we've added this first, why don't we go on and switch the role to interviewer first. So I'll just choose interviewer over here first. Okay. And now let's refresh our page. We should see a dashboard button right here. Yep, just like this. It's a ghost variant. If you want, you can change it to probably something like gold. Now, when it comes to the interviewee, below this, we are going to be showing the explore button and my appointments page, right? So it will be very simple. So again, if user.role is interviewee, then I'll add the button with variant ghost. It will have the users icon and I'll say explore right here. In the smaller screens, we will just show the icon and not the title. For the appointments page, we will have button variant default with the calendar days icon and my appointments. So let's see if I change the role over here to interviewee and refresh my page, you're going to notice we have this explore and my appointments button right here. How beautiful it looks. Okay, cool. Now that we have done this, what I want a credits button over here as well, according to the role of obviously. So if we are the interviewer, so it shouldn't really show this in case of the interviewer. When they click on it, they should be gone to the dashboard page to do the payout, right? So I guess this is a bug in production that I'll fix right here. So right here in credits, I'm going to be saying a credit button component, which obviously does not exist. We will create it right now. So I'm going to say if user.role is equals to interviewer, then we'll send the interviewer, otherwise interviewee. And we will send the credits as well. If user.role is interviewer, then we will send the credit balance, that is how much they have earned. Otherwise, the credits that they have purchased, right? If it's the interviewee. Okay, let's create this component. So inside of components, I'm going to create a new file called creditbutton.jsx. So here in this credit button, this will be a client component, by the way, since this will run on the client, basically not the server. So there are basically two types of components in Next.js, server component and client component. Client component are much more dynamic and allow you to use features like using hooks inside of it, right? But server components, since they run on server, they have very limited access to the React features and they are mostly useful for fetching the data and basic stuff like rendering the UI. So I'll say export default function credit button. This will take the role and credits. And inside of this, first of all, I will take a state right here, open and set open, because we are going to be opening a modal over here, right? And we will decide what happens using this handle click function. We will write the logic inside of it very soon. And after this, simply inside of the return, we are going to be having a button. So I'll say a button component. This will have variant button, class name border amber 400 with 20% opacity, text amber 400, cursor pointer, on click, hand click. Inside of this button, I'm going to show a coins icon with size 14 and we will render the credits that user has, right? So if it's the interviewer, we'll show credits and earned, otherwise we'll show the balance, right? So I'll just show credits. That is the credits that they have bought for the interviewee. So let's see. Okay, so credit button is not defined because we have not imported it over here. Let's import it just like this and check. And there we go. We can see it right here. Okay, I think there's some spelling mistake. So it should be credits. Now in the handle click right here, inside this, I'm going to say, if the role is of interviewer, we will take them to the dashboard page. Otherwise, we will say set open to true. Set open what? The modal, right? So I'm going to be creating a new component over here for upgrade modal. This will be useful in multiple different places. Obviously, this does not exist. So inside of components, I'm going to create a new file, upgrade modal.jsx, RAFCE. And this honestly is going to be very straightforward. We have already created our pricing section. So we are just going to be triggering it, or pricing table from clerk, right? So let me just import it actually over here first. So this will take our state open and set open function to change that state when we close it, right? So let's receive it over here. And it will take three things: open, on open change, and the reason that we are trying to upgrade. Like for example, later on when user is trying to access the recording, we will give them the error that since you are on the starter plan, you don't have access to the recording. For that, you will need to upgrade to the pro plan. Okay. Now we need to open a dialog when we click on it. So, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, it's showing the text. It's fine. So let's go to Shadcn UI actually over here. And we have a dialog component. See, this is the one. If you click on open dialog, it opens up a dialog like this. Okay. So we've already installed it, so we don't need to install it again. Let's copy this code and we will paste it right here inside of, actually we'll just paste it right here, right? We don't need the trigger over here. Let's see, yeah, we need all of these things. I'm gonna paste, like import all of these things, and I'll say use client. So this is going to be a client component. Okay, now first of all, let's provide it with the open and on open change so that we can open and close it. So let's try it out first actually. Dialog is not defined. I think it is defined now. Yep, if I click on it, yes, you can see this dialog that is being opened over here. Awesome. Let's provide it with some styles now. So when it comes to dialog content, I'm going to say border amber 200 with 20% with 10% opacity, minimum width, maximum height, and some overflow via scroll. So it looks something like this. Inside of it, it's going to be fairly simple. First of all, inside of the header, I'm going to say a div with an alert circle icon, and the dialog title, I'll say upgrade your plan. And if there's any reason that user has given, we can render that reason right here. So it looks something like this. Okay. Below it, simply we can render our pricing table. So below this dialog header, I'm going to be having a div, class name, padding horizontal 2, padding bottom to be 6, and here I'll render the pricing. Let me just take this whole thing from page.jsx right here, this whole thing, so that we can adjust the styling that we added. So paste it over here, make sure to import it, and now let's see, there we go. It looks beautiful. Amazing. So we have created this functionality successfully for our users, right? Let's change our role to the interviewer, right? So I'll just click on it and I'll say interviewer. Let's go back and refresh our page. We can see we have dashboard now and 0 earned. But if we click on it, you'll notice that this takes us to the /dashboard page. Amazing. So both of the roles functionality are working fine. One more thing that I want to add over here is the redirection logic. But you know what? Let's add that after we have added the onboarding, right? So for now, I'll just keep it as unassigned. I'll revert it back to unassigned. Cool. And let's now start working on our onboarding page. So if you click on get started, it will take us to /onboarding. So these pages like onboarding or, interviewer dashboard or my appointments page for the interviewee, all of these are private pages, right? And they should only be accessed after user is signed in. So first of all, what I want to do, I want to go to my proxy.js right here. And here I want to add all of the protected routes. So how do you add it? Above this, you have to say create route matcher. And this will be imported from clerk. And I'll assign it const is protected route, right? And we can provide routes just like this. And we can provide more routes over here like appointments, explore, dashboard, onboarding, etc. Right now, we will make use of this inside of this clerk middleware to check what page we are currently in. So inside of this clerk middleware, we're going to be adding a callback. So a callback function just like this. This will be an asynchronous function and will take auth and the request object. Inside of this, from auth, first of all, we'll get the logged in user's ID and we will check if user is not logged in, that is user ID is not there, and we are on the protected route. That is, we're going to supply the request object to this and it will do the job, right? If that is the case, then we want to redirect the user to sign in page. So that is what we're going to do. And then after it, we're going to continue things to work, right? So I'll say return next response. So basically import it from next/server and I'll say next. So it will move on to the next thing, whatever that you want to do. All right, cool. Now that our private routes are protected, let's go on over here inside of app. I'm going to create a new folder called main and I'm going to wrap it in parentheses because this is basically for grouping all of the routes. And inside this, I'm going to be adding a new file called layout.jsx so that whatever route that we add inside of this main folder over here have same styles that I'm going to provide, the same parent styles basically. Let's call it main layout. And I'm going to be taking the children right here. And we're going to simply return a div with these children with class name container, margin horizontal auto, and margin vertical to be 32. Okay, cool. Let's create the route. Our first route, which is going to be for the onboarding page. So I'm going to create a new folder over here for onboarding. And this is how the routing works in Next.js. Whenever you create a new folder inside of app, if it's not in parenthesis or if it does not have any underscore before the name, it basically forms a route. And I would highly encourage you guys to go to Next.js documentation. Let me show you. Just search Next.js docs routing, something like this. And yep, there it is. So I think it's the old page router. You can click on app router over here. Go to linking and navigation, I think. No, actually you have to go to project structure right here. Yes. It will tell you exactly what are the different files, what roles they have in Next.js, like layout, page, loading, not found, etc., etc., right? All of these things. It will tell you about nested routing, dynamic routes. Again, I'm also going to be discussing all these dynamic routes and stuff in this video as well as we move forward when we encounter that use case. But ahead of time, you can go through this right here and you will get a good idea if you have not worked before in Next.js. Okay, so there's that. And inside of the onboarding route, I'm going to say page.jsx. And this basically is our onboarding page. So I'll say RAFCE. I'll say onboarding page, right? And let's go on and check if it's rendering. So I'll just, okay, it's refreshing. There we go. Yep, this is what we wanted. Cool then. Let's go inside of this onboarding page. Now, when it comes to onboarding, we want to display both of the options in the very center, right? So over here, I'm going to give the class name of minimum height to be screen, that is full height, 100 viewport height, background black, some horizontal padding, some vertical padding of 24, flex column, that is from top to bottom, and items to be center. So this should render this on the very center. Yep, something like this. Wait, I think we need to get rid of this background black over here. Yep, now it's better. Inside of this, I'm going to be having a div with width to be full, max width to be 2XL. And here we are going to be rendering our heading, right? So first of all, for the heading, we're going to have a div text center, margin bottom to be 10. And inside of it, I'll have a section label that we have created earlier called welcome and an H1 tag with font serif, text 5XL, leading tide, tracking tide, so that they are a bit closer, some gray title and some gold title over here as well. And below this H1, we're going to have a simple paragraph saying this helps us personalize your experience. You can't change this later, right? So you can only select this once. Let's check it out. There we go. See how beautiful this looks. All right, now before moving forward, what I want to do is I want to write the server action for this first, or the API for this first, right? So what are server actions? So server actions are basically functions that are executed on our server. Simple enough, and not on our client. So right here, I'm going to be creating a new folder on our root called actions. And here I'm going to be creating different files for different types of server actions. Like first of all, I'm going to be creating for onboarding.js. And one thing that is very important for server action, that you have to write this use server flag on top, right? So let's create our first server action, which will be for completing the onboarding. So I'll say export const complete onboarding. It will be async, and this will take the data that will be needed to complete the onboarding basically. First of all, we will check if user is logged in or not, right? Just like we have checked before in check user. I'll say await current user from clerk. So make sure it's at clerk next.js/server, something like this. We'll take the user, and if user is not there, then return error unauthorized. Or you can also say throw new error and then write over here unauthorized, something like this. You can remove the return over here. But if user is authorized, then we're going to take out the stuff from this data, which is going to be the role, title, company, years of experience, bio, categories, right? All of these things. Now, first of all, I'll check if role is not there and role is neither of these two things. Then we're going to throw the error invalid role. Okay, we have to cover all of the edge cases, right? And now I'm going to check if role is of the interviewer. Then I'll check if all of these things are provided or not. If not, I'm going to throw the error. After that, I'm going to have a try catch block right here. And then I'll make the call inside of it to our database. So I'll say await db.user.update, and I'll say where clerk user ID is this. And I'll provide the data with the role. And if the role is interviewer, then we will provide all of these things right here. And in the end, we will return success to be true. And inside of catch, I'm going to return, like I'm going to say console.error, onboarding error, and I'm going to throw new error, something like this. Okay, nice. Let's go back to our page, onboarding page right here. And by the way, this is going to be a client component. Use client. Now, first of all, let's add a few states right here. Like for example, we're gonna select the role, right? So I'm gonna keep a state over here to keep the selected role inside of it. Okay. We are also going to be, filling a form if user is an interviewer. So why don't I just show you guys? See over here inside of our app, if I selected the interviewer, we will have this form over here. Otherwise, something like this, right? Okay. So here I'm going to be keeping a state for our form with all of these different fields. So first of all, after our header, I'm going to check if role is not selected. So not role, and I'm going to be rendering my onboarding roles right here. So if you see inside of this data that we have copied earlier, we have something called as, let me see, this onboarding role, right? With value, icon, title, and description. So over here, I'm going to be having a div with class name grid. The bigger screens, grid columns 2, and actually in bigger and smaller both, grid columns 2, gap to be 4 and width to be full. Inside of this, I'll render the onboarding roles dot map. I'll take each and every role. Inside this, I'm going to be rendering a button. So this button will have a key of r dot value. Type will be button, obviously. On click, we're gonna set the role to r dot value. This set role right here, right? Whatever role is. Inside of this button, I'll first of all have a span tag with width to be 11, height to be 11, rounded XL, background amber 400 with 10% transparency or opacity, border amber 400, display flex, item center, and justify to be center. So this icon is in the center, text XL, margin bottom to be 5. Below it, we are going to be having the title and a description. So I'll say H3 with r.title with some simple styles, and same with the description as well with text. Let's see how this looks. So if I go to our app, yes, something like this. Let's just style our button a little bit as well. So I'll say text to be left, rounded to XL, some padding, border color, some background color. On hover, we're gonna make the border a little bit intense. On hover, we're gonna translate it so that we can show that we are hovering it. It will go a little bit up, right? Minus translate y 0.5. And we are providing some transition to it, so it's very smooth. Let's see. Yep, you see something like this, and it's actually pretty low right now. What I want to do, let's make the vertical padding a little bit less. So let's say padding y of 16. How about that? Or even less, 10. You know what? I've just removed it altogether, and I think now it's much better. Yes, because we've already given the margin to the layout, right? If you click on it, you'll see it will disappear because it will only be visible when the role is not selected. Okay, cool. After this, if the role is selected, so I'll say role, and we're going to be rendering a div over here with class name flex column, and gap to be 6. Inside of it, we're gonna render a strip over here from where user can change their decision, right? Something like this. See, change. So this is very important since we don't have any back button or something over here, right? So inside of this div, I'm going to be having another div which will render things like icon and title. So let me actually add another wrapper div over here because there's going to be two things, right? One, whatever role that we have selected, we want to, find that role and we want to render the icon for it. And again, this is just basic styles that we have done earlier. We are just adding a background to the icon. And below this, I'm going to write the title for it, right? And I'm going to say selected role. So let's see actually up until this point. Yep, something like this. No, this is our deployed app, my bad. Yeah, something like this. Okay, this looks good. Below this, simply we can add a button for changing it. So not here, here. So button variant outline size small. Let's add the button. On click, set role to null. So let's see. And we should see both of those options back. Here we go. If you click on change, yes, we are back over here. Okay, nice. Let's work on other things. Mainly, I think now what's remaining is the interviewer form. So below this div, we're going to be creating the interviewer form. Otherwise, we are just going to be having a button for submitting it, right? So I'll add button, variant gold, size hero, class name weight to be full. Disabled I've put true over here. We will change it to, add loading and stuff over here. Here as well, we will add the loading variable. For now, just to show you, I'm just showing this right here. On click, we'll trigger this handle submit function, which obviously does not exist. We will create it. If it's loading, then we'll show setting up your account. Otherwise, according to the role, we will show the button like create interview profile or go to dashboard. So for now, let me just create this empty function over here, const handle submit like this, right? Let's see how this looks currently. See, something like this. In case of this, interviewer, yes, UE. Cool, we will come back to this. First of all, let's work on our interviewer form. So here, I'll check if the role is equals to the interviewer, then we're gonna render a div right here with this background, border white, rounded 2XL, some padding, display flex column, and some gap. Right, inside of this div, first of all, we want to input the title and company. So I'll have a div over here. So first of all, for the title, I'm going to be having a label component from Shadcn UI with current title and the input component from Shadcn UI with ID title. This is very simple, like similar to the input that we have in HTML, right? Placeholder, value, form.title. So form, again, if you don't remember, this is the state right here. And on change, we are updating the title inside of this state. After this, we are having the company field, right? Again, same thing, just like for title. Again, the only thing different is this and this right here, and this obviously. After this, we're gonna render the years. So we'll have a div inside of which I'm gonna render the years option. So again, this will come from our data right here with value and label. If you want, you can add more years to it. That's a dot map. Here, I'll take each and every option, and inside of this, I'll have a button. Inside of the button, I'll have option dot label. And this will also be having the key, obviously, type button. On click, I'm going to say set form and update years of experience field. And when it comes to the class name, so basically this is going to be like a select, right? So here, I'm going to say if that particular year is selected, so form.year of experience equals option.value, then I'm going to make it amber color, otherwise it will be white color. So let me show you first right here. See, something like this looks good. After this div, we're going to be rendering the categories. So again, similar to how we have rendered these years, we will be making the use of categories which will be imported from our data. So here I'll say categories, again imported from @lib/data dot map each and every category. And inside of this, first of all, let me show you how categories looks like. So basically this has this value null as well, and the reason for that is this categories will also be used in the explore page to select the filters, right? So that's why there's a null filter. So we need to handle this situation over here. I'm going to say if category dot value is not there, then return null. Otherwise, we're going to check which is the active category right now. So form.categories.include cat.value. After that, I'll say return a button right here. Actually, it should be curly braces, not parenthesis. So let me just make it curly braces. Yeah, something like this. Okay. Now when it comes to this button, inside of this, I'll render the cat.label and same things, just like we have added here in the years of experience. I'm going to say key equals cat.value, type to be button. On click, we're going to trigger this toggle category function, which does not exist. Let me just create it. I'll show you how to do it. And in class name, simply, I'm going to check if that category is active, then show it in the amber color, otherwise white color. So let's go on the top right here. I'm going to be having this toggle category function, which will take the particular category. And you can see this is an array, right? So I'm going to say set form. I'll take all of the previous values, and in the categories, I'll check if it already includes this category, then I'm going to filter it out. Otherwise, I'm going to add it inside of it, right? Simple enough. Let's try it out actually first. So here, yes, this is working flawlessly. Amazing. After categories, we also have bio. So over here, I'm going to say text area. It's just like input field. We just have to provide some rows and maximum length that we want to input. Placeholder, what is the value, and on change, again, same like previously. We're just changing bio over here. Let's see. Yes, this is nice. Okay, and yeah, we have button already right here. Let me make this false for now, and you will see we have create interviewer profile. If I put this false as well, it will be activated just like this. Okay. So let's create this handle submit function. So inside this handle submit function, we are going to be making the API call. First of all, let's decide if we can submit our form or not. So I'm going to say const can submit if role is equals to interviewee, or if role is equals to interviewer and is interviewer valid. So we have to create this variable as well. So this variable will basically check if we have added all of the fields. So over here, I'm going to say is interviewer valid. So we're going to check all of these fields right here. If they are valid, only then this will be activated. So I'll check here if can submit is not true, then we will return it. All right. So now let's talk about how we are going to be making the API call. So we have created this server action, right? Create onboarding. But to fetch the data, what we have to do, we have to create 3 different states. One for data, one for loading, and one for error. So to avoid that, and to avoid writing the same logic again and again in every component, why don't we go on and create a custom hook for it, right? And by the way, custom hooks are also very important for your front-end interviews, which I have discussed a lot in my front-end interview preparation course. So make sure to click the link in the description down below and check it out. So inside this hooks folder, I'm going to be creating a new file called use-fetch.jsx. We're going to create a new custom hook right here. So let's say for this one, I'll say const use fetch equals whatever this is, right? This is basically a normal function, and I'm going to take a callback inside of it, which is going to be basically a API call, in this case, our create project call. So what will this contain? It will contain the 3 states that I just discussed: data, loading, and error, right? All of these 3 states, which we create again and again when we have to do an API call. Let's create a fn function over here, and this is going to be an asynchronous function, which is the only thing that we would be needing to call in the end when we have to trigger an API call, and we will write all of our logic inside of it, which we are going to reuse again and again, right? And in the end, I'm going to return data, loading, error, and this function right here. And also, if we want to, manipulate this data from outside, I'm just going to send this set data as well. And I'll say export default use fetch. What's going on over here? Let me just import use state just like this. Okay. Now, inside of this function over here, first of all, before fetching our API, we're going to say set loading to true and set error to null, right? Oops, sorry, it is export default, not export delete. Yeah, so set loading and set error by default values, this will be true and this will be null. Then inside of this, I'm going to have a try catch block for handling our errors and all. Inside the try block, I'm going to say const response equals await callback, whatever this callback is. And let's say if you want to provide it with some extra arguments, I'm going to take this args from over here and provide it inside of this args. Then I'll say set data to whatever the response that we get from it. So I'll say response and set error to be null. But what if we do get any error over here? Then I'll say set error to be error. And I'll say toast.error to be error.message. So by the way, this toast will come from the Sonar component that we have installed at the beginning. And then after this, finally, in the end, I'm going to say set loading to be false. So by the way, for this one, we also have to add it inside of our layout.js file. So right here, I'll say toaster, and I'm going to say rich colors over here. Okay, cool. Now this should work whenever any error occurs. Our use fetch hook should handle it out of the box. So let's take this use fetch hook and make use of it inside of our page.jsx. So on the top over here, I'll say also, by the way, I need router as well, because after we have onboarded the user, we want to route them as well, right? So I'll say use router, make sure to import from next/navigation only. And then I'm going to say use fetch hook that we just now created, import it. And inside of this, I'm going to provide this complete onboarding server action that we had created. And this will give us data, loading, and function. I'm going to rename the function to onboarding function. Okay, cool. Let's make use of it here in our handle submit. So this will be straightforward. We're just going to call this onboarding function over here with role. And if the role is of the interviewer, then we will provide all of these things as well. And after the call has been made, after we have the data, so this data right here, I'll have a use effect hook and I'll check if data is there and there is no error, right? Actually, I think we can say if loading is not going on. Then I'm going to say router.push to the dashboard page. And it should be actually be with respect to the role. So what I can do, if role is of the interviewer, I'll say if role is of the interviewer, then the dashboard page. Otherwise, this will be /explore. Yes, that's more like it. Let's put the role. Okay, we don't need to put the role over here. That's fine. Okay. Apart from this, when it comes to our button, we also need to add some values over here as well. Like our button will be disabled when can submit is false and loading is true. And over here as well, we need to add loading. Okay. I think we're pretty much done. Let's reload our page. Okay, use effect is not defined. Let's import use effect. Save this and check it out. Let's try to select the interviewee and I'm going to click on go to dashboard. Why is it showing go to dashboard? Should not show it go to dashboard for the interviewee. I think, hold on a second. Yeah, it should show explore interviewers. That's more like it. And we have some error over here as well. Let's see in our terminal. Okay, right here. DB is not defined. Okay, so looks like we have not imported it. Let's go to complete onboarding and let's import this DB from Prisma. Let's try this again. I'll click on explore interviewers, say setting up your account, and there we go. We are in /explore page. Amazing. But there's a problem over here. So if I go back to onboarding page, you'll notice that it is allowing us to come here. That is wrong. We should redirect them back to the explore page if they're interviewee or dashboard if they're interviewer, right? So what we will do, I'll go to my header.jsx and right here, I will add some redirection logic. So I'll create a component right here called role redirect, and this will only run if user has any role, right? So I'll say if user is there actually, only then this will run. So let's get this component right here. I'm going to be creating a new file, role redirect.jsx, RAFCE, and this is going to be very straightforward. First of all, we will add the routes for both interviewers and interviewee, something like this. If there are more routes that you have created inside of your application, you can add them over here. And we will take two things at the beginning, which is use path name and use router. And by the way, since we're using hooks over here, and wait a minute, it should be coming from next/navigation. Yes, since we're using this, it should be use client. Okay. So after we have both of these things, we will take a use effect right here. And by the way, it won't return us anything. So return null. Here, I'll have a use effect hook. We'll take the callback, and this will run whenever the role changes, path name changes. Oops, it should be role, or the router, right? So we keep all these three crucial elements. And now inside this, simply we have to write some redirection logic. Like for example, we have to consider different cases. Like if like role is unassigned and path name is not equals to onboarding, then we need to send them to onboarding page. Okay. Now we need to make sure that users who are already onboarded should not be on the onboarding page. So if role is interviewer and they are on the onboarding, send them to dashboard. If they are interviewee, send them to explore. Okay. After this, we need to make sure interviewee and interviewer cannot access each other's pages. So if role is of the interviewer and they are on the interviewee's pages, that is pages apart from there, we're going to send them to dashboard. Otherwise, vice versa for the interviewee, right? That is all. And now I don't think we will be able to go to the onboarding page anymore. So let's go back and see. Okay, so we get the error role is not defined. Is it inside of over here? Role redirect. Oh yeah, we have to take this role from the header. So I'll take the role over here and I'll send it from right here. Let's see now. Yes, we tried to go to onboarding page. It sent us to the explore page. Awesome. All right, now let's go on and build our explore page. That is where users are going to find the interviews. As of now, I've only registered as one interviewer over here, and this is my other ID that I'm using as an interviewee. So this is how the page is going to be looking like. You can search over here. Obviously, there's just one, so not much to search over here. You can select different categories right here. You can see in these categories there's no interviewer, so you can clear filter. This person is in front end, back end, and full stack, right? So let's go on and build this. So here in prepped, let's do one thing. Let me sign out and let me log in with another ID and let me register as an interviewer, right? So that we have something to work with. Let's click on get started. Yes, I want to interview, let's say DevOps engineer, company, Google. 5 years experience. Let's choose DevOps, system design. I have worked on Mang companies and on and cracked various startups as well. Some random text over here. Let's create the account. create interviewer profile, and we are on the slash dashboard. Okay, let me go back and log in again to the previous ID. Cool. Now let's start building the explore page. First of all, I'm going to build the server action for it. So in the actions, I'm going to create a new file, explore.js. And over here, again, let's use server, and I'm going to create export const get interview. For this, I'll have a try catch block, inside of which we can find all of the interviewers, right? So I'll say const interviewers await db.user.find many. And inside of this, I'll find everyone with role interviewer, and I'll select some specific information like ID, name, image, title, company, years of experience, bio, categories, credits, all of these things, right? And obviously availability for them as well, right? And I don't think this person will be available since we have not set their availability inside of the dashboard. So let me see actually inside of our Supabase. Yep, this is the interviewer. If you see in the availability, it should be actually right here in the availability. So it's not present. So we would need to add the availability over here for this person. So either we can, add it manually for now. Let me do that. Just click on insert over here, insert row. ID can be anything interviewer. Let's select the interviewer to be this. Start time. Let's choose from this times. I'm just selecting some random time over here from this time, this AM to PM. Status is going to be available, and save it. Okay, it says null column ID. Should have picked an ID itself. Let me just generate a random ID. So UUID generator. There we go. It is generated. Let's see if this works or not. Save. Okay, nice. It did work. Cool. So for now we have, simulated it, and this will help us to create our explore page. So, okay, there we go. We will get our interviewers right here. And after this, I'm going to say order by created at descending. Okay. And then I'm going to return all of the interviewers. Inside the catch, I'll throw if there's any error right here and return the empty array. Okay. Now let's create the new page for the explore. So I'll create a new folder for explore. Inside this, I'm going to create a new file for page.jsx. RAFCE. Let's call it explore page. Okay. Let's fetch the data right here. Now, notice this is not a client component. So we can just do this. Await get interviewers, and this should be async. So this is a server component. So we can fetch the data directly right here. Let's add a main tag over here, and I'll say class name, minimum height to be screen, background to be black, and I'll say explore page. Let's see how this looks. Okay, it's saying error is not defined. Wait, okay, this should be error. Let's see. Wait, what is it? Okay, I think in the layout, yes, it should be here instead of all of this. Let me just keep it simple. Margin top to be just to cover our header. Yep. Now it's much better. Okay. Now inside of this explore page, let me show you something. Inside of our deployed app, you will notice that we have something like this. And this is something that we will be using in multiple different places inside of our app. So why don't we go on and create this component so that we can use it again and again. So inside of our reusable file, components, reusables.jsx, let me just bring it in real quick because it's not much to be done over here. See, I've just created this page header component, which will take label, gray text, gold text, description, and if there's anything on the right. It's basically children. So inside the div, I have another div where I'm rendering the section label that we have already created. If there's gray text, I'm rendering gray title, gold for gold title, right? And the description. And on the bottom, we are rendering if there's anything on the right side, right? Any child component. So we are rendering that right here. And these are very basic stylings right here. Major focus should be on understanding the logic. Stylings and stuff is, honestly the simple part while creating an application. Even ChatGPT can write it. Okay, let's close this up. And right here inside of the main, we are going to be rendering this page header. Let's import it. I'm going to provide the label explore, find your, export interviewer, and the description. Let's see. Okay, it's giving another error that DB is not defined. Okay, so over here inside of get interviews, yes, we have not defined DB right here. Cool. There we go. We have this heading over here. Looks good. Now below it, we can render the other stuff. And for that, I'm going to be creating a component over here called explore grid. So I'll have a div with max width to be 6 XL, MX Auto, some padding horizontal, and in the bigger screens, padding horizontal is going to be 0, padding vertical is 10. Let's get this explore grid. So right here, instead of explore, I'm going to create a new folder called components. You can also create it underscore component so that Next.js does not consider it as a route. So I'll create a new file, exploregrid.jsx, RAFCE, explore grid. And this will take this interviewers, right? Let's import it right here. And we'll send the interviewers information inside of it so that we can render it. Oh, by the way, I just actually realized something. Since we're creating this explore, right? Let's say we are the interviewer. So we don't want to see ourselves over here. So what we can do, apart from this role interviewer over here, we can also say the clerk user ID should not be equal to the currently signed in user ID. Right, so let me just take the current signed in user on the top like this. Let's import it from clerk. All right, that's all we need to make change over here. Now, when it comes to explore grid, over here, we are going to be rendering all of the interviewers, right? So actually, one more thing, if you go inside of my GitHub repository, there's this file called helpers.js inside of this lib folder over here, right? And I want you to copy the contents of this folder because there are a few functions that we are going to be using in many places again and again. And don't worry, I will explain you what these functions are all about. I'll paste this and I'll say helpers.js. And as we encounter these functions, we are going to be discussing them. So basically, see, these are very simple functions like format date full, format time. We're just formatting stuff over here. The only major function over here is the generate slot, which we don't need to worry about right now. We will worry about it when we render all of the slots for the user, and then I will explain you each and everything right here. Right. Just for this explore grid, I think the only thing that will be used is this format time, that we will be rendering the time in this format right here. So we are going to be using this date-fns library. So let's just install it right now. I'll say npm install date-fns. And from date-fns, we will get this format function, which is very useful. And here we will use it to format our date or time, basically, right? So something like this in this case. Cool. Let's go back to explore grid right here. We are getting all the interviewers list over here. Let's do one thing. We will take two states over here. One for the active category when we select any filter, and other one for the search, right? And let's make this a client component. So use client below the search. Like if there's anything inside of the search or the like the category as well, we want to filter the interviewers, right? So I'll say const filtered equals, I'll use the use memo hook. Memo hook from React. And also let's just import use state as well. And inside of this, we will take a callback. So basically this will help us memoize the search and, doesn't put pressure on our browser or doesn't re-render it, right? So inside of this, whenever interviewers changes, active category changes, or search changes, only then we'll perform this action or we'll re-trigger it, right? So basically I'm saying interviewers.filter, and I'll take this matches category inside of it. Let me just do it something like this. Yes. So I'm going to take this matches category. Active category is null, or if it includes anything. Then first of all, let me just take the search as well. So query const q equals search to lowercase dot trim. And then over here, first of all, we will match the search. So matches search equals, if query is not there, then we'll return false, obviously. And we will search it in name, title, and company, all these three things. Right, if either of this is true, we will return that particular object for the interviewer, right? So I'll return matches category and matches search. So both of these should be true. This should be true regardless, right? It can be either all or it can be either of the categories over here. Okay, cool. So we have this filtered right here. Let's go on and render it over here. First of all, for the parent div, I'm going to say display flex to be column, gap to be 8. Inside of it, we will first build our filters bar over here. So I'll take a div. Inside this, first of all, let's render our search. So inside this div, I will render a search icon along with the input from Shadcn UI. So make sure to import this input and this search. So I'll show you what I'm doing over here. Basically, inside this input, we will align this search icon. So I'm saying absolute and left 3.5 and top to be half. So it's at the start of this input box. And I'll translate it by half, right? Translate by half. So it's in the very center. For the input, we're just simply providing a placeholder over here. On change, we are, setting this search state right here. Okay, simple enough. Let me just go on and have a look how this looks. Okay, something like this. Nice. After this div, we will render all of the category pills. So I'll take a div over here, and we have all of the categories already. You might remember inside of this data.js file. So all of these categories, right? We'll be using them. Again, if you want, you can add more categories to that list. So I'm going to say categories.map. I'll take each and every category right here, and I'll check which is the active category. So active will be active category is equals to cat.value. Then I'll say return, and then we will render that category button right here, just like we rendered in our onboarding page. So I'll have a button over here with class name text extra small, some padding, horizontal and vertical, rounded, border, transition, all. And whenever it's active, it will be amber color. Otherwise, it will be white color over here. Instead of this, we could have also taken Shadcn UI button, and we could have, changed the variant accordingly. So if you want, you can do that as well. So on click, we will set the active category to this state right here, right? And then inside this, we are rendering cat.label, the name of the category. Let's see. Make sure to, import this category from lib. There we go. Something like this. It looks good. Now, first of all, whenever there is no result found, so below this div, actually not below this div over here. If there is no result found, we will say no interviewers match your filters, right? But before that, we also want to show how many results are there with respect to whatever is selected. So I'm going to say a paragraph tag, filtered.length. If it's equals to 0, then I'll say no interviewers found. Otherwise, I'll say filtered.length interviewers, and we will show S accordingly if it's more than one found, right? So let's see. Yep, one interviewer found. If I select any category where no interviewers are found, yep, nice. Below this, we are going to be rendering a grid where we will render all of the interviewers. So first of all, I'll say if filtered.length, if it's equals to 0, then I'll render a div right here with clear filter button. Otherwise, we will render a div over here with all of the interviewer card. For this div, I'm going to give this a class name. So first of all, let's create the scenario where no results are found, right? So I'm going to say that this div, no interviewers match your filters. Okay. After this, we will render a button which will be called clear filters, and on click we will just set the category to null and search to empty, and this will be imported from Shadcn UI variant link. Let's see if I go right here. Yes, something like this. We can clear the filters. It will go back to all. Nice. Now when it comes to this div right here, I'll give it class name grid columns 1, in bigger screens grid columns 2, and even bigger screens it will be 3, right? And inside this we will map through the filter, right? So I'll say filter.map, and inside of this, I will map through interview card, right? Obviously, this component does not exist, but we will send it the key and the interviewer information, right? Let's create this component first. So right here, I'm going to say new file, interviewer card.jsx rafce interviewer card, and this will take the interviewer over here. Okay, let's import it right here, and we should see this being rendered over here. There we go, something like this. Okay, nice. Now inside of this interviewer card, let's take out all of the things inside of this interviewer right here, right? So I'll just destructure it. So I'll say interviewer, and we will take out ID, name, image, title, company, years of experience, bio, categories, credit rate, and the availabilities, right? And availabilities can be many. So we'll take the first availability. So over here, we are going to be using the card component from Shadcn UI. So I'll say card, make sure to import this from @component/UI. This will be relative. It has some border white. On hover, some border. And inside of this, we will be adding some simple gradient background inside of it, right? So I'll say, a div right here, self-closing div with absolute inset 0, some background linear to bottom right, that is top left to bottom right, from amber via transparent to transparent, right? And pointer events none on this. Then below it, we will have the card content. So again, all these things you can find in Shadcn UI docs as well. This is how the card is rendered. Class name flex column, gap to be 5. And inside of it, first of all, the top row. So I'll have a div, display flex, item start, justify between, gap to be 3. And here we are going to be rendering the avatar, name, and years. So inside of this div, I'm going to be rendering the avatar component from Shadcn UI. Make sure to import from @components, not radix, right? Avatar image, avatar fallback if this image is not found. So image is going to be image.url that we are taking out from over here. Some alt tag, some avatar fallback. We are adding some custom styles over here like width and height to 11. Let's see how this looks. Yes, something like this. Below it, it's render their name and the name of their company. So name and the title and company, right? There we go. Looks good. Below these div, I'm going to be adding the years of experience. That is a badge right here. Again, import from at components, years of experience plus these many years, right? See, something like this. Looks good. Below, we can add their bio. So below this div, I'm going to have, if bio is there, then we will render the bio inside of a paragraph with simple styles over here. And also all of the categories that this person belongs to, right? So here, all of these categories right here. So I'm going to be taking the categories dot length. If it's more than 0, then come inside. We'll set categories dot slice, and we will render the top 4 categories. So I'll say from 0 to 4, and we'll map it, right? In the span, we will rendering all the categories and take the category label from right here. See, we have assigned the text to different category. So we will take that out over here. And if the category's length is more than 4, we will just render more over here that these many more categories are available. So in this case, there are just 2 categories available. Okay. Below this, we will add a separator. And then, by the way, this separator also comes from Shadcn UI. We had installed it earlier. Then we can render the bottom row with all of the availability details and everything, right? So class name flex, item center, justify between, gap to be 3. And here, I'll take a div inside of which we will render the how many credits they will charge per session, which is standard 1 credit per session, right? So inside of this div, I'll have a paragraph tag, class name text Excel, font serif, leading none, background linear to bottom right, from amber 300 to amber 500, background clip text and text transparent. And okay, I think there's a mistake. If credit rate is not given, then it should be 1. I'll say credits per session. Yep, something like this. Let's render the availability real quick. Below the span, I'll say if availability is there, then I'm going to render a paragraph tag with format time from date-fns, format time from @lib that we had added in the helpers, and I'll put the start time and the end time with dash in between. If no availability has been added, then I'll say no availability set. Let's see. Yep. And I think I've accidentally added it inside of this paragraph tag. It should be outside of it. Yep, now it's better. Then finally, in the end, we will just render a button to go to the interviewer's page. So button, make sure to import it from Shadcn UI, link tag from next/link, and it will take us, like it will have href/interviewer/the ID. It will take us to their profile, right? Class name will be simple string 0, border amber, text amber 400, or rather you can just say gold over here. I think this should do the job. Let's see. Yes, see, something like this. If you want the previous button with just the borders and all, it will look something like this, right? This is more subtle, but again, depends on you, whatever style that you prefer. Okay, yeah, and that is pretty much it for our explore page right here, right? See, it is working fine. I don't have many interviewers right now. That's why we cannot filter it properly, but you can add like login with a couple of users and you can test it out. Now, when we click on this view profile, it will take us to /interviewers/ID, and this is the real deal. This will be very interesting. Let me show you. So I'm going to create another page right here. Interviewers. You know what we could have done? We could have just, instead of naming it explore, we could have named it interviewers. And inside of it, we could have put the ID. All right. Inside of it, I'm going to get a new folder with these square brackets and I'll say ID right here. This is a dynamic route because we don't know what this ID is going to be, right? So here I'm going to say new folder, page.jsx, RAFCE. I'll call it interviewer profile page. Let's see. Yep, just like that. Awesome. So check this out. This is how the interviewers page will look like. It will have this beautiful starry background that we have used earlier. The details of the interviewer, if you scroll down, you will have about, and you can see I've just added a placeholder description for this interviewer. It will display what you have entered in the onboarding screen, right? On the onboarding screen. Speciality, what to expect, all of these things that you can expect from our platform. And over here, you can see we have different dates along with the slots that you can book right here. Obviously, the interviewer can set these slots in their dashboard. You can click on change slot and it will go back to it, right? So yeah, let's go on and build this. So first of all, let's go to our server actions and I'm going to create a new file for booking.js. And here we are going to be writing all of the logic for getting the interviewer's profile and for booking the call with them. obviously we're going to be saying use server over here since this is a server like server action. And here I'm going to say export const get interviewer profile. Instead of this, I'll have a try catch block right here. And then I'll fetch the interviewer's details, right? So I'll say const interviewer equals await DB. Make sure to import it dot user dot find unique. So how will we find them? Say where ID is this interviewer ID that we are providing right here for that particular page, and role has to be the interviewer. After this, I'm going to say select, and we will select all of these different things right here. First of all, they will be all of these things that we need. Common thing like name, image, title, company, experience, blah, blah, blah. After this, we want their availabilities. So I'll say availabilities, where status is available, select start time and end time, right? And then we also need all of their pre-existing bookings so that we can hide the slots inside of our app. So bookings as interviewer, where status is this, and we're going to select start time and end time just like that. Okay. So after this, simply we're going to be returning it, right? So return interviewer. If it's not there, return none. Then in the end, I'm going to say console.error get interviewer profile. After this server action, we will have one more server action over here, which will be for booking our slot. So this will basically get the interviewer ID, start time and end time of the call. I mean the date and time of the call, and it will book the slot for us and will block their availability for that particular time. Okay, so this is very important. Just keep your full focus over here and try to understand. So first of all, I'm going to obviously take the current user, and I'll say if user does not exist, throw the error unauthorized. Now, before doing anything else over here, I'm going to be checking for rate limiting. I'm like not checking. I mean, I'm going to be adding the rate limiting over here using Arcjet, and we will be adding this after we have written this. For now, you can just ignore it. But this will enable us to make sure that if some malicious user gets access to our website in certain ways, they cannot, make tons of this book slot call, because we don't want to create again and again stream IDs like new video calls for every single book slot function called, right? For normal users, we will keep the rate limiting as 2.5 per hour, which is, I think, sufficient enough, right? We will discuss it as we move forward. For now, let's see what else we need to do. Here, we want the information of two users. So first of all, I'm going to say db.user.findUnique, where clerk user ID is this, that is the logged in user, and then the interviewer ID, right? So here I have the logged in user information, and here the interviewer's information. After that, let's have some checks, like edge cases checks. So I'll say if db user is not there or dbuser.role is not equals to interviewee, then we're going to throw the error only interviewees can book, and same for the interviewers as well, that interviewer not found. Okay, now let's get the credits, that is the credit rates of the interviewer, how many credits they charge, which is standard to 1, right? Again, if you want, you can customize it inside of your app. And now we need to check if the interviewee who is trying to book has the credits inside of their account or not. So I'll say if db.user is like .credits is less than the credits they need to book, then we will throw the error that insufficient credits, please upgrade your plan. Okay. Then we will check if the slot is not already taken, right? For the conflicting slots. So I'll say const conflict equals await db.booking.find first, where interviewer ID is this, status to be scheduled, and we want to check the start and end time if it lies between this start and end time, right? So less than and greater than over here. Okay, after this, I'll check if the conflict is there, then slot was just booked, please pick another. All right, now finally, we will create the stream call over here. So here our aim is to generate a stream call ID. And to do that, we are going to be first of all installing the stream client. So just go to your terminal and say npm install, first of all, the node client at stream.io node SDK. We also want React SDK. So video-react-SDK. Later on, we will also be creating the chat inside of our video call, right? So for that, we will be needing the stream chat SDK and stream chat React, right? These 4 packages. Just press enter and these will be installed. All right, that's done. Now, after this, I'm going to say a try catch block, inside of which I'll say const stream client equals new stream client. Make sure to import it from, node-SDK, something like this, right? Inside of this, we will be providing both of the API keys that we had taken earlier. Let me just check if we did. Yes, both of these API keys. So just say process.env this stream API key and secret key. Okay, after this has been generated, we want to add it to our DB. So I'll say await stream client dot upsert users. Now after this, what we want to do, we want to register both of our interviewer and interviewee inside of stream client, right? So here I'm going to say stream client dot upsert update or insert users. Like if they've already had call before in the stream platform, they will be updated. So I'm adding information of both the users over here. This one is for the interviewee with ID, name, image, role, and this one for the interviewer. Okay. Now after this, we are going to be generating the stream call ID. Like this is going to be a unique ID. You can probably use something like UUID. In this case, since a mock interview, I'm saying mock date.now mass.random to string 36, and we're going to slice it from second character to seventh character, right? Okay. Then I'm going to use this ID and provide it to stream client.video.call over here. And you can see this video provides us a bunch of different things right here to be used, like to get call and stuff, right? Okay, so that will create our call. Then finally, after this, I'm going to provide the details about this call. So I'll say await, get, or create. And inside of this, I'm going to say data. Inside of this data, I'll provide different things like who created it. So created by ID, this user, who are the members. So both of these are the members, this DB user and interviewer. And keep in mind, these has to be the pre-registered users inside of stream. So we have registered them right here. That's why we are adding them over here. After this, I'm going to say settings override. And here we're going to provide additional settings. Like we want recording, right? Screen recording. So I'll say recording mode available. And you can choose the quality right here according to you. See, you can see there are a bunch of different qualities. After this, I'm going to say screen sharing. I'll say enabled to be true. Oops, true. And we have more options, like for example, if you want to set some specific target resolution for our screen recording, right? Sorry, screen sharing. After this, I'll say transcription. I'll say mode to be auto on. That means from the beginning of this call, we will start collecting the transcription so that later on we can process it and provide the feedback, right? This is a really important feature. And you can see how easy all of these things become when we use something like Stream, right? It provides all of these features out of the box so that we can focus on what we are good at. And that is adding those features like AI feedback, recording, and all of those things, right? All of the heavy lifting has been done by Stream right here. So I absolutely love it. Okay. After this, not after this, actually, I think that's pretty much it. Inside of this catch right here, I'm going to say console.error, stream call creation failed, and throw the error if anything goes wrong. Okay, there's that. Now, after this, after we have successfully created our call, I'm going to have another try catch block. And inside of this, we can finally put all of these booking details inside of our database. So we are actually going to be making multiple API calls to our database over here. So there's something called as transaction in Prisma. So I'll say const booking equals await db dot transaction, right? And notice inside this, I'll say async, and I'll take single transaction over here. And inside of this callback, I'll first of all make the first call, which is for creating the new booking. So I'll say await tx.booking.create. This is basically same as DB, right? This thing. But we are iterating through all of the different calls. If any one of these fails, then the whole thing will fail. That's why we're using transaction. So tx.booking.create, we are creating this booking with all of these different details, right? After this, we're gonna also create the credit transaction. So if you remember, we had the credit transaction table, right? We want to keep tab of all of these things. Like whenever a credit goes from the interviewee to interviewer, we want to keep track of that. So we will add this right here. So tx.create transaction.create. And these things are very important if you want to create a good platform, right? With all the data, user ID, amount, type, booking deduction. If you remember, these had different types right here, right? Booking ID to be new booking.id. After this, I'll say tx.user.update, and we will update the interviewee and we will deduct their credits. And for the interviewer, we will do the exact same thing, but we will increase their credits. So increment with these many credits. And finally, in the end, I'll say return the new booking, right? That has been created right here. So it will go inside of this booking over here. Okay, so after this, we want to refetch the data in slash interviewers slash interviewer ID. Let's take this revalidate path. That is what this revalidate part does. It will, refresh the data in the both of these pages and in slash dashboard as well. And in the end, I'll return success to be true, booking ID to be this, and stream call ID. The catch, I'll throw the console error and throw new error to be booking failed. Please try again, right? So that was quite a lot. Both of these functions were quite a lot. But as you might remember, there's one thing still remaining, which is adding the Arcjet rate limiting, right? So that malicious users cannot book a lot of calls if they want. So what I'll do right here, I'm going to create a new file inside of lib called arcjet.js. And here I'm going to be creating a rate limiter. So I'll say export function create rate limiter. We will take the refill rate. We will take the interval, like after how much time we will refill the ability to call that API again, and the total capacity in that particular interval, right? Let me show you. So I'm going to say return Arcjet and make sure to import Arcjet from @arcjet/next. And inside of this, I'll say key to be process.env.arcjet key, right? After this, we want to say by using what we are going to be tracking them, right? So we can either use their IP address if we don't know anything else about the user, or in this case, since we know their user ID, so I'll say user ID. So just like this. After this, we want to define some rules over here. In the array. So you can see there are a bunch of different options right here, what we can do. I'll say token bucket. We will provide specific token to this call, right? So I'll say first of all mode to be, you can either dry run it or live. I'll just say live, provided the refill rate that we have provided, interval, and the capacity right here, right? So this is how you basically create a rate limiter using Arcjet. After this, we also need to call it, right? So for that, I'm going to be creating a separate function. I'll say export async function, check rate limit. We will provide the Arcjet function or instance, the request object, and the user ID, right? So I'll say const decision equals await aj dot protect, and we'll provide it with the request object right here along with the user ID and the requested, that is one token is requested, right? After this, I'll say if the decision is denied for some reason. So I'll say if decision dot is denied, we want to check the reason. So I'll say return decision dot reason dot is rate limiting. If that is true, then I'll say too many requests, please try again later. Otherwise, I'm going to say request blocked. Otherwise, simply we are going to say return null. That's all, right? Okay, so let's make use of it. So first of all, over here, let's define the parameters. So I'll import this create rate limiter that we just now created, and we'll provide it with a refill rate of 2 every hour. And in 1 hour, user can book 5 calls. Okay. Then after this, inside of book slot, I'm going to be creating a new request object, and this request is going to be coming from @arcjet/next. After this, I'll import my check rate limit function that we created, and I'll check if rate limiting, like this rate limit has any error, then I'll return. No, actually, we will throw new error. That's fine with this rate limit error. Okay, nice. Yeah, that's pretty much it. We will go on and test it out, and we'll see if this works or not later on. But for now, let me show you one thing. So if you go to Arcjet, right here, we cannot see anything. So what I'm thinking, why don't we go on and install the shield as well right now? So what do I mean by the shield? So if you go right here in your proxy.js, this runs before our app runs, right? So over here, we can configure Arcjet to prevent or defend our apps from attacks, like common attacks like DDoS and stuff, right? And also we can enable bot protection inside of our application as well, so that we can only allow certain types of bot, like let's say Google search engine or link previews, right? So let me show you how we can do that. So right below this, I'll say const aj equals Arcjet, and then inside of it, I'm going to provide a key over here. It's going to be process.env.arcjet key. Then I'll provide the rules, just like we provided over there, right? So inside of it, I'll say, first of all, shield. Make sure to import it from Arcjet, and this as well from @arcjet/next. So instead of shield, I'm going to say mode to be live. And you can see it shows us applying this rule protects our application against common attacks, including the OWASP top 10. Okay. After this, we can add some bot protection as well. So I'll say detect bot. Make sure to import this as well, just like this. And inside of this, we can define the different things. First of all, mode is going to be live. And then I'll say allow. We will allow the search engines. So here I'll say category to be search engine and the preview. So, category to be preview, just like this. And if you hover on it, you can see, I think they would have given you some links. Yes, you can go and to this link and you can understand what other types of bots you can provide right here. Like for example, you can allow OpenAI or AI like Claude or something bots over here for AI chatbots to crawl inside of your app or not, right? Something like that. So I would highly encourage you guys to go through this doc. So there we go. We have this Arcjet configured. Now what I want to do inside of this middleware, clerk middleware, I'm going to say const decision equals await aj.protect and we'll provide it with this request object. After this, I'll say if decision.is denied, then we're going to throw the error with status 403. Otherwise, things are going to be continuing as they are. So if there's any error that occurs, any malicious bot or shield, this will stop them. Awesome. Let's go back to Arcjet and check if it detects our app or not. Wait, what's wrong? Allow or deny. We have provided allow. Okay, never mind. It is working. Let's go inside of our app and let's refresh this Arcjet. And there we go. It is working. So we were in the slash interviewers page, right? So it is working and it will show us different things about our page right here, right? Right now, there's not much. There's just simple shield and bot detection. But later on, when we go on and add the rate limiting, you will see all of those information right here in the Arcjet's dashboard. Okay, amazing. Now finally, let's go and create this UI inside of our app. Right, so over here. So first of all, when we go to a particular interviewer's page, we have this ID in the URL, right? So we want to get that. How do we get that? We will take params from over here. So in the server components, we get it. So I'll say async right here, and then we'll say await params. So we can take out the ID from the params that we have declared right here. Then after this, we are going to make the API call. So get interviewer profile, just like this. Okay. Then inside of this, I'll just create a main tag right here. And inside of the main tag, I'll first of all add the banner with the name and stuff for the particular user, right? So I'll add the section, class name relative, because we're going to be adding the background, right? The starry background, some border bottom, border white, overflow hidden. And here I'm going to say, star, what was it called? Stars background demo. Let's see how this looks. Wait, we have some error over here. Okay, so current user has been not imported properly, I guess. Let's go over here, and yes, it has to be coming from the server. Okay, but we cannot see anything over here. Okay, let me just add more things. Maybe then this will start to appear. So over here, I'm going to be taking a div with class name relative, so that it appears on top of the background. Max weight to be 6 XL, margin horizontal auto, some padding horizontal 8, some padding top, padding bottom, flex column, and some gap between them. And inside of it, first of all, I will take the back button. So I'll have a link tag right here, which will take us to the explore, the previous page, the button from Shadcn UI with variant link, class name, text tone 500, and cursor pointer, a little bit subtle text, and arrow left. So see, something like this. And you can see back to explore over here as well. Now below it, I'm going to be adding another div, display flex, item start, and gap to be 8. Inside of it, I'll add the avatar, which will be imported from @components/UI. Make sure to import from that. Avatar image, avatar fallback as well if the image is not present. So basically, this avatar will contain the avatar image with src, alt tag, and some class name. And this avatar fallback will show PA or whatever the user's name is if the image is not there. So in this case, image is there. So it looks like this. Awesome. After this, we will have another div. This one will contain things like interviewer's name, the company or title where they work at, right? So I'll add the gradient title component that we had created inside of this H1. And below it, I'll say if interviewer.title is there and interviewer.company is there, then render both of them right here. Below it, I'll be having another div, which will contain the years of experience and stuff, right? So I'll I'll say interviewer.years of experience is there. Then I'll have a badge component over here, and I'll render interviewer.years of experience plus these many years, right? Below it, I'll add the credit rate. So I'll say variant outline for this badge, some class name, and I'll say interviewer.credit rate and these many credits per session. And if the interviewer has added the availability, we will render the availability as well. So if the availabilities are present, then again inside of the badge, I'll show that they are available. So let's see. Yep, something like this. This is exactly what we wanted. Actually, I just realized instead of all of this class name right here, we can also provide gold. Sorry, not here, the previous one right here. So let's remove this and see. Yep, something like this. Okay, now after this section, we will have the body section, right? So for body, we will just have div right here, max width to be 6XL, some horizontal margin, some horizontal and vertical padding with grid layout and grid columns 1 in the smaller screens. In the bigger screens, we will have 5 columns, out of which I think the left one will take 3 columns and the right one will take 2 columns. Gap to be 10 and items to be starred. So let me show you first actually. See, it is taking 3 columns, it is taking 2 columns over here. Okay, inside of it, let's create the left section first. So in the larger screens, I'll say column span to be 3, display flex, flex column, gap to be 6, order to be 2. In the smaller screens, that is, this will appear below the other one, and in the bigger screens, this will be -1. So inside of it, I'll first of all render the interviewer's bio. I'll say if interviewer.bio is present, that is the about section. I'll render the section label of about. Inside the paragraph, I'll say interviewer.bio. See, something like this. It looks good. After this, we will render all of the categories for this interviewer. So interviewer.categories.length, if it's more than 0, we will render our div right here. And inside this div, we will first render the section label specialties, interview categories this expert covers. And below it, we will render all of the categories just like this, interviewer.categories.plan. So we've already done all of these things in the interviewer card, right? So it's nothing new. Below this, inside of this div, we are going to be rendering what to expect, right? So I'll say section label, what to expect. The paragraph tag, every section on prepped includes the following. Also, by the way, I think I forgot to import category label. So again, this is same that will come from data. And now below it, we will be rendering all of the expected items that are also going to be coming from our data. So let me show you. First of all, I'm going to render the unordered list. So class name flex, flex column, gap to be 5. Inside of it, so let me show you first. Inside of lib, we have data.js, right? Here we have this expect items. Here we have different things, right? HD video call, AI question generator, persistent chat, etc. So here I'm going to say expect items dot map, and inside of it, we will take out icon, title, and description for each of them. Then I will render the list right here, right? Inside of this list, I'll render first of all the span tag with the icon. So again, this is just simple. We are just providing the round icon to this. And after this, we are just going to be rendering the title and description just like this, right? Again, all of these things we have already done before. I mean, when it comes to stylings, right? We are just rendering all of this static, not static, I mean the data that comes from the database. Okay, after this, we are going to be working on the right side, right? So I'll say right side, which is slot picker. So I'll have a div for this, which will be column span 2, and in the larger screens, it will be sticky, right? So that it follows when we scroll. So let me show you. See, when we are scrolling, it is following us. Okay. And by the way, you can see all of the data that we have rendered up until now. Okay, nice. Now inside of this div, we are going to be rendering the slot picker component, which does not exist. Let me create it. So I'll say slot picker. We'll provide it with the interviewer details, the interviewer credits, how many credits they charge, and user credits, how many credits they have present right now. So for this ID itself, I'm going to be creating a new folder called _components. Components. And inside this, I'm going to create a new file called slotpicker.jsx. RAFCE slot picker. Okay. Now, by the way, one more thing. If you notice here, the data that we are rendering, this data right here, you can see recording and playback is also there, but we are currently on the free plan right here, right? So in the free plan, you have to render these data according to what you will get. So recording and playback link is only available in the pro plan, right? So make sure to remove it. I mean, render it according to the plan. So this is a little homework for you guys that you can do over here. So let's, we've created the slot picker. Let's import slot picker over here. Import it just like this. Let's see. So we're getting the error that DB user is not defined. So you know what I'll do in the actions, I'll create a user.js right here. Inside this, I'll just create a simple server action called get current user, which will take the current user from clerk and it will fetch the data from our database and return it, right? And we're gonna make use of this. So here in the slot, over here in page.jsx, I'm going to say, let's duplicate this, just like this. And I'm going to paste it right here, get current user, and I'll call it DB user. Now we can provide the DB user to this slot picker component. Okay, there we go. We can see the slot picker right here. If we scroll down, yes, this is sticky. It scrolls with the screen. Okay, nice. Let's start working on this slot picker. So first of all, I'm going to define two variables over here. That is slot duration minutes, which will be 45, and how many days ahead we want to see the slots, right? So like for example, you can see these are all 45-minute slots. Now, one thing that you can do over here, you can consider it sort of a homework, is you can add two buttons like for 30-minute slot, 45-minute slot, or probably 1 hour slot as well, right? So users can choose how long they want to engage in a slot. So that is one improvement tip for you guys. Let's take the props right here, interviewer credits, and user credits. Inside of this, I'm going to be taking a few states over here. And by the way, this will be a client component since we're going to be using states. So use client. Here, I'll be taking these 3 states: selected date, whenever we select a particular date for the slot, selected slot. And if user does not have any credits, then we're going to show them the upgrade window. And by the way, let's generate the dates over here. And also let me just import the router. So I'll import the router from next/navigation and this generate dates from @lib/helper. So let's see what's going on. So inside this generate date, it basically produces an array of date objects starting from today to however days that we want. Like in this case, we want 7 days, right? So days ahead, we can say array.from. We can provide the length to be 7 days. And we're going to use this add days, which comes from date-fns library, right? So it will generate all of these dates right here. Okay. So by default, we will be selecting the date number 1. And also we need this days ahead from right here, right? Let's import our book slot server action that we have created to call this right here along with the use fetch. So I'll take data, loading error, and function. Below it, we will be generating the slots. So let me show you how you can do that. So I'll basically say const slots, use memo, and inside of the dependency array, I'm going to add selected date, availability, interviewer.booking as interview, right? All of these things. So inside of this, I'll first of all check if availability is not there. Let's check out the availability by saying interviewer.availability is of 0th index, and if they can afford it or not. So user credits, if they are more than the interviewer credits, right? So inside of it, first of all, I'll check if availability is not there, then return the empty array. Otherwise, we're going to return and call this generate slots. Now this is very important. Let me tell you how this will work. So first of all, you'll provide the selected date, the start time, end time, all of the bookings as the interviewer, and slot duration in minutes, right? So let's go inside of it. So I've received all of these things over here. And first of all, I'm formatting them, the start time and end time, by saying new date over here. Then I'm using this set from date-fns by setting these availabilities into that particular date, right? Currently, we're just getting the time. So we want time and date together. So for start, first of all, I'm going to say new date, and I'm going to provide the date, that is the selected date. And I'm going to provide the hours, minutes, seconds, milliseconds, right? In this case, we're just getting hours and minutes. Same for end as well. Then I'll take the current date and time, and I'll keep the slots array as empty, inside of which we will generate the slots, right? So let's start from the beginning. So I'll take the cursor from the start time, and I'm going to run a loop. So while, and I'm going to check is before. So is before also comes from date-fns library. I'm going to say if cursor is before the end until it's the case, then keep running this while loop until here, right? So I'll say const slot end equals add minutes, and I'm going to add this slot duration minute into the cursor and keep iterating it again and again and again, right? So we first of all add it, and if it is near the end, it should be, before And if it is after, so again is after will be import from date-fns. If it is after, then we're gonna break it. Otherwise, let's keep continuing. Then we will check if this slot is booked or not, right? So if it's before is after. So if it's before the end time and slot end is after the start time, right? Then it is booked. And I'll also check if the cursor is after the current time. Only then we will push the slots inside of it. So I'm saying slots.push, start time, end time is booked. And if it is available or not, right? If it's not available, we're gonna show in the UI that it is booked. And then cursor will be the next one, the slot end. And then in the end, finally, we will return all of the slots, right? So we will get all of the slots right here. Okay, let's work on UI. Before that, actually, I'm going to say if availability is not there, then return this div. Inside of this, I'm going to just say no availability set yet and check back later. That's all. Now, first of all, inside of it, inside of the slot picker, since we have this state for upgrade open, right? Whenever we make it true, I want to trigger this upgrade model that we had created earlier, right? So open to be upgrade open, on open change, set upgrade open, and we can give the reason you need these many credits to book this session. Your current balance is this, right? And below this, we are going to be having our div inside of which we can render our slots. So let's just give this class name of display flex column and gap to be 4. For this, we are going to be creating our main picker card with some background, border y to be 10, rounded to XL, some padding, display flex column, and gap to be 6. Okay, inside of this, let's have the header. Inside of the header, we're gonna write the title and stuff. So I'll have the div inside of which I'm going to say for gray title, which will say book a session, select a date and available time slot, right? After this, I'm going to be having a div right here with paragraph cost with the interview credits and CR, like representing how many credits we have. Let's see here, check this out. It shows book a session, select a date and time. What's the issue over here? I think we'll have a look at it later on. Maybe it's a temporary error. All right, now below this div, we can render the date tabs. So I'll render the div over here. Inside of this div, I'm going to render all of the dates. So these dates right here that we had taken earlier, right? So I'll say dates.map, take each and every date. And inside of this curly brace, I'll first take two things. I'll say label, and this will be format date tab. Again, this will come from lib/helper. So all this is doing is it will return two things, today or tomorrow with respect to what it is, or the weekly name. And for the bottom, we will return something like this, March 24, right? So check this out. We're using format from date-fns, formatting the date. And if it is today, then we're returning today. If it's tomorrow, then we're returning tomorrow. All of these functions come from date-fns. So this library is super helpful. And then in the end, we will return both of these things, right? And also active if this has been selected inside of our selected date state, right? Okay, after this, I'm going to say return, and inside of it, I'll take the button component. Now this button component will have three things: type button and on click handle date change, which does not exist yet. I will create it in just a moment. Inside of the button, I'll take label.top, that is from over here. I'm going to render today or tomorrow or whatever the weekly name is. And then the bottom, that is the date, right? Let me just create this first over here. The handle date change will simply say set selected date to be this date and set selected slot to be null, right? It will just take the date. Okay, let's see. Yep, see, currently it looks something like this. It is a bit broken, but we can see we are able to select it. Let's give this button some styles. So I'll provide it with the class name shrink 0, flex column, item center, so that everything is in the very center. Some horizontal padding, vertical padding, rounded corners, border, like basic button stylings. If it's active, I'm going to show border to be amber. Otherwise, border is going to be white. Let's see. Yes, something like this. Amazing. Right, we can see all of these slots of the future. Nice. Now below this div, let's render all of the slots. So let's first add a separator between them, just like this, or we could have also used separator from Shadcn UI. So separator, just like this. See, there's a separator. Below it, I'm going to check if slots are empty. See, something like this. If slots.length if is equals to 0, then no slots available in the availability window for this date, right? Otherwise, right here, I'm going to render a div, display grid columns to be 3 and gap to be 2. Inside of this, I'll render the slots. So I'll say slots dot map each and every slot Inside this, first of all, I'll take and check if that particular slot has been selected or not with respect to our selected slot state that we have taken. So is selected equals selected slot dot start time dot get time. It's equal to slot dot start time, like current slot that we're trying to render, right? So I'll say return, and inside of this return, it will be similar to how we have created this button. So let me just copy this button over here, and we will, make edits accordingly. First of all, inside of this button right here, I'll say this. So format time, again, it will be imported from @lib/helper, and I'll provide the start time. So it will format it. And if slot is booked, then I'm going to show a span over here, which will say booked in font size 9 pixels. Okay. Now, when it comes to this, first of all, on the top, I'm going to say key equals slot.starttime.to ISO string will be the key. Type button. It will be disabled if this slot is booked. And on click, I'm going to trigger this handle slot click, which we will work on just a moment. What are the other things? I think when it comes to these, we can just change these to like relative text extra small, which we already had. Some horizontal and vertical padding and other things remain the same. Apart from that, over here, we will check multiple things. First of all, if the slot has been selected, then again, border amber 400, text amber 300, and some shadow right here. You can, if you want, you can just provide some normal shadow. I generated it using ChatGPT for gold color. So this is when it is selected. Otherwise, if the slot is booked, then we will show disabled styles. Otherwise, simple, normal border white, right? And let's get this handle slot click as well. So right over here, I'm going to say const handle slot confirm. Inside of it, I'm going to check first few edge cases, like if slot is not available, then return. If user cannot afford it, then set upgrade open to true, upgrade model. And after this, we will simply set the state. So I'll say set selected slot. If there is any slot previously selected, I'm going to check. If it's the same one, then I'm going to remove the slot. Otherwise, we will add the slot right here. Right, so simple enough. I guess this should be fine. Let's see. Okay, no slot today or tomorrow. What's wrong? I think we have not added the slot for this user. Is that the case? Let's see. No, we did add it manually over here. What's wrong then? Let's check. How about we just console log it right here. So what I'll do, I'll just take this slots and I'll console log right here. So I'm checking my Supabase database right here, and I don't know what's wrong over here. Let me just set it to now. Oh, not this way. I mean, something like this. You can just copy my values over here. I've selected this slot, and I don't know. I think I should set it to now. And just remove this T from between, and we'll just copy it up and paste it right here. And let me just say instead of 19, I can say 23. Maybe the slots are not in the range that we are expecting. But it should show for the next day as well. Maybe something's wrong. Let me see my production app. So probably you can also just copy these slots and paste it right here. Just enter the value the way that I'm entering it. Let me just copy this up and paste it over here as well. Paste it. Let's go back and try checking it again. Let's refresh it. Okay, nice. There we go. We are seeing all of our slots right here. I think it was because of some sort of formatting issue when it comes to date. I mean, we just added it on our own, right? But later on, we will be setting up our dashboard from where we can add it properly. So don't worry about it. You can just for now copy the same values that I have added over there. And yeah, you can see, you can also see when I click on it, it shows me upgrade your plan. But I do have credits over here. Then why is it showing it? Let's check. That is the another case. I guess some other issue. Let's go back to slot picker. And if slot is not available, then return. And if it cannot afford, then this. So can afford, let's see what is it. If user credits is more than the interview credit, then it should not show. So user credits, let me check if user credit has something. So console log, user credits. Maybe we are not getting anything from there. Let's check. Yep, you see, this is undefined right here. So that's not correct. I think over here, where we're using slot picker, the user credits are not getting fetched in the get current user. And it is because we have to say credits to be true over here as well. Yep, now it's correct. Let's save this. And now if I go back, we should be able to, select the slots. Yep, something like this. Cool. Let's continue building this page. So below this button, below this div, right here. Let me just make it a little bit smaller. If the slot has been selected, then we're gonna show the other details. So I'll say if selected slot is true, then inside of it, I'll render a div, something like this. This div will have class name of some background color, border amber, rounded 2XL, some padding, display flex, flex column, and gap to be 4. Inside of it, first of all, I'll say inside of a paragraph tag, your booking. Then we'll show the details related to our booking. And let me just bring it in real quick. It's pretty straightforward. So we are just going to be rendering. So hold on a second. So inside this div, first of all, we will render the start time, that is the date for this. So I'll take this format full date from lib/helper. So let me show you something like this. So it will return us the date in this format using this format function from date-fns, right? So first we'll render this, then we will render the start time, end time, then we will render the duration in minutes, right? So I think this is very straightforward. You guys should be able to do it on your own. After this div, I'll render a separator. Then after this, we're going to be rendering more details. So let me just bring that in as well. You guys can, if you want, you can see what I'm doing over here, or you can do it on your own as well, because we're just rendering the simple data. So basically credits charged, I'm showing how many credits interviewer has charged us, balance after credits. So I'm saying user credits minus interview credits, and then a video call room will be created and you will be redirected immediately after confirming. Okay, there's that. After this, if there's any error in the call, we can also render this error. So from over here, right? After this, we will be simply rendering two buttons over here. First one will be if we want to change the slot. So if we click on change slot, we will set selected slot to null and we'll go back to the top. So let's import this button right here. Variant outline, size small, class to be flex, and disabled when this is loading. That is when we are booking the call, right? And the other button will be for booking the call. So handle confirm function will be triggered over here. When it is loading, I'll say create call, otherwise confirm. Okay, let's go back to the top, and here let's create that function. So handle confirm will be straightforward and pretty small. I'll say if selected slot is not there, then return. Otherwise, we will trigger this book fin or book function from over here. We'll provide interviewer ID, start time, and end time. After we have the data, so over here, I'm going to say use effect. If data.success is true and data.stream call ID, we got the stream call ID, then we will push them to /appointments page to check all the appointments for the interviewees. All right, and yeah, that's pretty much it. This is all the component that we have built. So now I guess it's time to, check it out. All right, so let's check it out. So if I click on it, click on our date and select the time slot, it should automatically actually scroll down over here, right? I think that would be a good UI. So what we can do, we can take a ref actually. So below these use states over here, I'm going to be taking a use ref for summary ref, and we will provide it to that booking div, right? So I think this is the one, if I'm not wrong. Let's see. Yes, this is the one. So I'll say ref equals summary ref, right? And we will also have a use state to track whenever the slot is selected. So right below this use ref, I'll say a use effect, and I'm going to check if the selected slot changes. So if selected slot is there and summary ref.current has anything, then summary ref.current.scroll into view that particular div, right? So behavior will be smooth, block, start. So let's check it out if this is working or not. So if I select any date, let's select any time slot, and yes, it will scroll down to the booking. All right, moment of truth. Let's click on confirm. It is creating the call. If you want, you can add some, bar loader or something over here, and it should create the call and should route us to the appointments page if everything goes right. And there we go. We are routed. Let's check our database to see the booking, and yes, the booking has been created. Main thing is the stream call. Yes, the stream call also has been created. And after the call is done, we will also put recording URL over here. Great. You know what I'm thinking? Why don't we go on and work on this /appointments page and render all the user appointments? All right, so first thing first, before creating this appointments page, let's create the server actions. So inside of the actions folder, I'm going to be creating a new file, appointments.js. And it's going to be a very short server action. So simply, I'm going to say get interview appointments, and let's say use server over here on the top. First of all, I'm going to say if user is logged in or not, I'm going to check. So await current user. Let's import it from clerk. If it's not there, then return the empty array. Let's make sure that user exists inside of our database or not. So I'll say await db.user.findUnique. Make sure to import this db right here as well, where clerk ID is this, right? If it does not exist, again, we're going to return an empty array. Otherwise, finally, we are going to be returning db.booking.findMany. We want to find all of the calls for that particular interviewee. So I'll say where interviewee ID is this. Include all of these information along with the feedback as well, right? We're going to be showing the feedback on the appointment card. Order by descending. Okay. So say, for example, if I show you, this is the appointment card that we are going to be building, right? Here we have the summary of the feedback. If we click on full feedback, we have all of these things right here, right? Super cool. So that is what we're going to be working on right here. But let me show you one thing. Inside of our database, as of now, we have one booking, right? But we don't have any feedback right now, right? Since we want to build the feedback model, we want some dummy data to work with. So what I'll do, let's just manually add this one feedback for now. Then later on, we can go on and implement the AI feedback feature. Then we can, generate feedback using that. So for now, what I want you to do, just go to my GitHub repository right here in Prisma folder. You will find this seed file, right? This seed file will just quickly, this is a very simple script that will help us to add a dummy feedback inside of our database. So just copy this file and put it inside of this Prisma new file seed.js and paste it right here, right? You don't need to understand again what this is all about. All you need to do is you need to add your booking ID right here. So let's get our booking ID, which is this. So I'll just paste it over here, and all you need to do is just go to the terminal, and we have to run this script by saying npx tsx prisma /seed.js and press enter. It needs to install this package. Okay, yes, let's move on. Okay, feedback seeded for this booking status completed. Okay, I guess this would have worked. Nice. Let me just press Ctrl C and close it. Okay, let's just have a look. If I go to feedback right here, yep, we can see we have this whole feedback. Awesome. This will help us to build our appointments card. So first of all, for this page, I'm going to go to app, and inside of main, I'm going to be creating a new folder, appointments, and I'm going to create a new file, page.jsx, rafce, my appointment page. Okay, now here, first of all, let's fetch our appointments using the get interviewee appointment script that we just wrote. I mean, the server action that we just wrote. And this should be an asynchronous component since this is a server component. Now we also need to figure out over here what are the upcoming appointments and what are the past appointments, right? So first of all, we need to take the today's date. I'll say const now equals new date. And after this, with respect to this, we are going to be figuring out of these appointments, right? So I'm going to say scheduled equals appointments.filter. And I'll first of all check if it's scheduled or not. And the date is more than now. Same thing for the past as well. But I'm going to say if it's not scheduled and date is less than now. So that would be past. And actually, I think instead of start time, what we can do for the past, I'm going to say end time. If end time is less than now, then we will consider it as past. Okay. So first of all, over here, I'm going to be rendering a main tag. Let's close this with minimum height to be screen and background black. First of all, let's add a page header over here that we created. So make sure to import it from add component /reusables. I'm going to say label is going to be my appointment, gray heading to be your interview, and gold to be sessions, and add some description right here. So let's have a look. Yep, there we go. Looks beautiful. Now below it, we are going to be rendering our cards, but we also need to take empty states into account. So over here, I'll just have our div max width to be 6XL, horizontal margin auto, so that everything is in the very middle, some horizontal padding. In bigger screens, I'm going to put it to be 0, and vertical padding to be 8, display flex column, some gap. So over here, I'm going to check if appointments.length is equals to 0, then simply I'll have our div display flex column, item center, justify center, so everything's in the very middle, some vertical padding, gap to be 5, right? And inside of this div, I'll first of all have a calendar icon with these styles that we've already written, basically providing it a background. I think at this point, I should have, made it a common component or something like that, but I guess you guys can make it a common component with all of these common styles. To that, I'm going to say no sessions booked yet, browse expert interviewers and book your first session. And then below it, we can provide it a button to go and book the interviews, right? So I'm going to import this button from Shadcn UI and this link from next/link. Let's see. It won't be visible since we have some interviews, right? I mean, we have one past booking. So what I'll do, let's make this true for now. I'll say true. There we go. Nice. Let's revert it. Okay. Now after this, we are going to be rendering our appointments, right? And for that, I'm going to be creating an appointment card component. But first, let me show you how we're going to be rendering it. So first of all, for upcoming, inside of this, we're going to be having a parent div, display flex column, gap to be 5. And inside of it, I'll have a div which says upcoming and the number of upcoming interviews. And similar to this, we also want to do for past, right? So I'll paste it. Let's say past and this one as well, past. Here I'm going to say instead of upcoming, past. Okay, let's see. Okay, we have one past interview, right? That's why it's showing us past to be 1. Now below this, I'm going to render all of them. So I'll have a div, class name grid columns to be 1 in smaller screens, in bigger screens to be 2, gap to be 4. And I'm gonna map through this schedule right here with our appointment card in this case. And for this one, I'll do the same thing, but with past over here, right? And in this case, I'm going to say is past to be true so that we can, hide things like join button. Okay, let's create this component. Inside of components folder, I'm going to create a new file, appointment card.jsx, RAFCE, appointment card. This will take 3 things, our booking, mode, and is past. So is past by default is going to be false. So let's import it over here like this. And we should see inside of our app, we should just see the appointment card text for the one appointment that we have. Okay, let's go back to the appointment card. Now this component is going to be a client component. So I'm going to say use client. And over here, let's take the state first, right? For storing the feedback. So I'll import use state over here. And we're also getting these, like this booking detail right here, right? Let's restructure it and take out everything that we need, like start time and time status, credit charge, stream call ID, recording URL, and feedback. Now this appointment card right here, this will be common in this My Appointments page and also the interviewer's dashboard, right? So we want to check who is currently right now, right? So I'm going to say const person equals mode equals to interviewer. Then I'm going to say booking.interviewee. Otherwise, booking.interviewer, right? It will depend on who is looking at this card right now. We also need to figure out a couple of more things, like for example, credits label. If it's the interviewer, we are going to say credits earned. Otherwise, we're going to say just credits. We are also going to be defining the credits style according to that, right? If it's interviewer, then they have been paid, right? So it will be green. But the interviewee was charged, so it will be background amber, yellowish color. And I'm going to be having a variable for is upcoming. So if it status is equals to schedule, then it is upcoming. Okay, cool. Now inside of this, let me just first make this a fragment, right? Inside of it, I'm going to have the article tag right here, inside of which we will be rendering this card. You can also use Shadcn UI card component if you like. Over here, I'm going to give the class name of group to provide hover to all of the cards when we do, right? It's going to be relative, some background color, border white to be 10, transition all, and we are going to be adding the hover effect over here, like minus y 0.5. Rounded to XL, we're going to add some gradient from transparent y transparent to amber 300. Some padding, display flex column, gap to be 6. Inside of this, I'm going to have our div over here, display flex, item star, justify between, and gap to be 4. And inside of this, first of all, let's work on the top part, which will be for the avatar and stuff. So for that, I'm going to be taking another div, display flex item center, and gap to be 4 with min width of 0. And inside of this, I'm going to put the avatar. So this avatar will simply contain, hold on, let me import it from ./UI. It will contain the person's image if it's the interviewer or interviewee. Again, same for the avatar fallback as well, just like we have done earlier. Let's import this and this as well. Let's check how it's looking. Okay, nice. After this, I'm going to be having another div. This will contain person's details. So I'm going to say first of all person.name. So keep in mind, this is the other person. that we have booked call with, right? Right now I am logged in as Piyush and this call is booked with Algo Agarwal. So this is the other person's name. Again, just like what we have done earlier, we are going to be rendering more details like the person's.title, person.company, person.email. I'm not explaining all of these styles because these are very basic styles, right? Up until this point, you would have gotten the idea how to write them. Now, if mode is interviewee, I'm going to render all of the categories, right? So person.categories, and I mean 3 categories over here. And this span, I'm going to say cat.replace underscore with space right here in the category. So see, just like this. We could have also used category label over here, category label, and we could have said this. Sorry, I mean square brackets, not function. Yep, there we go. It looks good. Now, below this div, we're going to be rendering the status and the credits label that we have figured out at the top. So first badge, import from ./UI, status.char at 0 to be capital, and other things are going to be in lowercase. So let's import these status styles from this data.js. So there are different styles for scheduled, completed, and cancelled. So that's what I'm doing over here. Let's have a look up until this point. Yes, it's looking good. After this, let's have a separator over here. Separator from Shadcn UI. Make sure to import it properly. After this, I'm going to be having another div with grid columns 3 and gap to be 4. Inside this, we are going to be rendering 3 details. First is going to be the date for this. So I'll have a calendar icon over here with date, and I'm going to be rendering format date from @lib/helper. I've already showed you the start time and then the actual time for this, right? So just like we have written this, I'm going to be writing with the clock icon time, and the time will be format time with start time and end time right here. Oh, wait, it's starting to break. I think there's something wrong. Okay, so this whole thing, like from here to here, it will be after this div. So now it should be correct. Yes, this is fine now. It's looking good. Now the third thing is going to be the duration of the video call, right? So I'll say video icon, duration, and format duration. So basically format duration will also come from, will come from @lib/helpers. And if you go inside of it, see, it is just showing us the time in this format. So over here, we're going to take the difference in minutes. And again, this function also comes from date-fns. So we'll get the minutes and we'll get the hours over here. We'll convert the minutes into hours. If its hour is more than 0, then we're going to first enter the hour. If minute is more than 0, we're going to render the minute. Otherwise, if there's no hour over here, I'm going to simply render the minutes. Okay, let's go back and save this and check. Yes, something like this. Okay, now after this div, let's render the feedback summary that we have inserted inside our database, right? So I'll say feedback.summary if it's there. Then I'm simply going to say AI feedback and then render feedback.summary over here. Below this, we are going to be rendering the join call button. So here I'm going to say, first of all, we're going to check 3 things. If stream call ID is there that we generated earlier, or we have recording URL. So this section is basically going to render 3 things: the join call, recording button, and the feedback button, like view full feedback button. So I'll say, or feedback is there. If either of these things are here, then I'm going to be rendering this section. So here, first of all, let's take a div over here with display flex, item center, gap to be 2, flex wrap, and padding top to be 1. And here I'm going to check if the call is not passed, right? So not is passed, and stream call ID is there and is upcoming. Then I'm going to use the button component and also link component next /link. I'm going to render the video icon with join call, and this will take us to /call/stream call ID. And by the way, this stream /call page, we will be working on it next after we are done with this page, right? Okay. After this, if we have gotten the recording URL, then we're going to render that. So I'll say recording URL. If it's there, then button. Inside of this, we're going to have a link tag saying recording. So this will take us to external page, right? That's why we're using a tag over here, href recording URL, target _blank, so it opens in a new tab. After this, if we have the feedback, then we're going to open feedback modal. So here, I'm going to say feedback is there. Then I'm going to render a button with a sparkles icon. And we have taken this set feedback open state, right? This is for the feedback modal. I'm going to set it to true. And I'm also going to be showing the overall performance of the user. So let's import this rating label. And inside of it, you can see these are the 4 things that we can display over here. So overall rating, and I'm going to say performance. So let's have a look actually how this looks. See, something like this. We do also have feedback, right? So it should show this button. Let's just wait. Okay, it says rating styles is not defined. Oh yeah, of course, because we're gonna show different styles according to what user's rating is, right? So according to this, if poor, then red, average, yellow, etc., etc. There we go. It's looking nice. If I click on full feedback, obviously nothing will happen, but we want to open a modal right here when we click on it. So let's go on and work on the feedback modal as well. So that's why I've taken this fragment over here so that we can render our feedback modal component over here. Obviously it does not exist. So we will create it and we will provide it the following things. First of all, the open for feedback open state, on open change to be set feedback open, the actual feedback, and the name of the interviewee who is currently logged in, right? In the case of interviewer, we will say undefined. Okay, let's create it. Say new file, feedback modal.jsx, RAFCE, feedback modal. Okay, let's save it and import it right here, something like this. Let's take all of our props here in the feedback modal, and here we are going to be rendering a dialog. So let's go back to Shadcn UI and let's take this dialog again, and I'm going to be pasting it over here. We don't need dialog trigger, so I'll remove it. Let's import all this dialog content, header, title. Do we need description? I don't think so, so we're gonna get rid of the description. And in dialog, I'm going to say open to be this open, and on open change to be on open change that we're taking. Right, let's have a look if it's working. So I'll go back and click on full feedback. Yes, we can see we have this modal popping up right here. Nice, let's continue the work. First of all, we don't want to render if there's no feedback over here, right? So I'll say if feedback is not there, return null. And also here I'm going to be importing rating config to check what is the overall rating, like poor, good, etc. For dialog content, I'm going to say class name background black border. Actually, we don't even need background black because we're going to be rendering the starry background over here, border amber 200, text 100. In the bigger screens, max width to be 3 XL. So basically we are overriding the width for this model. Max height to be, let me show you, max height to be 85 viewport height, and overflow Y to be auto over here. Inside of this, let's render our stars background. So I'll say stars background demo that we created, import it. Let's see how this looks. There we go, something like this. We can see our stars background over here. Let's put relative over here, position relative, so that it appears on top of this stars background demo. We don't want it to be getting hidden. Now when it comes to our dialog title, inside of this we want to render the gray title component that we created with AI feedback report as the title, and below it I'm going to put the name of our interviewee. So if interviewee name is there, then I'm going to render a paragraph tag which will say performance analysis for this person, right? With simple text to be extra small, text tone 500, font light, and some margin top to be 1. Let's see. Yep, it looks beautiful. Below it, below the dialog header, we're going to render the actual content. So inside this div, with position relative, display flex column gap to be 5, margin top to be 2. First of all, we're going to render our rating inside this div. So rounded 2XL, border, like rating.class name that we've taken above, rating styles, rating.background. So we're gonna have from top left to bottom right gradient, rating.background to transparent to be 6, flex, items to be center, justify between. Inside this, I'll say overall rating and render rating.label and rating.emoji. So if you see here in the rating config, we have all of these different things, right? With respect to poor, average, good, and excellent. Okay, let's have a look. Yes, this looks nice. After this div, we got, like, at this point we're just going to be rendering all of these different things one by one, right? So this is very simple, so I'll just take it a little bit fast over here. So simply first summary, so I'll just have a summary icon over here with summary, feedback.summary. Again, similar to this, we are going to be having the recommendation, so the title recommendation and feedback.recommendation. After this, we're going to be rendering different sections over here with respect to technical, communication, problem solving, etc., etc. So what I'll do actually inside of this div, I'll just create an array over here. First one will be the brain icon, label technical and feedback.technical. Similarly, this one will be for communication with message square, and this one for the problem solving, right? Then we can go on and simply map through each and every one of these. So I'll take the item And inside of it, I'll render the div, which will simply say item.icon and item.label along with item.value, what AI has generated as a feedback for this, right? Let's click on full feedback and check. Okay, we have recommendation, technical, communication, problem solving. Awesome. So we have all of these things. Now in the end, there's strengths and improvements as well. So below this div, to have a div for strengths and improvements. So this will be a grid columns to be 2. First of all, for the strengths, I'm going to have a div with some background, border wide to 8, rounded XL, and some padding. And inside of this, first of all, render the title over here, which will say check circle to be 2 and paragraph to be strengths. And below this div, we will render the different badges for the strength, right? So I'll have a div feedback.strength.map and I'll render the badge. Make sure to import from ./UI with key, variant, and I'm going to render this S that we have taken right here. Let me show you. See, something like this. Similar to this, we are going to be showing the improvements as well. So let me just copy this whole thing up and I'm going to paste it right below this icon. I'm going to say alert circle. Instead of text green, I'm going to change both of these, edit it to text red. Right? Let's import this alert circle. Here I'll render to improve, and here instead of strengths, I'll say improvements. IMP over here. Let's go on and check. Yep, there it is. Nice. So yeah, that is the whole AI feedback report, right? Looking awesome. Maybe we can make this more a little bit smaller, I would say. So right here, like 2XL. How about that? Let's have a look. Yep, I think this is more like it. This is looking more concise. Cool then. So yeah, we have successfully worked on our appointments page as well. Awesome. Now here, let me just show you how those join and recording buttons will look like. So if I just, where is it? The appointment card, I guess. If I just make these as true. So if I say true over here and true over here as well. Oops, this should be true. See, this is how this will look like. Okay. Now anyways, when there's a recording, it won't have the join button since the call will be completed at that point. So let me just revert both of these. And yeah, that's all for this appointment card. Now, what we want to do, when we click on this join call button, it should take us to the /call page. So how about we go on and book another interview with the same interviewer. So I'll click on view profile. Here, I'll just choose probably tomorrow. Choose a random slot over here and click on confirm. There we go. It is confirmed. If I click on join call over here, it should take us to /call and /the ID of the call, something like this. Right? This is what we are supposed to create now. To create, the call UI, first of all, we have to create the token. Like we have to generate the token for stream call. Right, so you have to go to app over here. I'll say new folder call. Inside this, I'll create a new folder called call ID for that particular call. And then I'm going to create a new file, page.jsx, RAFCE, call page. Okay, and this will, by the way, take the param and take the call ID over here. So let's make it async. And inside of this, I'm going to say const call ID await params. Yep, we can see call page right here. Cool. All right, now first thing that we want to do is we want to create a server action for our call. So I'm going to get a new file over here, call.js, and we want to generate, like we want to get the information of both the users and generate the token for them. Basically stream token, which will help us to create a new call which both users can join, right? So I'm going to say export const get call data, and let's keep it use server. Inside of this, first of all, I'll check if user is not logged in. So I'll say throw new error to be unauthorized, something like this. After this, we are going to be fetching the booking details. So I'm going to get the call ID over here, right? So I'll say db.booking.find unique. I'll take the db, import the db over here. Inside of this, I'll say where stream call ID to be this call ID, and what other things that we need to include inside of it, right? We want to include the interviewer details and the interviewee details. So I'll say for the interviewer, select all of these three, like all of these things, and for interviewee, all of these things. Okay. Then after this, if booking is not found, then throw new error to be call not found. You know what I realized? that since we are going to be throwing these errors in the server action, it's better if we just do this because we don't have the safeguard of use fetch hook, right? So let's just say return error to be unauthorized over there. If booking is not there, then this. After this, let's have more safe checks. So I'll say booking.interviewer.clerk ID is equals to the user ID. Then they are the interviewer, otherwise the interviewee. But if they are none of them, then I'm going to say forbidden to access this call, right? Now, after this, finally, we are going to be generating the token for our call. So I'll say new stream client. Make sure to import it from @stream-io/node SDK. This is very important, not from the Next.js SDK. And this will work for both chat and video SDK. After this, I'm going to use this stream client and I'll say const token equals stream client.generate user token with this particular user ID, and we're going to set the validity in seconds that this is going to be for the 1 hour. And yeah, in the end, finally, we can return all the details. So I'll say return token, if they are interviewer or not, current user details, and all of the booking details right here. Awesome. Now we can successfully use it here inside of page.jsx to fetch the details and create the call. So we have the call ID. Here I'm going to be rendering const result equals await get call data. And according to this, if there's any error, I'm going to render those errors. So I'm going to say if result.error equals unauthorized, then we're going to use the toast from Sonar and also import this get call data, by the way. And also you must be signed in to access this call, and I'll redirect them to /. If call not found, then I'll throw this error and invoke not found so that it shows the not found page. If the error is forbidden, then you don't have the permission. Redirect them again to the home page. Okay, cool. Now, once we have the result, let's take out the things from inside of it, like token, if they're interviewer or not, current user details, and the booking details. And right here, we are going to be creating a new component called call room, inside of which we are going to be configuring our call UI, right? So we'll provide it with call ID, token, API key for stream, current user, booking, if they are interviewer or not. Right, let's just create this component right here. I'm going to create a new folder, underscore components. I'll say new file, call room.jsx, RAFCE, call room. Inside this, let's take all of these different things that we needed, right? Let's just import it right here, just like this. And trust me, now is the interesting part of the video where you'll get to learn how you can create a complete video call using Stream API and stuff, right? Now, first of all, let's make this component as client component by using use client. And inside of this, we're gonna first take a couple of states over here, which will be video client for storing the video client and call information, right? Both of these will make sense as we move forward. By default, they are null. We will also be taking the client ref and join ref. This will check if we have joined the call twice. And by the way, one thing that is very important, just make sure to do this. Go to the Next.js config and make sure that React strict mode is disabled, because in that case, you might, join call twice, or bugs generally tend to happen in these types of application when the strict mode is enabled. Okay. Now inside of the use effect hook, we are going to be writing our main logic. I'm going to keep it empty for now. I'll first of all check if the video client is empty or if call is empty, that is both of them are null. That means the call has not been initialized. Then we're going to show a loader over here with animate spin class from Tailwind CSS, which will, rotate it. And a paragraph tag, which will say connecting to call. Now, when user leaves the call, we will also have a function for that, which will be handle leave. So use callback so that it does not, basically it gets, memoized in the memory. So I'm going to say if router.push, and if the user is interviewer, then we're going to send them to the dashboard page. Otherwise, we're going to send them to the appointment page. And we're going to trigger it when user leaves the call. And again, I'm going to show you where this will be used. Let me just actually take the router over here. So use router from next/navigation. Make sure to import all of the other use states, use ref, and use effect as well. Something like this. Okay, cool. Now let's go inside of this use effect and we can write our logic. So first of all, we have this join ref, right? To check if user has actually joined the call already or not. So I'm going to check if join ref.current is true, then we're going to return. That is, they have joined the call. Otherwise, we're going to set it to true. And then we can write our further logic. And that would be to initialize stream video client. So I'll say new stream video client, which will be imported from at Stream.io, video React SDK. So bring it down over here. And by the way, apart from this, we also need a couple of CSS files to be imported. So do something like this. Just try to see it properly and write it exactly just the way I have written it over here. At Stream.io, video React SDK /dist CSS styles.css. This will help us to style our video calls. And with Stream Chat React as well, this will be helping us to style our chat interface, right? Okay. So over here, I'm going to the new Stream Video client. Inside this, I'm going to provide my API key, the user details, and the token that we had generated earlier, if you remember, right? Which comes from right here. So now we got the client. So after this, I'm going to create a new call instance. So I'll say const call instance equals client dot call. I'll say default with this call ID that we have gotten right here, which was stored inside of our database earlier. Now we can make the user join the call by saying call instance dot join. So this will basically create the call, right? As you can see, if true, the call will be created. If does not exist, right now it is false, but call already exists, right? That's why we're keeping it as false. So dot then client ref dot current is equals to this client right here that we have created so that we can use it later on. I'm going to set video client to this client and set call to this call instance that we have created, right? All of these things you can find in Stream's documentation as well, just in case you're getting confused over here. So I've also referred to that documentation. So I'll say return. So this one will be for doing the cleanup after user has left the call or disconnected it. We're going to perform a bunch of different actions like call instance dot leave. We want to disconnect the user as well. So client dot disconnect user. And also I'm going to reset both of our refs. So client ref dot current equals null, join ref dot current equals false. And I'm going to trigger this use effect whenever these things change, right? These are the things that we are using inside of it. All right, cool. So yeah, that's our use effect. Now we can make use of it. So finally, inside of our return, I'm going to be having stream video tag, which will come from video React SDK. And this will take the client, which will be our video client that we stored inside the state, right? Inside of this, I'll say stream call. Call. This will be again import from video React SDK. And this will take the actual call instance. So call. Now inside this, I'm going to create a new component called call UI. And inside this, we can create our actual UI for the call. So it will be self-closing tag. And this will take all of these things. So basically the call ID is interviewer, the booking details, on leave what happens. So this handle leave that we created, API key, token, and the current user information. Okay. So let's create this call UI. So I'll create a new file right here, call UI.jsx IAFCE call UI. Let me just import it first. So over here, I'm going to import it like this. Okay, what's wrong over here? Oh, we imported it twice. So let's remove it from here. Okay, so I'm not gonna go and check in the window just now because I don't want the call to be created because we don't have any UI right now, right? First, let's just create the UI. Then we can go on and have a look on how our video call is looking. Let's take all of the params right here, just like this. This will also be a client component, by the way. So use client. Now we're going to take a few custom hooks over here from Stream, which are use call state hook, first of all, which will help us basically, as it says, get the state of our current call, right? Use call will help us provide things like state of recording and other things. And calling state is basically if user is in the call, if user has left the call, etc. You'll know as we move forward. Also, we are going to be having two tabs over here. If you remember from the beginning of the video when I showed you the call, that first one is going to be for the chat. Other one is going to be for generating AI questions, right? So for that, I'm going to be taking a state over here. Now over here, we also need to create the chat client. So I'll say const chat client equals use create chat client and make sure to import it from stream chat react. By the way, we also need to import these from video react SDK. So make sure to import use state as well. Now inside of the chat client as well, similar stuff. We are going to be providing it with the API key, token that we generated and the user data. We are also going to be storing the chat channel state over here. And let's initialize this chat inside of use effect, just like we initialized the video, right? So I'll take use effect over here inside of this callback. I'll take the dependency arrays as well. And inside a dependencies array, I'm going to first say chat client, call ID, and booking. And inside of use effect, let's first check if chat client is there. Otherwise, we're going to say return. And then after it, I'm going to say chat client dot channel, and we're going to create a new channel for messaging. I'll provide it with the call ID that we're referring to. So you can see it takes following things: channel type, channel ID, which we're going to keep same as the call ID, and the channel data. In this case, we're going to provide it the name of interview chat and the details of our members, right? So we are providing the ID, which we used to register on stream. Then finally, after this, we can start monitoring it. So we can say channel.watch. Whatever we get, we're going to use this chat channel and we're going to add that chat inside of this channel. Then after this, when the component is unmounted or the call is disconnected, I'm going to say channel.stopWatching, and this will disconnect it from it. Okay. Let's also use this, where is it? This calling state to check if user is leaving the call or not. So I'll just say if calling state is equals to calling state dot left, and it has a bunch of different such states. Okay, it won't be visible right now. Okay, we need to import it actually from Video React SDK. It's like this. So I think it should be visible now. Yes, you can see idle, join, joining, etc., etc. According to this, you can show different loading indicators and stuff right here. So if it's left, then I'm going to say leaving the call. Okay, nice. Now finally, moment of truth. Let's go on and create the UI for our call. First of all, over here in return, I'm going to have a div, minimum height to be 92, viewport height, some background, display flex, flex column, and overflow hidden. And inside this, first of all, our top bar where we will display the details of the call. So the div over here, I'll set display flex, item center, justify between, some horizontal and vertical padding, border, some border color. Then inside of it, I'll have a div where I will render different badges. Right, first of all, I'll render the interviewee and interviewer name. So I'll say booking.interviewer name X interviewee, right? So we are basically defining the call. Who are the contestants between whom we are taking this call, right? We are conducting this call basically. Below this badge, I'll say if they are the interviewer, then I'll just add the interviewer badge over here, an additional interviewer badge. Okay, below this div is where we are going to be rendering our actual video call component. So here I'll take a div right here, and inside of this will have two sections. Left one will for video call and right one will for the chat and AI video like questions generator. So on the left, I'm going to say the stream theme component so that it can style it, the speaker layout, and the call controls over here, right? And you know what? Up until this point, we can actually go and check, test our call. So why don't we go and do that? Okay, so looks like we're getting some error. Okay, so the current user is not defined. Let's go and check inside of our actions. This current user is probably not defined. Let's import it properly. Okay, so we have another error. It's saying toast.error is not a function. Okay, that's weird. Probably because it is a server component, that's why it's not picking it up. Let me just comment it out for now. Comment all of these things and let's go back and check. Okay, looks like it's connecting to the call. It's asking us for the permission. I'll allow the mic. I'll allow the camera as well. And let's check. Okay, handle leave is not defined. Okay, so over here, the handle leave is not defined. Oh yeah, of course, I forgot to create this function. So basically this function will be for stopping if there's any recordings going on. So here I'll say const handle leave, use callback. I'll invoke it if any calls going on or on leave. And inside this, simply this is going to be a try catch block. I'll check if there's a call going on and if there's a recording going on. So call.state.recording, I'll check if there's a recording going on, then I'll just stop recording and then leave the call, right? And finally, we will trigger the onLeave function that was coming from the props. Okay, now I think it should work. There should not be any error. Let's refresh it. Connecting to call. And here we go. Looks like we have joined the call. Amazing. This is working fine. We can also give reactions and stuff over here. We can, start recording. We can also share our screen right here. This is so cool. And it's giving the error that permission denied by user. I think you can probably handle it using some toast or something like that so that it shows the error properly. But yeah, this is a huge success. Now we can go on and render the chat interface over here along with the AI questions generator, right? So yeah, let's go on and do it. I'm going to click on disconnect for now. And you can see leaving call and we are back over here in my appointments page. Okay, so right below this, the right section, we are going to be having the chat interface, right? So I'll take a div right here. width to be 85, shrink 0, flex column, some border, and some background color inside of it. And you know what? I just realized we can probably use Shadcn UI's tabs component over here. So let's go to Shadcn UI. We already installed tabs, right? So instead of just manually handling it, let's use this tabs component, Okay, so we already have installed tabs, I believe. So let's copy this up and I'll paste it right here. Import the tabs list, tabs trigger, tabs content. And yeah, I don't think we are going to be needing this active tab state anymore. So not going to put anything inside of class name yet. So over here in the tabs trigger, first of all, this first one will be for the chat with some message square icon. And other one will be for the AI questions with this sparkles icon, right? So let's call this chat. Let's call this questions. Again, here as well, chat and questions. Let's go on and check. So I'll go back to my call right here. Yep, we can see chat and AI questions right here. We need to style this a little bit so that it looks good. But yeah, so far we have the tabs over here. For this tabs list, probably we can say flex, border bottom, some border white of 8, shrink to be 0. For the triggers, for both of them, I'll provide the class name of flex1 so that they take the maximum space that is needed over there. Is there any variant for these tabs as well? Let me just check. Yep, line variant. I think this is what we need, right? This is much more convenient. So let's use the line variant. So I'll view the code. I think we just need to provide this variant line on tabs list, right? So over here, I'll just say, before this actually, I'll just say variant line and I'll remove all of these things. I'll just only keep flex over here. And let's go on and check if it's any better now. So I'll join the call. There we go. Okay, I think we need to define the default tab as well. So I think it's right here, right? Okay, there it is. It's account. So I think we can put chat over there. And here, let's keep width to full. And this one can be width of half this. And the other one can also be the width of half. Let's see. Yes, this is much better. This is what we wanted. Now let's come over here. Now also make sure that we are only supposed to show this tab if we are logged in as the interviewer, right? So I'll say if is interviewer, only then show this tab. So if I just do this and check, see now we can only see the chat right here and not this. Okay, so let's first work on this chat section. So over here inside this, I'm going to check if chat client and chat channel are there, then question mark this, then we're going to do something over here. We're going to render the chat. Otherwise, I'll say colon, we will render another, like we're going to render a div, which will just show a loader right here. So let me just render this first actually, something like this. Class name flex item center, just put it inside of a parenthesis. And this one is going to be chat. Let's first align this properly, then I'll explain you. Yep, so over here, we're gonna show this loader indicator from Lucid React and we're gonna spin it. So animate spin. And here we're gonna have this chat, which will be imported from stream chat React. At this, we're gonna provide it with our chat client. So I'll say client equals chat, chat client. We can provide it with some theme as well. So this theme you can find from different themes you can find from Stream's documentation. So currently I'm going to say str chat theme dark. Inside this chat, I'll render the channel that we created with this chat channel that we configured earlier, right? Import this channel component, and then inside of it, we will render the whole window where the chat is going to happen. So I'll say window. Make sure to import this window and this message list as well, stream chat react and message input, where we will write our message, right? And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Let's go and try it out. So I'll open my call again. Okay, here we go. This is how our chat is going to look like, but it's broken currently. Let's just send something. I'll say hello. And there we go. It is being rendered right here. Amazing. You can see all of these inbuilt functions right here. We can also edit the message out of the box right here, right? We can react something on top of this message, right? So all of these things comes inbuilt of stream, right? So what I'll do, I'll just say class name to be height full. I think they should do it. Let's save it and check. Yep, there we go. And by the way, this whole chat is persistent. So every time you join the call, you will see this chat right here. You can also click on this plus button. You can send the attachments over here as well, like PDFs and stuff, right? So see, like for example, I've selected the image over here. I can send the image here as well, something like this, right? It will open right inside of this interface. Amazing. All right, so our chat is done. Let's go on and work on the second tab's content, which is going to be for the AI questions panel. So I'm going to be rendering this right here. So I'll say AI questions panel. Obviously, this does not exist. And categories, I'll send booking.categories over here, which we will use to generate all the questions. Okay, it's not defined. Let's just create the component. So I'll say AI questions panel.jsx RAFCE. Let's save it and I'll import it right here, just like this. And also right here in the tabs, let's just say true for now so that it is visible for both interviewers and interviewee, and we can test. There we go, AI questions, and we can see the questions panel right here. Cool, let's go on and build this. So here inside of AI questions panel. Now, first of all, we are supposed to generate the questions using Gemini, right? So we will need the Gemini API key as well. So here in the .env, we're going to need Gemini API key, and we will get it from aistudio.google.com/API key. Just go right here and create a new API key, right? You can create a new cloud project over here and select one of them and click on create key. So you'll get your API key right here. Just copy it and paste it right here, just like this. Let's close it. And now we are going to be creating an API for generating all the questions. So first of all, inside of the actions, I'm going to be creating a new file, AI questions.js. Questions.js. And here we can define different categories, right? So something like category prompts. So for front end, I'm defining all of these things that we can ask questions from either of these topics. For backend this, full stack this, DSA. You can either copy this from my Git repository, or you can also write your own category prompts right here. Okay. Now after this, but on top of it, I forgot to do use server. Yes. Now after this, we can say export const generate interview questions. This will be an asynchronous server action, and it will take category right here. Category inside of these braces. First of all, we will check if user is logged in or not. So I'll check await current user. Make sure to import it from server. If user is not logged in, I'll throw new error. Otherwise, if category is not present, then I'll say invalid category. Okay. Now after this, we need to install actually one package to prompt Gemini. So I'll say npm install and at google/generative-ai. Make sure to install this package. Meanwhile, it's installing, let me just write the code. So we will import it just like this, new Google Generative AI, and we will take the API key inside of it, and then we will take this genai.getGenerative model, and here you can choose the latest model that is present while you're watching this video, right? It could be 3.0, 3.5, whatever. You can just do a simple Google search, which is the latest Flash model that is available, and just use it right here. If you're watching when I'm uploading this video close to it, then you can simply use this one. Okay, so it's installed. Let's import it. So just like this. Okay. After we have taken this model, we can write the prompt over here. And again, you can copy this prompt from my Git repository from this AI questions file. So basically, I'm saying that you are an expert technical interviewer, generate 6 interview questions for a category for this role. For each question, provide concise but complete answer. We are providing it the structure that it needs to answer in. Now you can also include more things like providing code snippet or something else, right? I'm just keeping it simple and letting you guys run your imagination to improve this prompt. After this, simply we are going to parse the response. So I'll say result equals await model.generate content. I will provide the prompt. I'll say result.response.text. I'll trim it from both sides. I'll clean it up if there's any JSON that is extra JSON that is added right here. And then finally, we can say json.parse and we'll convert it into an object, and we will return this array of questions right here. Okay, simple enough. Let's go on and use this inside of our AI questions panel. Let's make this a client component first. So use client. Then inside of it, first of all, obviously we need to take the categories over here. And then inside of it, I'm going to have the state for selected categories. By default, we're going to select the 0th index, and then we will update the state accordingly. After this, the server action that we have created, let's import it over here. So I'll say use fetch hook that we created, and I'll say generate interview questions. You'll produce data, loading, error, and function. I'll say const generate data dot questions. We actually don't need to take error over here because we already have defined the toast in the use fetch hook. So first of all, the parent dev is going to be class name flex column, gap to be 4, some height to be full, overflow hidden, and inside of it we can render all of the categories. So inside of this div right here is where we're going to be rendering the categories. So I'll say categories dot map. I'll have each and every category, and then inside of it I'll render that particular button. So I'll render the button with key of category, type button. On click, we're gonna set the selected category, update this state right here with that particular category, and we're gonna provide some simple class name just like we have provided earlier while on onboarding as well. If it's selected, then border amber, otherwise border white. Okay, and here I'm gonna render the category label. Make sure to import it from @lib/data just like earlier. Let's have a look how it's looking. Yep, there we go. We can see both of them being rendered right here. Let's do one thing. Let's just provide it with some padding. So padding of 3 probably. Let's see. Yep, that's better. Now after this button, so after this div right here, we're going to be rendering a button which will be responsible for generating the questions, right? So I'll render this button just like this with variant gold. Simply on click, we will call this generate function from over here with the selected category, right? And we'll disable it when it's loading or the category is not selected, right? If it's loading, we're gonna show generating over here. Otherwise, we're gonna show generate questions with the sparkles icon. Below this, we can render all of the questions that have been generated. So I'll say questions.length. If it's more than 0, we're going to render a div over here. Otherwise, we're going to render another div, which will say selected category and generate role specific questions, right? This will be when the category is not selected. So let's just create this div first. It's very simple. So all I'm going to say is a sparkles icon and select a category and generate role specific questions, right? And for here, let's build this. First of all, I'll give it some class name, display flex column, simple styles, and then we'll render the questions over here. So questions dot map. I'll take each and every question and the index as well. Oops, take it inside of a bracket actually. And then inside of it, let's take the parentheses instead of curly braces. I'll take a div with some key and class name, rounded Excel with some border white, some background, some padding, and flex column. Okay. And here we need to render 2 things. First, the question and then the answer, right? So both in the paragraph tag, I'll say I+1, that is the number of the question, and q.question. And after this, the answer, and I'll say q.answer. All right, so I think that should do it. Let's go on and test it out. I'll choose system design probably and click on generate question. Okay, it's generating, and there we go. The questions have been generated. Amazing. Now, if you notice over here, this is making the whole screen scroll, right? So probably we can either do something like, let's see, over here, we can say class name to be height, and we can provide some fixed height, like height to be screen. Let's try it out again. Let's generate some questions related to DevOps this time. No, I didn't think that worked. So let's remove from over here, and actually we will add the height to screen over here. This should definitely work. Save it. Yep, there we go. That worked. You can hide this scroll bar as well if you want. But yeah, awesome. This is working flawlessly. Great. So our whole calling interface is done, right? Why don't we go on and create the dashboard page? Or probably we can do one more thing. So if you remember, after our call is done, the recording is processed and we get the video call inside of this My Appointments page right here, right? And also the AI feedback. So why don't we go on and work on that first before working on the interviewer's dashboard? All right, so for setting up our webhooks, let me show you what we need to do. First of all, we need to go to the stream dashboard right here, and we need to select what webhooks we want. And by the way, here we go. I've opened the chat interface right now, the chat dashboard, and we can open the video dashboard as well. And you can see, we can see all of the different calls that we have joined and stats and everything, right? Along with calls per day, call quality, and so much more data to check, right? If you go inside of a call, you can check individual stuff as well, right? If there's been any recording, it will show us recording over here, transcripting as well. See, it's transcribing, for example, this one, right? Transcribing takes a bit of time to do. So, yep. So let's see. So we need to go to this webhooks option right here and click on create webhook, right? Now we want 2 webhooks over here. First of all, we need to select webhook integration and provide a URL right here. Okay. So here we want recording ready. Where is it? Recording ready. First this, and also transcription ready webhook. If either of these events happen, we want to call our webhook. Now, what is a webhook? So webhook is basically, going to consider it as an API call that it will make to our app, right? So we need to expose a URL from our app, and to do that, we're going to create a new folder inside of this app called API. And inside of this API, we are basically going to be creating an API, right? So I'm going to create webhooks folder. Inside this, I'll say stream. Inside this, I'll say route.js, right? It should be route.js. So basically this route.js will expose this endpoint. So how do you create a route? So if you want to expose a get endpoint, you say export async function and get over here. But in this case, we are going to be exposing post, right? So it will be a post call. It will provide us the request object as well, right? And inside this, we can perform some actions. Okay. So first of all, like we are going to decode what we are getting from inside of it, right? So I'll say const body equals await request.json. And we need to decode what type of event is being sent to us. So like const event type equals body type. You know what? Let me just show you how this works first. So I'll just quickly just say get over here. And for now, I will return response.json. I don't know, message to be subscribe. And you should subscribe if you haven't yet. Let me show you how this works. So if we go to /webhooks/stream, right? So I'll just open local host 3000/webhooks/stream. Press enter. Sorry, I think it's /API/webhooks/stream. Also, let me just comment both of these things out for now, and then we'll check. See, we get message to be subscribed right here, right? So this is how APIs basically work in Next.js. Now, but there's a problem over here. We need to provide a URL right here, right, in stream. So we cannot just provide this local host 3000. It won't work. So what we can do, we can temporarily host it just to test, and then later on we can provide the actual URL for our app. So for now, in the .env, I'm going to say, I don't know, app URL on next public app URL, right? And over here, so how do we create a temporary app, like hosted app URL? We can say ngrok, like we can install ngrok. So I'll say npm install -g for global ngrok. And this is a very useful tool and is used a lot by developers to test out API endpoints. After ngrok is installed, I'm going to say ngrok http and enter our port, which is 3000. Wait, I think something's wrong. It's not working. Let's do one thing. Let me just open command prompt over here, and I'm going to say ngrok http 3000. There's some issue over here. Okay, so we have to sign up at ngrok as well, right? Let's copy this link and paste this right here. Let's sign up with Google, and we are in. Okay, let's try this. Okay, install your auth token. Let me just turn this. So we have to do this. ngrok config add auth token, and here I'm going to be adding my auth token. Okay, I've added it and it is saved. Let's try it again now. And there we go. It is open. So if you just go to this URL right here, visit site. Yep, there we go. It is hosted. Nice. So for now, I'll just add this URL over here. And if we try to go to /API/webhook/stream now, let's see. Yep, there we go. It's working. So I'll just copy it up and let's go right here and I'll paste it over here and save changes. Okay, it has been added. Let's continue the work on our webhook so we can test it out. Actually, I don't think we need to add it right here, but let me just remove this. It will be useful for some other purpose, I think, in believe later this video. Anyways, so here, let's bring this back. And here, this needs to be post. Only then this body will work, request.json will work. All right, so first thing first, we need to check what type of event we are getting. So it should be either of those events that we activated. So if event type is not equals to transcription ready or recording ready, then we're going to return response.json. Otherwise, we will continue. Now, one thing, our call ID that we will be getting over here will come something like this. Default : mock, something like this, right? So we need to split it over here. So I'm going to say const call CID equals book like body.call CID that we'll be getting over here from stream. And I'll say call CID dot includes : then we're going to split it from the colon and we'll just get this part right here. Okay. Now if stream call ID does not exist, then we're going to return response.json. Otherwise, we're going to continue. I'll have a try catch block over here. Let me just close this. And first of all, with respect to the call ID, we will find our booking, right? So just like previously, I'm going to use the DB from Prisma. So db.booking.find unique, where stream call ID is this. And we need to include the interviewer's information, the interviewee's information, and also the feedback to check if already the feedback has been given or not, right? After this, I'll say if booking does not exist, then we're going to return the response. Otherwise, we're going to check first of all for the recording, right? So let me just add a comment over here, recording ready. Like both of these are separate webhooks, obviously. So this will be for the recording webhook. So here, if event type is equals to call.recording ready, right? So let's take out the URL from here. So I'll say recording URL equals body.callRecording.url. If no recording URL is present, then we're going to return it. Otherwise, we're going to add it inside of our database, right? So db.booking.update, where ID is this booking.id and data is this recording URL. After this, I'll return the response.json. That means we're done with it. Otherwise, if it's for the transcription, so let's check for the transcription over here, transcription ready. Then inside of it, I'll check if the booking feedback is already there. So I'll say if booking.feedback is there, then return response.json, okay to be true. Otherwise, I'll take out the transcription URL and we will parse it. So transcription URL equals body.call_transcription.url. So this will contain the whole script of our call. If transcription URL is not present, then return response.json, okay to be true. Okay, now we need to download this transcription first. So first of all, I'll say await fetch, and this transcription URL will get all the transcription. So we will say transcription response.text and we will have the exact text right here. Okay. After this, we need to convert this JSON-L into readable conversation, and we'll do it something like this. So notice, I'll take the transcript text, I'll trim it, and I'll split it from /n. Like between every sentence, there will be a /n. We'll split it. If it exists, then we will keep it. Otherwise, remove it. And then from the remaining array, we're gonna map through it, right? And I'm gonna say JSON.parse for that particular line. And in the end, I'm gonna filter it, and we'll only keep the speech part. We will remove every other thing, like if there's any URL if there's any photo or something shared, right? We don't want that. After that, if lines.length is equals to 0, then we're going to return it. Otherwise, we're going to move forward. So after this, we need to display the names as well. So we're going to use clerk ID to do that. So first of all, let's create the map using booking.interviewer.clerk ID has this name. For the interviewee clerk ID, it has this name. So we will use it next to map the names. So I'm going to use the transcript. I'll say lines.map. And for each and every sentence, I'll take the speaker map and I'll assign the name, then I'll say colon and then the text, right? And join them using /n before giving it to Gemini, right? So now step 3 is we're gonna give it to Gemini and generate our feedback. So it's gonna be like similar to how we have done earlier. So I'll say const gen AI equals new Google generative AI. Make sure to import it. We have already installed it, right? We're gonna import the model right here. In this case is 2.5. Again, you need to check what's the latest model right now before adding it. After this, we also are going to be taking all of the categories to provide to Gemini so that Gemini has the proper context. So I'll say booking.interview.categories and we'll join them using comma, right? After this, we are going to be providing our prompt. So I'll say const prompt and I'll add backticks over here. Now let's get this prompt from my GitHub URL because it's a little bit bigger. So let's go inside of API route.js and let's get this prompt from here till here, right? And paste it right here. So see, we're basically saying you are an expert technical interviewer evaluating a mock interview. We're giving the categories, interviewer name, candidate name, giving the transcript, and I'm going to say analyze the candidate's performance and response with all of these things, like respond with all of these things. So now we'll get it. I'm going to take the result and parse it. I'll say await model.generate content using this prompt, and whatever result we get, I'll say .text and trim it, replace if there's any JSON around it, and trim it as well. After this, we are going to be converting the string into object. So I'll say JSON.parse this raw data over here. Okay. Now finally, after this, once we have gotten all of the feedback, we are going to trigger the API call to our database, right? So, and for that, over here, we're going to be doing multiple API calls, right? So I'm going to be using db.transaction. So transaction in Prisma basically means you can do multiple API calls over here. And if one of them fails, then the whole thing will fail. So first of all, I'm saying db.feedback.upsert. That is update or insert. So inside of it, I'll say where booking ID is booking.id. After this, I'll say create, and I'm going to create this new table inside of this feedback, right? Sorry, new row inside this feedback table. So we're going to provide booking ID, summary, technical communication, all of these different things that we had requested from Gemini, right? And we don't need to update it, right? So because already exists, so we're going to keep only the original. So we don't want to update it. After this, we want to do booking updation as well. So where ID is this, and I'm going to set the status to completed after we have gotten this transcription, right? And by the way, until this has not been set as completed, what you can do, you can show some sort of processing on the appointment card. I forgot to do this, but I would recommend you guys that you guys do this on the appointment card. Make sure to check the status of the booking, and if it is not completed, then you can show you can check two things. First, if the call time has passed and the status is still not completed, then you can show the booking is being processed. Recording and feedback will be provided very soon, right? So you can do that over there. So after this, we're gonna do the credit transaction as well. Over here, I'm going to say db.createtransaction.find first, and I'm going to check if the transaction has been successfully created for that particular call or not. So where booking ID is this, and type booking earning. And after this, if the transaction has not been done, so I'll say if earn does not exist, then we will do the transaction over here. Await db.createtransaction.create this data and all of these details right here, right? The amount, the type, and this is optional, but there could be some sort of bug that could have happened while booking the call. So just a safe check over here. So after this, finally, we can return response.json, okay to be true. And then inside of the catch, I'm going to say return response.json, okay to be true as well. Now, why am I doing this response.json, okay to be true? So here's the reason. Because we want it to return always okay, so that stream can retry again and again for whatever reason, right? It could have failed for some reason. It was not able to connect to our app, or probably this webhook had some issue, right? So we want stream to try it again and again until it updates our database. Okay, and yeah, I guess that's pretty much it. Let's go and try it out, shall we? See, we will not be able to test the transcription part of things because transcription takes quite some time to process, right? So we can test the recording part. So let's go to explore. Let's book a new call. I'm recording this after some time, so that my call has been expired. So let's try to book one. By the way, after we have booked the call, you guys can add some notification that you've gotten a new call, and you can use something like resend to send the email, right? So all of these are small things that I'm leaving for you guys so that you can learn as well as a part of the assignment. So let's click on join call right here. All right, there we go. I have joined the call right now. Let's click on recording over here. So it would be recording, and I don't know, let's act as if I'm taking the interview. So please talk about React 19's new feature, any one feature. So React 19 introduces a bunch of different new components like activity component, use effect event hook, etc, etc. I guess that's enough for now. Let's generate some questions. Describe a time you've implemented a CI/CD pipeline. I've implemented CI/CD pipelines using tools like Jenkins, GitHub Actions. Key stages typically include code checkout, automated builds, etc. Okay, I think that's enough for now. Let's turn off the recording and hang up the call. So now what will happen, if you go to stream, it will take a bit of time to process this call. Let's refresh this page. So yeah, it's not really showing it right now. Let's wait for a few minutes. It will show it over here. It will process the recording and it will provide the recording. Over here, we will see the recording URL button over here. So we can see it's showing that 15 seconds ago. And yes, it has this recording. Okay, it looks like it has been processed. Let's go back to our app and refresh this page to check. Let's see if this was triggered or not. So over here, because I can check it in our logs and it shows that 403 forbidden. Is it because of Arcjet? Not sure. How about we add some console logs over here? So to test it out, actually, inside my GitHub repository, I have added this whole thing with console logs. So how about we copy this file and just paste it right here. So it will add all of these different console logs so that we can check what's going on, what has gone wrong, right? So how about we go on and join our call one more time. I'll join the call. All right, here we are. I'm going to start the recording. Okay, hello, hi. I'm going to do something over here. Let's try to share the screen as well. Let's share this Supabase screen. Let's see if it is sharing. Yes, it looks like it is sharing. So I guess that's pretty much it. I'll just stop the sharing and I'll stop the recording as well, right? And let's hang up the call and let's wait for it to trigger our webhook again. So I'll just keep this opened, and whenever it tries to do it, now we will see the console logs here. Oh, looks like I did not save the file. Let's wait for a couple of minutes and I'll check. Okay, so guys, I actually figured out what was going wrong. You can revert your files, and you can see I've gotten all of the console logs over here. So thing is, inside of our proxy, we added Arcjet, right? So the bot protection was doing its job and it was blocking stream because it did not know. So what I did, I basically added this is webhook route with /API/webhook, right? And I'm using it inside of the clerk middleware to check if this is a webhook route, then we can skip it, right? So if it's not a webhook route, then only we will do it. So you guys can also make this quick change inside of your proxy.js, and I'm pretty sure that this will work. Let's go on and check if it is actually working. Yes, we can see the recording right here. If we click on it, it will take us to the external recording. Let's see. All right, this is another test to check if everything is working fine or not. I'm just waiting. I hope the screen share is visible. Okay, nice. So this is working fine. Amazing. So we have figured out the recording issue. And same thing, like it will work with the transcription as well. Obviously, as I told you, transcription take a little bit longer to process. And over here, see, it shows us the exact everything. So it is transcribing this. As soon as it is done transcribing, it will add it right here as part of our feedback. So again, as I told you, you can show over here that feedback processing or recording processing while that's happening. I mean, recording is instant, but feedback could take a little bit more time, right? So that's why. Cool then. So we are done with these two features as well. Now finally, let's log in as the interviewer. I'm going to sign out and sign in from the other account. Awesome. And let's go to our dashboard page, which does not exist yet, obviously. And let's start working on it. All right, so first let's see how our dashboard is going to look like. So over here, we can see the current our credit balance, the total earned, and the session done. And we can also see the complete withdrawal history that we did, right? Now over here, we can request withdrawal from admin. You can see one credit is equals to $5 and there's a platform fee of 20%. So it's going to be around $4. We can enter over here our PayPal and click on confirm withdrawal. So let's like, for example, I can say example at gmail.com or I don't know, PayPal, whatever. So I'll click on confirm withdrawal. It will show me request has been submitted, right? And now if I open the admin Gmail, the admin gets a request such as this, right? They can click on review and approve. Then they are taken on a page that looks something like this, right? Where they can review this request. They can enter the admin password. If I enter the admin password, click on approve. There we go. Withdrawal has been approved. And now we will notice that inside of our app, it was processing, right? And if I refresh it, now it would show us that this has been processed, such as this, right? Then there's this appointment tab where I can see all of my appointments, availability tabs. I can set my availability over here, right? Cool. So let's go on and work on this dashboard page. So first of all, we will go on and create all of the server actions. So in the actions, I'm going to create a new file for dashboard.js. The first one that I want to create is for setting our availability. So it will take the start time and end time. So here, I'll first check if user is logged in or not. So const await current user. So let's import this. Make sure to import it from next server. So on the top, I'll say use server again. Then below this, I'll check if user's role is of interviewer or not. So I'll say db user equals await db.user. Make sure to import db over here from prisma.user.find unique this particular user. And then I'll check if this user does not exist or their role is not equal to the interviewer, then we will throw the error. Okay, after this, we're going to verify the start time and end time. First, I'll check if they are present or not. If they are not present, then throw a new error that they are required. And if its start time is more than or equal to end time, then start time must be before end time. Okay, now after this, finally, we can do a try catch block. And here, first of all, let's get the current availability. So I'll say const existing equals await db.availability.find first for this interviewer ID and status should be available. After this, if the existing is present, then I'm going to update it, right? So db.availability.update where this is the ID, and we're going to provide it the start time and end time in the database. Okay, that's fine. But if it is not present, then I'll say else db.availability.create, that is we're creating new availability. You could have also used upsert over here, right? So inside of create, I'm going to say data and provide all of these details to create a new availability. Okay, after this, we can refresh our dashboard page, right? So I'm going to use revalidate path function over here. Make sure to import from next/cache and return success to be true. Okay, and in the catch, I'll say console error to be error, throw new error, fail to save availability. Okay, so this was for setting the availability. We can also have a server action for getting the availability to render it, right? So it will be simple. I'll say get availability. I'll check if the user is logged in or not, if user is present inside of our database or not, and then simply I'll say find first for this interviewer ID and status to be available. Okay. Now after this, for our appointments, right? For getting our appointments, I'll say export const get interviewer appointments. Inside this, again, this same thing. I'll just copy and paste it right here to check if user is legit or not. And then after this, we are going to find all of our appointments or bookings. So I'll say db.booking.findMany, where this is the interviewer ID. It should include the interviewee's information and the feedback information, order by descending. Okay. After this, we can get all of the stats of the interviewer, right? About their earnings and stuff. So actually after this, I'll say export const get interviewer status. And inside of this, first check if they are logged in or not. I'll just copy and paste this to check it. Then I'll fetch the user over here, fetch the user stats. So I'll say await tv.user.findUnique, where the user ID is this. We need to select the credit balance, credit rate, bookings as the interviewer, where status should be completed. And we need to select all the credits charged, right, per booking. So after this, we can also check if this user is not present. So if user is not there, then user not found. And then I'll check the total earned. So I'll say const total earned equals dbuser.bookings as the interviewer.reduce. And I'm going to take a sum, which is 0 by default. And I'll add credits charged one by one so that we can create total earned, like we can get the total earned number. Then finally, in the end, we can return the credit balance, credit rate, total earned, and completed sessions. Okay, nice. So yeah, that's pretty much it to get all of the basic information about the interviewer, about setting the availability and appointments and stuff, right? Cool. So let's go to app, and I'm going to create a new route over here for our dashboard. Inside this, I'll create a new file for page.jsx. Why does it feel like my editor's colors have changed for some reason? I don't know. So I'll say interviewer dashboard page. Inside this, let's just get the user's info. So I'll say const dbusers, use dbuser, async, and let's fetch it. We already created it, right, in the user server action right here. And now over here, we need to fetch a bunch of APIs. So I'll say await promise.all, and inside of it, I'm going to get availability that we created, get interviewer appointments, and get interviewer stats right here, right? And we will get all of these things right here: availability, appointments, and stats. Okay. Now here, I'm going to take the main tag. Inside this, we are going to be rendering it. First of all, let's render our page header right here. So inside this, I'll use the page header component that we have created. So this, I'll say label interviewer dashboard with gray heading to welcome back and gold heading to be the name of the user. In the description, I'm going to show if title and company are there for that user. I'm going to display that. And on the right side, I'm going to show the credit balance for the user. Let's save and see. See, there we go. The user is called Algo Agarwal. So welcome back, and their credit balance as well. Okay. Now below this is where we're going to be rendering all the different tabs, right? So inside of this div right here, I'll say max width to be 6 XL, some MX auto, some horizontal and vertical padding. And here, let's take the tabs component. So I'll take the default tabs component and paste it. Oops, was it not copied? Let me just copy it manually, and we can paste it right here. Let's import all of these tabs list, tabs trigger, tabs content. Okay. Here, first of all, let's take the default value of earnings. In the tabs list, we are going to be providing it with some class name of some background, some border, some margin bottom, right? We are going to be having 3 tabs trigger. So over here, I'm going to say first one with the wallet icon, I'll say earnings. Second will with the clipboard icon, I'll say appointments, and third with the clock icon to be availability, something like this. Then in the tabs content right here, I'm going to have 3 different components, right? So here I'm going to say, first of all, tabs content value appointment, and I'll have the appointment section. Obviously these does not exist. We will create it in just a moment. Second one for the availability, third for the earnings, right? So let's create them one by one actually first. So here I'll create a new folder called underscore components. Inside this, I'll create a new file, appointment section.jsx rafce appointment section. Then next, I'll create the availability section. So new file, availability section.jsx rafce availability section. Then the third is going to be the earning section. So create a new file, earning section.jsx rafce earning section. Okay, let's save all of these, and then we can import all of these 3 over here one by one. Appointment section, availability section, and the earnings section. Let's save this. All right, there we go. We have all of these 3 things right here. Awesome. Let's pass the props from over here. So in the appointment section, I'm passing the appointments just like this. In the availability section, I'm passing the initial availability. So just like this. And in the earnings section, I'm passing the stats over here. So stats. So let's start working on them one by one. First of all, let's start with availability section, right? We are getting the initial availability here, right? It could be empty as well. So here, I'm going to take 2 states. First one will be for the setting the start time. By default, if the start time is there, then I'm going to set this to that start time, right? Otherwise, we're going to keep it as empty. Same for the end time as well. After this, I'm going to take saved state over here. And then also, I'm going to take the server action that we created, which is set availability, right? And by the way, this is going to be a client component. So put use client on the top right here. Make sure to import use fetch as well, just like this. Below it, let's start working on this first. So I'll just give it a section tag. This will have class name of some background color, some border, rounded corners, some padding, display flex to be columns so everything is in from top to bottom, and some gap between them, right? Inside this, first of all, let's render the header elements. So I'll have a div right here, flex, item start, justify between, gap to be 4. Inside of it, I'm gonna have a div which will say daily availability window. In the gray title, let's import this clock icon. So gray title component, interviewers can book within this window every day. Sorry, interviewees can book. So see, this is how it looks. After this div right here, I'm gonna render a badge over here, which will show that user is active with the active availability if the initial is there. After this, we will have a separator right here. Then I'm going to input the availability. So I'll have a div right here. First of all, we will input the start time. So I'll have a div with label of start time, import it from add components, and input as well. Make sure to import from Shadcn UI, that is add components as well. Type's going to be time, value, on chain, just like we generally do, right? Similar to this, we will also be having for the end time. So something like this, right? Exactly the same. Below this, we're going to show the duration window actually. So let's do one thing over here. We're going to take the duration. So I'll first of all check has window. If the start time and end time is input, then we're going to show, like we're going to keep has window to be true. And then we can calculate the duration. So over here, I'm going to say const duration equals has window is true. Then inside this, I'll take the start time and split it into 2 like hours and minutes. Same with the end time as well. Then basically we are going to be creating the difference, like calculating the difference between the end time and start time. I generated this whole expression using ChatGPT, who writes this stuff now manually. I just asked it to give me the duration and it did that. So let's take this duration and make use of it. Right below this, I'm going to paste if the duration is there. Then I'm going to show a badge with this duration. And I'm going to say interviewees see this as your open booking range, right? So let's check. Okay, so we're getting some error over here. Expected a string or a class function. What's wrong over here? Let's go on and check. This is imported, right? So inside of this, what are we returning? So this is correct that we're returning. Let's check the terminal. Maybe we have some more details over there. So it looks like I have accidentally imported label from Radix UI. So that was the issue. So make sure to import it from at components. Now let's check. Yep, now we can see it. Yep, there we go. It looks good. We can change our availability over here. Let's just add the button first. So below this, I'm going to be having a button from Shadcn UI. Oops. From here, variant to be gold. It will be disabled if has window is not true and loading is true from right here. On click will trigger handle save. We will create it function. I'll create this function in just a moment. If it's loading, I'm gonna show saving. If it's already saved, then I'm gonna show saved. We have created the state for it, right? Or if the initial is already there, then I'll show update window, else set availability if nothing is there, right? So okay, let's go on and create this. I'll just minimize it. Okay, so right below this, handle save will be pretty simple. I'll just check if the start time or end time is there. Then I'm going to trigger this save function from right here. And I'll also convert the start time and end time to ISO. So let's just create a simple function for this. I'll split the time, hours and minutes. I'll create a new date and I'll set hours such as this and then return this, right? Again, these type of function, you don't need to use your brain to write, like just ask ChatGPT to write stuff like this. After this, I'm going to use use effect. See, thing is, if you're not very good at maths, then ChatGPT comes to the rescue, like me, right? So yeah, let's use the use effect whenever the data comes. If it's successful, I'm going to set save to be true. Oh, what is this? Okay, so just ignore this. You can just click on quick fix, disable React hook for this night. This is because of React compiler. Set save to true, and we're going to provide set timeout for 3 seconds and then, clear the timeout so that it turns back to set availability or update window right here, right? We just want to simulate some saving over here. You could also use loading indicator over here as well, just like I have done on the bottom. So let's see, if I click on availability, use effect is not defined. Okay, let's import use effect. Let's go here and let's try to change our start time. How about that? Click on update window, it shows saving, and yep, it is saved. Awesome. Let's check our database and the availability. Yep, there we go. It is updated. Now you might think that the time looks a little bit different. So it's because they have converted into their own time zone. When we fetch it, then we will convert it back. So we've already done that in the appointment card. Now let's go on and work on this appointments tab. So I'll open the appointments section component. And here it's going to be very simple, just like we did in the appointments page for the interviewee. So I'll just take the scheduled and past. I'm not going to explain it. I already explained it previously. Here, let's take the section tag. And inside of this, we are simply going to be rendering it, right? So here, I'll just take the header div like this with the clipboard list, just like, we've done for the availability tab. I'm going to say appointments over here and all your scheduled and past like sessions. Below this, I'm going to check if the appointments is there, then we're going to be rendering it. So let's do one thing. I'll take it from this appointments page right here. Yep, this is the one. So I'll just copy from right here, the upcoming and past. Copy it up and paste it right here. Right, but we have to change a few things. Instead of interviewee over here, I'm going to say interviewer for this. And over here as well, is past to be true. Yes, we're supposed to display that over here. Let's make sure to import the appointment card. Here, we can get rid of this parent div over here. We already have this div, right? So I'll just close it after this over here. This looks good. Same for this as well. So I'll get rid of this and remove one div from right here. So now let's have a look. Make sure to import this gray title right here. I forgot to import it. Okay, so it's breaking right here. You can see, I think we need to make a few more changes over here. Here, actually, instead of this schedule, we can check on top of this. I'll check if the appointments.length, if x equal to 0, then we're going to show no appointment set. Once interviewees book your slots, they'll appear here. Otherwise, I'm going to show this thing right here. So I'll just copy this whole thing up, paste it right here. Actually, I'll just div here. Inside this, I'll paste it. And for this div, I'll give the class name, display flex column, gap to be 10. Let's see what else do we need to change. I think this is fine. For paragraph, this is also correct. Grid also looks fine. What's going on over here? Let's remove this. And here, let's close this curly brace. and save this and check if the upcoming is looking fine. Then we'll fix the past as well. And I think we need to take this past as well. So I'll take this whole thing up and I'll paste it right below this actually. So they both are in this div itself. Let's save this. And now let's check. Looks like it is still breaking. Let me check why. So here in the past.length, we're taking a div right here. Let's remove this separator from over here from between this. I guess it is right here as well. Let's remove that whole thing. Okay, so I think I know the issue over here. Instead of item center over here in the past, it should be flex column. Let's save this. And yeah, there we go. Now it's looking fine. The past is on the top and then we have all these cards right here. Okay, looks good. Finally, let's go and work on our earnings tab. Also, you can see here for our last meeting, when we tried to test it, we can see we got the feedback for it and it shows poor because it says the candidate spent the entire time testing the meeting and recording functionality. So yeah, this is pretty accurate and it shows that proactive and testing meeting functionality and all of the red improvement points. So it doesn't really matter, but yeah, you can see it properly assesses the whole call's transcript and gives us the proper feedback, right? Okay, nice. Now let's go on and work on this. So first of all, in the earnings section, let's take all of the stats that we need. So first of all, we will be taking a state over here called open and set open for requesting the payout. We're going to have the balance and total earned. Okay, here inside of the return, actually, I'll make it a section right here, just like this. Inside of this section, I'll render all of 3 stats, right? So here in the div, I'll take grid columns to be 3. So here, and you can copy this from my Git repo as well. I'll take an array over here. I've created this array called label credit balance, value this, some unit of credits, gold to be true. We're going to put an icon over here and we're going to be rendering all of these, right, properly. And the value that is in $. So we're going to multiply it by 5 so that we can calculate the real value for total earned as well. And sessions done. So sessions done will be stats.completed sessions. So after this, I'll say .map. And inside of this, I'll take the stat and here we will render the div. So like this, I'll say key to be stat.label and class name, some background, some border, like simple styling that we've already done, right? Inside this, I'll first of all say a span tag, which will render the icon. Then I'm going to render the stat value. So I'll say paragraph tag. If it's gold, then we're going to render these gold styles, otherwise normal styles. So you can see gold is true in this case, right? So we're going to render the stat value. After this, we're going to render the unit and the dollar value over here. Okay, nice. Let's save this and check. Make sure to, make this a client component as well. And then we can save and check. There we go. It is rendered right here. Now, let me tell you guys the assignment for this app, right? And you might have guessed it. It's pretty simple. Honestly, you have to render this withdrawal history over here. But before that, you have to create this request withdrawal flow as well. I think since you have followed this whole video up until this point, you would have gotten the idea how you can do something like this. And don't worry, I will tell you how to do it. So let me show you. First of all, you have to obviously create this section right here with this button request withdrawal. When you click on request withdrawal, we will see that pop up over here where user can enter their details. So for this, first of all, you have to create this action in the dashboard.js. If you don't want any spoiler, don't look at my solution over here. So let me just tell you where you can find this. Try implementing it yourself. If you're not able to do it, then you can take help from this. There's this request withdrawal function that I've created. You can check it out. If you're not able to understand, you can ask ChatGPT to explain it, right? This will create a withdrawal, and what it will do, it will use resend to send the email to the admin, right? So you can configure the admin email over here. In this case, I have added my email. So resend only allows you to add your email in the free plan. So that's why I've added it over here. Make sure to get the resends API key from that account by getting a new account over there, right? So it will send a new email to the admin. And how do you create an email? So over here, you can see I have created an email right here, withdrawal request email. It's done using @react email /components. It's pretty simple, using simple text and button components right here. And what it will do, it will send the admin email. Hold on, let me show you. So right here, yep, we are calling that component right here, right? So with all these props. So I'm sending the admin to this review URL. So basically /payout/payout ID, just the way I showed you some time ago, right? And inside of this page, this is the page. This is the server action for this. It will just fetch the request and will ask the admin to approve it. If they do approve it, it will trigger this function right here. And that page is actually over here in the main tag, this payout, right? So whole flow is over here, like the code and everything is over here. Try building yourself first. If you're not able to build it, then you can go on and take help from, looking at my solution over here. Awesome. So now I guess it is time to deploy our application. So let me just sign into GitHub. So I'm going to click on this plus icon over here and create new repository. I'm going to enter the repository name. I'm going to say prepped and click on create repository. Now, first of all, what we need to do, go back to your terminal right here. And in a new terminal, I'll just say git add dot. So it will add all of the files, like it will stage all of the files to be committed. Then I'll say git commit -m and I'll say preparing for deployment, press enter. There we go. And now we can add the origin. So this origin, I'll paste it right here. So it will connect us to my Git repository, and I'll simply say git push origin master, press enter. And we should see that this will push all of this code to right here. Let's refresh it. While it's pushing it, I'll just open Vercel over here. There we go. I'll click on add new project. Let me see if it has been pushed. Yes, it is pushed. Let's click on new project and I'll select prepped over here. And here we need to add the environment variables, right? So go to .env and copy all of this and paste it right here. Click on deploy. Looks like it should work. Wait, I think I forgot to do something in the package.json. Over here, we need to add a post script for Prisma. So here, post install script actually. So just say post install and Prisma generate, right? So I'll just push it. You can also, use VS Code to push it right here. So I'll click on plus icon, add a commit message, click on commit and click on publish branch right here. There we go. I think this deployment might fail. So I'm just going to cancel it for now. And then we're going to redeploy it again. Now over here in the build logs, you can see exactly what's going on. So see, it is cloning our repository, installing all of the modules and stuff. And there we go. Our app is deployed. If I click on it, let's see if it takes us to the website. Also, if you want, you can continue to dashboard and, update your domain right here. So it should be somewhere around here in the settings. Just search over here, domains. Yep, there we go. So this is the current domain. If you want, you can click on edit and you can edit it. And there we go. Our app is deployed. Awesome. Now it's time to prepare for interviews after recruiters see your resume and, reach out to you. So make sure to click the link in description down below and check out my front-end interview preparation course. Use this coupon code on your screen to get the maximum discount.